Chapter 15 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti. MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 15. His march to greatness was not without disastrous stumbling. Fame did not bring the social advancement which the Babbitts deserved. They were not asked to join the Tonawanda Country Club, nor invited to the dances at the Union. Himself, Babbitt fretted he didn't care a fat hoot for all those high rollers, but the wife would kind of like to be among those present. He nervously awaited his university class dinner and an evening of furious intimacy with such social leaders as Charles McKelvey, the millionaire contractor, Max Kruger, the banker, Irving Tate, the tool manufacturer, and Adelbert Dobson, the fashionable interior decorator. Theoretically, he was their friend, as he had been in college, and when he encountered them they still called him Georgie. But he didn't seem to encounter them often, and they never invited him to dinner, with champagne and a butler, at their houses on Royal Ridge. All the week before the class dinner he thought of them. No reason why they shouldn't become real chummy now. 2. Like all true American diversions and spiritual outpourings, the dinner of the men of the class of 1896 was thoroughly organized. The dinner committee hammered like a sales corporation. Once a week they sent out reminders. Tickler number 3. Old man, are you going to be with us at the liveliest friendship feed the alumni of the good old U have ever known? The alumni of '08 turned out 60% strong. Are we boys going to be beaten by a bunch of skirts? Come on, fellows, let's work up some real genuine enthusiasm and all boost together for the snappiest dinner yet. Elegant East, short ginger talks, and memory shared together of the brightest, gladdest days of life. The dinner was held in a private room at the Union Club. The club was a dingy building, 3 pretentious old dwellings knocked together, and the entrance hall resembled a potato cellar. Yet the Babbitt, who was free of the magnificence of the athletic club, entered with embarrassment. He nodded to the doorman, an ancient, proud negro with brass buttons and a blue tailcoat, and paraded through the hall, trying to look like a member. 60 men had come to dinner. They made islands and eddies in the hall. They packed the elevator and the corners of the private dining room. They tried to be intimate and enthusiastic. They appeared to one another exactly as they had in college, as raw youngsters whose present mustaches, baldness, paunches, and wrinkles were but jovial disguises put on for the evening. "You haven't changed a particle," they marveled. The men whom they could not recall they addressed. "Well, well, great to see you again, old man. What are you, still doing the same thing?" Someone was always starting a cheer or a college song, and it was always thinning into silence. Despite their resolution to be democratic, they divided into 2 sets, the men with dress clothes and the men without. Babbitt, extremely in dress clothes, went from one group to the other. Though he was, almost frankly, out for social conquest, he sought Paul Riesling first. He found him alone, neat and silent. Paul sighed. "I'm no good at this handshaking. Well, look who's here. Bunk." "Rats. Now, Paulibus, loosen up and be a mixer. Finest bunch of boys on earth. Say, you seem kind of glum. What's the matter?" "Oh, the usual run-in with Zelia." "Come on, let's wade in and forget our troubles." He kept Paul beside him, but worked toward the spot where Charles McKelvey stood warming his admirers like a furnace. McKelvey had been the hero of the class of '96, not only football captain and hammer thrower, but debater, and passable in what the State University considered scholarship. He had gone on and captured the construction company once owned by the Dodsworths, best-known pioneer family of Zenith. He built state capitals, skyscrapers, railway terminals. He was a heavy-shouldered, big-chested man, but not sluggish. There was a quiet humor in his eyes, a sharp, smooth quickness in his speech, which intimidated politicians and warned reporters, and in his presence the most intelligent scientist or the most sensitive artist felt thin-blooded, unworldly, and a little shabby. He was, particularly when he was influencing legislators or hiring labor spies, very easy and lovable and gorgeous. He was baronial. He was a peer in the rapidly crystallizing American aristocracy, inferior only to the haughty old families. In Zenith, an old family is one which came to town before 1840. His power was the greater because he was not hindered by scruples, by either the vice or the virtue of the older Puritan traditions. McKelvey was being placidly merry now with the manufacturers and bankers, the landowners and lawyers and surgeons, who had chauffeurs and went to Europe. Babbitt squeezed among them. He liked McKelvey's smile as much as the social advancement to be had from his favor. If in Paul's company, he felt ponderous and protective. With McKelvey he felt slight and adoring. He heard McKelvey say to Max Kruger, the banker, "Yes, we'll put up Sir Gerald Doak." Babbitt's democratic love for titles became a rich relish. "You know, he's one of the biggest iron men in England, Max. Horribly well off." "Why, hello, old Georgie. Say, Max, George Babbitt's getting fatter than I am." The chairman shouted, "Take your seats, fellows." "Shall we make a move, Charlie?" Babbitt said casually to McKelvey. "Right. Hello, Paul. How's the old fiddler? Planning to sit anywhere special, George? Come on, let's grab some seats. Come on, Max, Georgie. I read about your speeches in the campaign. Bully work." After that Babbitt would have followed him through fire. He was enormously busy during the dinner, now bumblingly cheering Paul, now approaching McKelvey. "Hear you're going to build some piers in Brooklyn." Now noting how enviously the failures of the class, sitting by themselves in a weedy group, looked up to him in his association with the nobility, now warming himself in the society talk of McKelvey and Max Kruger. They spoke of a jungle dance, for which Mona Dodsworth had decorated her house with thousands of orchids. They spoke with an excellent imitation of casualness of a dinner in Washington at which McKelvey had met a senator, a Balkan princess, and an English major general. McKelvey called the Princess Jenny, and let it be known that he had danced with her. Babbitt was thrilled, but not so weighted with awe as to be silent if he was not invited by them to dinner. He was yet accustomed to talking with bank presidents, congressmen, and clubwomen who entertained poets. He was bright and referential with McKelvey. "Say, Charlie, do you remember in junior year how we chartered a sea-going hack and chased down to Riverdale to the big show Madam Brown used to put on? Remember how you beat up that hick constable that tried to run us in, and we pinched the pants-pressing sign and took and hung it on Pref Morrison's door? Oh, gosh, those were the days." Those, McKelvey agreed, were the days. Babbitt had reached, "It isn't the books you study in college, but the friendship you make that counts," when the man at head of the table broke into song. He attacked McKelvey. "It's a shame to drift apart because our business activities lie in different fields. I've enjoyed talking over the good old days. You and Mrs. McKelvey must come to dinner some night." Vaguely, "Yes, indeed. Like to talk to you about the growth of real estate out beyond your Grangeville warehouse. I might be able to tip you off to a thing or two, possibly." "Splendid. We must have dinner, Georgie. Just let me know, and it will be a great pleasure to have your wife and you at the house," said McKelvey, much less vaguely. Then the chairman's voice, that prestigious voice which once had roused them to cheer defiance at rooters from Ohio or Michigan or Indiana, whooped, "Come on, you wombats, all together in a long yell." Babbitt felt that life would never be sweeter than now, when he joined with Paul Riesling and the newly recovered hero, McKelvey, in "Battle axe, get an axe, backs, get an axe, who, the you, hooroo." 3. The Babbitts invited the McKelveys to dinner in early December, and the McKelveys not only accepted, but after changing the date once or twice, actually came. The Babbitts somewhat thoroughly discussed the details of the dinner, from the purchase of a bottle of champagne to the number of salted almonds to be placed before each person. Especially did they mention the matter of the other guests. To the last, Babbitt held out for giving Paul Riesling the benefit of being with the McKelveys. "Good old Charlie would like Paul and Verge Gunch better than some highfalutin Willie boy," he insisted, but Mrs. Babbitt interrupted his observation with, "Yes, perhaps. I think I'll try to get some Lynnhaven oysters," and when she was quite ready she invited Dr. J.T. Angus, the oculist, and a dismally respectable lawyer named Maxwell, with their glittering wives. Neither Agnes nor Maxwell belonged to the Elks or the Athletic Club. Neither of them had ever called Babbitt brother, or asked his opinions on carburetors. The only human people they invited, Babbitt raged, were the Littlefields, and Howard Littlefields at times became so statistical that Babbitt longed for the refreshment of Gunch's, "Well, old lemon pie face, what's the good word?" Immediately after lunch Mrs. Babbitt began to set the table for the 7:30 dinner to the McKelveys, and Babbitt was, by order, home at 4. But they didn't find anything for him to do, and 3 times Mrs. Babbitt scolded, "Do please try to keep out of the way." He stood in the door of the garage, his lips drooping, and wished that Littlefield or Sam Doppelbrau or somebody would come along and talk to him. He saw Ted sneaking around the corner of the house. "What's the matter, old man?" said Babbitt. "Is that you, thin old one? Gee, Ma certainly is on the warpath. I told her Ro and I would just soon not be let in on the fiesta tonight, and she bit me. She says I got to take a bath, too. But say, the Babbitt men will be some lookers tonight. Little Theodore in a dress suit." The Babbitt men! Babbitt liked the sound of it. He put his arm about the boy's shoulder. He wished that Paul Riesling had a daughter, so that Ted might marry her. "Yes, your mother is kind of rouncing around, all right," he said, and they laughed together and sighed together and dutifully went in to dress. The McKelveys were less than 15 minutes late. Babbitt hoped that the Doppelbraus would see the McKelveys' limousine and their uniformed chauffeur waiting in front. The dinner was well cooked and incredibly plentiful, and Mrs. Babbitt had brought out her grandmother's silver candlesticks. Babbitt worked hard. He was good. He told none of the jokes he wanted to tell. He listened to the others. He started Maxwell off with a resounding, "Let's hear about your trip to Yellowstone." He was laudatory, extremely laudatory. He found opportunities to remark that Dr. Agnes was a benefactor to humanity, Maxwell and Howard Littlefield profound scholars, Charles McKelvey an inspiration to ambitious youth, and Mrs. McKelvey an adornment to the social circles of Zenith, Washington, New York, Paris, and numbers of other places. But he could not stir them. It was a dinner without a soul, for no reason that was clear to Babbitt. Heaviness was over them, and they spoke laboriously and unwillingly. He concentrated on Lucille McKelvey, carefully not looking at her blanched, lovely shoulder and the tawny silken beard which supported her frock. "I suppose you'll be going to Europe pretty soon, won't you?" he invited. "I'd like awfully to run over to Rome for a few weeks." "I suppose you see a lot of pictures and music and curios and everything there."
"No, what I really go for is there's a little trattoria on the Villa della Scarpa where you get the best fettuccine in the world."
"Oh, yes, that must be nice to try that, yes." At 9:45 McKelvey discovered with profound regret that his wife had a headache. He said blithely, as Babbitt helped him with his coat, "We must lunch together sometime and talk over the old days." When the others had labored out at 10:30, Babbitt turned to his wife, pleading, "Charlie said he had a corking good time, and we must lunch. Said they wanted to have us up to their house for dinner before long." She achieved,
"Oh, it's been one of those quiet evenings that are often so much more enjoyable than noisy parties, where everybody talks at once and doesn't really settle down to nice quiet enjoyment."
But from the cot on the sleeping porch he heard her weeping slowly, without hope. 4. For a month they watched the social columns and waited for a return dinner invitation. As the hosts of Sir Gerald Doak, the McKelveys were headlined all the week after the Babbitts' dinner. Zenith ardently received Sir Gerald, who had come to America to buy coal. The newspapers interviewed him on prohibition, Ireland, unemployment, naval aviation,
the rate of exchange, tea drinking versus whiskey drinking, and psychology of American women and daily life as lived by English country families. Sir Gerald seemed to have heard of all these topics. The McKelveys gave him a Singhalese dinner, and Miss Eleanora Pearl Bates, society editor for the Advocate-Times, rose to her highest lark note. Babbitt read aloud at breakfast-table. "'Twixt the original and Oriental decorations, the strange and delicious food, and the personalities both of the distinguished guest and the charming hostess and the noted host, never has Zenith seen a more recherché affair than the Ceylon dinner dance given last evening by Mr. and Mrs. Charles McKelvey to Sir Gerald Doak. Methought, as we fortunate one were privileged to view that fairy and foreign scene, nothing at Monte Carlo or the choicest ambassadorial sets of foreign capitals could be more lovely. It is not for nothing that Zenith is in matters social rapidly becoming known as the choosiest inland city in the country. Though he is too modest to admit it, Lord Doak gives a cachet to our smart quarter such as it has not received since the ever memorable visit of the Earl of Sittingbourne. Not only is he the British peerage, but he is also on dit a leader of the British metal industries, as he comes from Nottingham, a favorite haunt of Robin Hood, though now we are informed by Lord Doak a live modern city of 275,573 inhabitants, and important lace as well as other industries. We like to think that perhaps through his veins runs some of the blood, both virile red and boomy blue, of the earlier lord of the good greenwood, the roguish Robin. The lovely Mrs. McKelvey never was more fascinating than last evening, in her black net gown, relieved by dainty bands of silver, and at her exquisite waist a glowing cluster of Aaron Ward roses. Babbitt said bravely, "Hope they don't invite us to meet this Lord Doak guy. Darn sight rather just have a nice quiet little dinner with Charlie and the missus." At the Zenith Athletic Club they discussed it amply. "I suppose we'll have to call McKelvey Lord Chaz from now on," said Sidney Finkelstein. "It beats all get out," meditated that man of data, Howard Littlefield. "How hard it is for some people to get things straight. Here they call this fellow Lord Doak, when it ought to be Sir Gerald." Babbitt marveled. "Is that a fact? Well, Sir Gerald, eh? That's what you call him, eh? Well, sir, I'm glad to know that." Later he informed his salesman, "It's funner than a goat the way some folks that just because they happen to lay up a big wad go entertaining for him as foreigners, don't have any more idea than a rabbit how to address 'em, so to make 'em feel at home." That evening, as he was driving home, he passed McKelvey's limousine and saw Sir Gerald, a large, ruddy, pop-eyed, Teutonic Englishman, whose dribble of yellow mustache gave him an aspect sad and doubtful. Babbitt drove on slowly, oppressed by futility. He had a sudden, unexplained, and horrible conviction that the McKelveys were laughing at him. He betrayed his depression by the violence with which he informed his wife, "Folks that really tend to business haven't got the time to waste on a bunch like the McKelveys. This society stuff is like any other hobby. If you devote yourself to it, you get in. But I like to have a chance to visit with you and the children, instead of all this idiotic chasing around." They did not speak of the McKelveys again. 5. It was a shame at this worried time to have to think about the Overbrooks. Ed Overbrook was a classmate of Babbitt who had been a failure. He had a large family and a feeble insurance business out in the suburb of Dorchester. He was gray and thin and unimportant. He had always been gray and thin and unimportant. He was a person whom, in any group, you forgot to introduce, then introduced with extra enthusiasm. He had admired Babbitt's good fellowship in college, had admired ever since his power in real estate, his beautiful house and wonderful clothes. It pleased Babbitt, though it bothered him, with a sense of responsibility. At the class dinner he had seen poor Overbrook, in a shiny blue serge business suit, being diffident in a corner with 3 other failures. He had gone over and been cordial. "Why, hello, young Edward. I hear you're writing the all insurance in Dorchester now. Bully work." They recalled the good old days when Overbrook used to write poetry. Overbrook embarrassed him by blurting, "Say, George, I hate to think of how we been drifting apart. I wish you and Mrs. Babbitt would come to dinner some night." Babbitt boomed, "Fine, sure. Just let me know. And the wife and I want to have you at our house." He forgot it, but unfortunately Ed Overbrook did not. Repeatedly he telephoned to Babbitt inviting him to dinner. "Might as well go and get it over," Babbitt groaned to his wife. "But don't it simply amaze you the way the poor fish doesn't know the first thing about social etiquette? Think of him phoning me instead of his wife, sitting down and writing us a regular bid. Well, I guess we're stuck with it. That's the trouble with all this class brother hoopadoodle." He accepted Overbrook's next plaintive invitation for an evening 2 weeks off. A dinner 2 weeks off. Even a family dinner never seemed so appalling till the 2 weeks have astoundingly disappeared, and one comes dismayed to the ambushed hour. They had to change the date because of their own dinner to the McKelveys, but at last they gloomily drove out to the Overbrooks' house in Dorchester. It was miserable from the beginning. The Overbrooks had dinner at 6:30, while the Babbitts never dined before 7. Babbitt permitted himself to be 10 minutes late. "Let's make it as short as possible. I think we'll duck out quick. I'll say I have to be in the office early tomorrow," he planned. The Overbrook house was depressing. It was the second story of a wooden 2-family dwelling, a place of baby carriages, old hats hung in the hall, cabbage smell, and a family Bible on the parlor table. Ed Overbrook and his wife were as awkward and as threadbare as usual, and the other guests were 2 dreadful families whose names Babbitt never caught, never desired to catch. But he was touched and disconcerted by the tactless way in which Overbrook praised him. "We're mighty proud to have old George here tonight. Of course you've all read about his speeches and oratory in the papers, and the boy's good-looking, too, eh? But what I always think of is back in college, and what a great old mixer he was, and one of the best swimmers in the class." Babbitt tried to be jovial. He worked at it, but he could find nothing to interest him in Overbrook's timorousness, the blankness of the other guests, or the drained stupidity of Mrs. Overbrook, with her spectacles, drab skin, and tight-drawn hair. He told his best Irish story, and it sank like soggy cake. Most blurring moment of all was when Miss Overbrook, peering out of her fog of nursing 8 children and cooking and scrubbing, tried to be conversational. "I suppose you go to Chicago and New York right along, Mr. Babbitt?" she prodded. "Well, I get to Chicago fairly often." "Must be awfully interesting. I suppose you take in all the theaters." "Well, tell you the truth, Mrs. Overbrook, thing that hits me best is a great big beefsteak at Dutch restaurant in the Loop." They had nothing more to say. Babbitt was sorry, but there was no hope. The dinner was a failure. At 10, rousing out of the stupor of meaningless talk, he said as cheerily as he could, "'Fraid we got to be starting, Ned. I got a fellow coming in to see me early tomorrow." As Overbrook helped him with his coat, Babbitt said, "Nice to rub up on the old days. We must have lunch together, PDQ." Mrs. Babbitt sighed on their drive home. "It was pretty terrible. How Mr. Overbrook does admire you." "Yep, poor cuss seems to think I'm a little tin archangel and the best-looking man in Zenith." "Well, you're certainly not that. But, oh, Georgie, don't suppose we have to invite them to dinner to our house now, do we?"
"Oh, I hope not."
"See here now, George, you didn't say anything about it to Mr. Overbrook, did you?"
"No, gee, no, honest, I didn't. Just made a bluff about having him to lunch sometime."
"Well, oh dear, I don't want to hurt their feelings, but I don't see how I could stand another evening like this one. And suppose somebody like Dr. and Mrs. Angus came in when we had the Overbrooks there, and thought they were friends of ours." For a week they worried. "We really ought to invite Ed and his wife, poor devils." But as they never saw the Overbrooks, they forgot them, and a month or two they said, "It really was the best way just to let it slide. It wouldn't be kind to them to have them here. They'd feel so out of place and hard up in our house." They did not speak of the Overbrooks again. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 16. The certainty that he was not going to be accepted by the McKelveys made Babbitt feel guilty and a little absurd. But he went more regularly to the Elks and a Chamber of Commerce luncheon. He was oratorical regarding the wickedness of strikes, and again he saw himself as a prominent citizen. His clubs and associations were food comfortable to his spirit. Of a decent man in Zenith, it was required that he should belong to one, preferably two or three, of the innumerous lodges and prosperity-boosting lunch clubs. To the Rotarians, the Kiwanis, or the Boosters, to the Oddfellows, Moose, Masons, Redmen, Woodmen, Owls, Eagles, Maccabees, Knights of Pythias, Knights of Columbus, and other secret orders characterized by a high degree of heartiness, sound morals, and reverence for the Constitution. There were 4 reasons for joining these orders. It was the thing to do. It was good for business, since lodge brothers frequently became customers. It gave to Americans unable to become Geheimrat or Commodore such unctuous honorifics as High Worthy Recording Scribe and Grand Hoogow, to add to the commonplace distinctions of colonel, judge, and professor. And it permitted the swaddled American husband to stay away from home for 1 evening a week. The lodge was his pizzeria or pavement cafe. He could shoot pool and talk man-talk, and be obscene and valiant. Babbitt was what he called a joiner, for all these reasons. Behind the gold and scarlet banner of his public achievements was the dun background of office routine, leases, sales contracts, lists of properties to rent. The evenings of oratory and committees and lodges stimulated him like brandy, but every morning he was sandy-tongued. Week by week he accumulated nervousness. He was in open disagreement with his outside salesman, Stanley Graff, and once, though her charms had always kept him nickerly polite to her, he snarled at Miss McGunn for changing his letters. But in the presence of Paul Riesling he relaxed. At least once a week they fled from maturity. On Saturday they played golf, jeering, "As a golfer you're a fine tennis player." Or they motored all Sunday afternoon, stopping at village lunch-rooms to sit on high stools at a counter and drink coffee from thick cups. Sometimes Paul came over in the evening with his violin, and even Zilla was silent as the lonely man who had lost his way and forever crept down unfamiliar roads spun out his dark soul in music. 2. Nothing gave Babbitt more purification and publicity than his labors for the Sunday School. His church, the Chatham Road Presbyterian, was one of the largest and richest, one of the most oaken and velvety in Zenith. The pastor was the Reverend John Jennison Drew, M.A., D.D., LL.D. The M.A. and the D.D. were from Elbert University, Nebraska, and the LL.D. from Waterbury College, Oklahoma. He was eloquent, efficient, and versatile. He presided at meetings for the denunciation of unions or the elevation of domestic service, and confided to the audience that as a poor boy he had carried newspapers. For the Sunday edition of the Evening Advocate he wrote editorials on the manly man's religion and the dollars and cents value of Christianity, which were printed in bold type surrounded by a regular border. He often said that he was proud to be known as primarily a businessman, and that he certainly was not going to permit old Satan to monopolize all the pep and punch. He was a thin, rustic-faced young man, with gold spectacles and a bang of dull brown hair. But when he hurled himself into oratory he glowed with power. He admitted that he was too much the scholar and poet to imitate the evangelist Mike Mundy, and he had once awakened his fold to new life and to larger collections by the challenge, "My brethren, The real cheapskate is the man who won't lend to the Lord. He had made his church a true community center. It contained everything but a bar. It had a nursery, a Thursday evening supper with a short, bright missionary lecture afterwards, a gymnasium, a fortnightly motion picture show, a library of technical books for young workmen, though unfortunately no young workman ever entered the church except to wash the windows or repair the furnace, and a sewing circle which made short little pants for the children of the poor, while Mrs. Drew read aloud from earnest novels. Though Dr. Drew's theology was Presbyterian, his church building was gracefully Episcopalian. As he said, it had the most perdurable features of those noble ecclesiastical monuments of grand old England, which stand as symbols of the eternity of faith, religious and civil. It was built of cheery iron-spot brick in an improved Gothic style, and the main auditorium had indirect lighting from electric globes in lavish alabaster bowls. On a December morning when the Babbitts went to church, Dr. John Jennison Drew was unusually eloquent. The crowd was immense. 10 brisk young ushers in morning coats with white roses were bringing folding chairs up from the basement. There was an impressive musical program conducted by Sheldon Smeeth, educational director of the Y.M.C.A., who also sang the offertory. Babbitt cared less for this, because some misguided person had taught young Mr. Smeeth to smile, 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 while he was singing. But with all the appreciation of a fellow orator, he admired Dr. Drew's sermon. It had the intellectual quality which distinguished the Chatham Road congregation from the grubby chapels on Smith Street. "At this abundant harvest time of all the year," Dr. Drew chanted, "when, though stormy the sky and laborious the path to the drudging wayfarer, yet the hovering and bodiless spirit swoops back o'er all the labors and desires of the past 12 months, oh, then it seems to me there sounds behind all our apparent failures the golden chorus of greeting from those passed happily on, and lo, on the dim horizon we see behind dolorous clouds the mighty mass of mountains, mountains of melody, mountains of mirth, mountains of might." "I certainly do like a sermon with culture and thought in it," meditated Babbitt. At the end of the service he was delighted when the pastor, actively shaking hands at the door, twittered, "Oh, Brother Babbitt, can you wait a jiffy? Want your advice." "Sure, doctor, you bet." "Drop into my office. I think you'll like the cigars there." Babbitt did like the cigars. He also liked the office, which was distinguished from other offices only by the spirited change of the familiar wall placard to "This is the Lord's busy day." Chum Frink came in, then William W. Eathorne. Mr. Eathorne was the 71-year-old president of the First State Bank of Zenith. He still wore the delicate patches of side whiskers which had been the uniform of bankers in 1870. If Babbitt was envious of the smart set of the McKelveys before William Washington Eathorne, he was reverent. Mr. Eathorne had nothing to do with the smart set. He was above it. He was the great-grandson of one of the 5 men who founded Zenith in 1792, and he was of the 3rd generation of bankers. He could examine credits, make loans, promote or injure a man's business. In his presence Babbitt breathed quickly and felt young. The Reverend Dr. Drew bounced into the room and flowered into speech. "I've asked you gentlemen to stay so I can put on a proposition before you. The Sunday School needs bucking up. It's the 4th largest in Zenith, but there's no reason why we should take anybody's dust. We ought to be first. I want to request you, if you will, to form a committee of advice and publicity for the Sunday School. Look it over and make any suggestions for its betterment, and then, perhaps, see that the press gives us some attention. Give the public some really helpful and constructive news instead of all these murders and divorces." "Excellent," said the banker. Babbitt and Frink were enchanted to join him. 3. If you had asked Babbitt what his religion was, he would have answered in sonorous Boosters' Club rhetoric, "My religion is to serve my fellow man, to honor my brother as myself, and to do my bit to make life happier for one and all." If you had pressed him for more detail, he would have announced, "I'm a member of the Presbyterian Church, and naturally I accept its doctrines." If you had been so brutal as to go on, he would have protested, "There's no use discussing and arguing about religion. It just stirs up bad feeling." Actually, the content of his theology was that there was a Supreme Being who had tried to make us perfect, but presumably had failed, that if one was a good man he would go to a place called heaven. Babbitt unconsciously pictured it as rather like an excellent hotel with a private garden. But if one was a bad man, that is, if he murdered or committed burglary or used cocaine or had a mistress or sold non-existent real estate, he would be punished. Babbitt was uncertain, however, about what he called this business of hell. He explained to Ted, "Of course I'm pretty liberal. I don't exactly believe in fire and brimstone hell. Stands to reason, though, that a fellow can't get away with all sorts of vice and not get nicked for it. See how I mean?" Upon this theology he rarely pondered. The kernel of his practical religion was that it was respectable and beneficial to one's business to be seen going to services, that the church kept the worst elements from being still worse, and that the pastor's sermons, however dull they might seem at the time of taking, yet had a voodooistic power which did a fellow good, kept him in touch with higher things. His first investigations for the Sunday School Advisory Committee did not inspire him. He liked the Busy Folks' Bible Class, composed of mature men and women, and addressed by the old-school physician, Dr. T. Atkins Jordan, in a sparkling style comparable with that of the more refined, humorous after-dinner speakers. But when he went down to the junior classes he was disconcerted. He heard Sheldon Smeeth, educational director of the Y.M.C.A. and leader of the church choir, a pale and but strenuous young man with curly hair and a smile, teaching a class of 16-year-old boys. Smeeth lovingly admonished him, "Now, fellows, I'm going to have a heart-to-heart talk, everything at my house, next Thursday. We'll get off by ourselves and be frank about what our secret worries. You can just tell old Sheldy anything, like all the fellows do at the Y. I'm going to explain frankly about the horrible practices a kiddy falls into unless he's guided by a big brother, and about the perils and glory of sex." Old Sheldy beamed damply, the boys looked amused, and Babbitt didn't know which way to turn his embarrassed eyes. Less annoying, but also much duller, were the minor classes, which were being instructed in philosophy and Oriental ethnology by earnest spinsters. Most of them met in the highly varnished Sunday School room, but there was an overflow to the basement, which was decorated with varicose water pipes and lighted by small windows high up in the oozing wall. What Babbitt saw, however, was the First Congregational Church of Catawba. He was back in the Sunday School of his boyhood. He smelled again that polite stuffiness to be found only in church parlors. He recalled the case of drab Sunday School books, Hetty, a humble heroine, and Josephus, a lad of Palestine. He thumbed once more the high-colored text cards, which no boy wanted but no boy could throw away because they were somehow sacred. He was tortured by the stumbling rote of 35 years ago, as in the vast Zenith Church he listened to, "Now, Edgar, you read that next verse. What does it mean when it says it's easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye? What does it teach us? Clarence, please don't wiggle so. If you had studied your lesson you wouldn't be so fidgety. Now, Earl, what is the lesson Jesus was trying to teach his disciples? The one thing I want you to especially remember, boys, is the words, 'With God all things are possible.' Just think of that always. Clarence, please pay attention. Just say, 'With God all things are possible,' whenever you feel discouraged. And, Alec, will you read the next verse? If you'd pay attention, you wouldn't lose your place." Drone, 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 gigantic bees that boomed in a cavern of drowsiness. Babbitt started from his open-eyed nap, thanked the teacher for the privilege of listening to her splendid teaching, and staggered on to the next circle. After 2 weeks of this he had no suggestion whatsoever for the Reverend Dr. Drew. Then he discovered the world of Sunday School journals, an enormous and busy domain of weeklies and monthlies, which were as technical and practical, as forward-looking as the real estate columns or the shoe trade magazines. He bought half a dozen of them at a religious bookshop, and till after midnight he read them and admired. He found many lucrative tips on focusing appeals, scouting for new members, and getting prospects to sign up with the Sunday School. He particularly liked the word prospects, and he was moved by the rubric. The moral springs of the community's life lie deep in its Sunday schools, its schools of religious instruction and inspiration. Neglect now means loss of spiritual vigor and moral power in years to come. Facts like the above, followed by a straight-arm appeal, will reach folks who can never be laughed or jollied into doing their part. Babbitt admitted, "That's so. I used to skin out of the old Sunday School at Catawba every chance I got. But at the same time, I wouldn't be where I am today, maybe, if it hadn't been for its training in a moral power, and all about the Bible. Great literature. Have to read some of it again, one of these days." How scientifically the Sunday School could be organized he learned from an article in the Westminster Adult Bible Class. The second vice president looks after the fellowship of the class. She chooses a group to help her. These become ushers. Every one who comes gets a glad hand. No one goes away a stranger. One member of the group stands on the doorstep and invites passers-by to come in. Perhaps most of all, Babbitt appreciated the remarks by William H. Ridgway in the Sunday School Times. "If you have a Sunday School class without any pep and get up and go in it, that is, without interest, that is uncertain in attendance, that acts like a fellow with the spring fever, let old Dr. Ridgway write you a prescription. RX. Invite the bunch for supper." The Sunday School journals were as well-rounded as they were practical. They neglected none of the arts. As to music, the Sunday School Times advertised that C. Harold Loudon, known to thousands through his sacred compositions, had written a new masterpiece, entitled Yearning for You. The poem, by Harry D. Kerr, is one of the daintiest you could imagine, and the music is indescribably beautiful. Critics are agreed that it will sweep the country, may be made into a charming sacred song by substituting the hymn words, "I heard the voice of Jesus say." Even manual training was adequately considered. Babbitt noted an ingenious way of illustrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Model for pupils to make a tomb, with rolling door. Use a square covered box turned upside down. Pull the cover forward a little to form a groove at the bottom. Cut a square door, also cut a circle of cardboard to more than cover the door. Cover the circular door and the tomb thickly with stiff mixture of sand, flour, and water, and let it dry. It was the heavy circular stone over the door the woman found rolled away on Easter morning. This is the story we are to go tell. In their advertisements, the Sunday School journals were thoroughly efficient. Babbitt was interested in a preparation which takes the place of exercise for sedentary men by building up depleted nerve tissue, nourishing the brain and the digestive system. He was edified to learn that the selling of Bibles was a hustling and strictly competitive industry, and as an expert on hygiene, he was pleased by the Sanitary Communion Outfit Company's announcement of an improved and satisfactory outfit throughout, including highly polished, beautiful mahogany tray. This tray eliminates all noise, is lighter and more easily handled than others, and is more in keeping with the furniture of the church than a tray of any other material. 4. He dropped the pile of Sunday School journals. He pondered. "Now there's a real he-world. Corking. Shamed I haven't sat in more. Fellow that's an influence in the community, shame if he doesn't take part in a real virile hustling religion. Sort of Christianity Incorporated, you might say. But with all reverence, some folks might claim these Sunday School fans are undignified and unspiritual and so on. Sure, always some skunk to spring things like that, knocking and sneering and tearing down, so much easier than building up. But me, I certainly hand it to these magazines. They've brought old George F. Babbitt into camp, and that's the answer to the critics. The more manly and practical a fellow is, the more he ought to lead the enterprising Christian life. Me for it. Cut out this carelessness and boozing and Roan, where the devil you been? This is a fine time of night to be coming in."
Chapter 17 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 17. 1. There are but 3 or 4 old houses in Floral Heights, and in Floral Heights an old house is one which was built before 1880. The largest of these is the residence of William Washington Eathorne, president of the First State Bank. The Eathorne Mansion preserves the memory of the nice parts of Zenith, as they appeared from 1860 to 1900. It is a red brick immensity with gray sandstone lintels, and a roof of slate in courses of red, green, and dyspeptic yellow. There are 2 anemic towers, one roofed with copper, the other crowned with cast-iron ferns. The porch is like an open tomb. It is supported by squat granite pillars, above which hang frozen cascades of brick. At one side of the house is a huge stained-glass window in the shape of a keyhole. But the house has an effect not at all humorous. It embodies the heavy dignity of those Victorian financiers who ruled the generation between the pioneers and the brisk sales engineers, and created a somber oligarchy by gaining control of banks, mills, land, railroads, mines. Out of the dozen contradictory zeniths, which together make up the true and complete zenith, none is so powerful and enduring, yet none so unfamiliar to the citizens as the small, still dry, polite, cruel zenith of the William Eathornes. And for that tiny hierarchy the other zeniths unwittingly labor and insignificantly die. Most of the castles of the testy Victorian tetrarchs are gone now, or decayed into boarding-houses, but the Eathorne Mansion remains, virtuous and aloof, reminiscent of London, Black Bay, Rittenhouse Square. Its marble steps are scrubbed daily, the brass plate is reverently polished, and the lace curtains are as prim and as superior as William Washington Eathorne himself. With a certain awe, Babbitt and Chum Frink called on Eathorne for a meeting of the Sunday School Advisory Committee. With uneasy stillness they followed a uniformed maid through the catacombs of reception-rooms to the library. It was as unmistakably the library of a solid old banker as Eathorne's side-whiskers were the side-whiskers of a solid old banker. The books were, most of them, standard sets, with the correct and traditional touch of dim blue, dim gold, and glossy calfskin. The fire was exactly correct and traditional, a small, quiet, steady fire, reflected by polished fire-irons. The oak desk was dark and old and altogether perfect. The chairs were gently supercilious. Eathorne's inquiries as to the health of Mrs. Babbitt, Miss Babbitt, and the other children were softly parental, but Babbitt had nothing with which to answer him. It was indecent to think of using the "How's tricks, old socks?" which gratified Virgil Gunch and Frink and Howard Littlefield, men who till now had seemed successful and urbane. Babbitt and Frink sat politely, and politely did Eathorne observe, opening his thin lips just wide enough to dismiss the words, "Gentlemen, before we begin our conference, you may have felt the cold in coming in here, so good of you to save an old man the journey. Shall we perhaps have a whiskey toddy?" So well trained was Babbitt in all the conversation that befits a good fellow that he almost disgraced himself with, "Rather than make trouble, and always providin' there ain't any enforcement officers hiding in the wastebasket." The words died choking in his throat. He bowed in flustered obedience. So did Chum Frink. Eathorne rang for the maid. The modern and luxurious Babbitt had never seen any one ring for a servant in her private house, except during meals.
Himself in hotels had rung for bellboys, but in the house you didn't hurt Matilda's feelings. You went out in the hall and shouted for her. Nor had he, since Prohibition, known any one to be casual about drinking. It was extraordinary merely to sip his toddy and not cry, "Oh, Mama, this hits me right where I live." And always with the ecstasy of youth meeting greatness, he marveled, "That little fuzzy face there, why, he could make me or break me if he told my banker to call my loan. Gosh, that quarter-sized squirt, and looking like he hadn't got a single bit of hustle in him. I wonder, do we boosters throw too many fits about pep?" From this thought he shuddered away and listened devoutly to Eathorne's idea on the advancement of the Sunday School, which were very clear and very bad. Diffidently Babbitt outlined his own suggestions. "I think if you analyze the needs of the school, in fact, going right at it is as if it were a merchandising problem. The course of the one basic and fundamental need is growth. I presume we're all agreed we won't be satisfied till we build up the biggest darn Sunday school in the whole state, so the Chatham Road Presbyterian won't have to take anything off anybody. Now about jazzing up the campaign for prospects. They've already used contesting teams and given prizes to the kids that bring in the most members, and they made a mistake there. The prizes were a lot of folderols and doodads like poetry books and illustrated testaments, instead of something a real live kid would want to work for, like real cash or a speedometer for his motorcycle. Of course, I suppose it's all fine and dandy to illustrate the lessons with those decorated bookmarks and blackboard drawings and so on, but when it comes down to the real he-hustling, getting out and drumming up customers, or members, why, you got to make it worth a fellow's while. Now I want to propose 2 stunts. First, divide the Sunday School into 4 armies, depending on age. Everybody gets a military rank in his own army according to how many members he brings in, and the duffers that lie down on us and don't bring in any, they remains privates. The pastor and superintendent rank as generals, and everybody has got to give salutes and all the rest of that junk, just like a regular army, to make 'em feel it's worth while to get rank. Then, second, of course, the school has its advertising committee, but Lord, nobody ever really works good. Nobody works well just for the love of it. The thing to do is be practical and up to date, and hire a real paid press agent for the Sunday School, some newspaper fellow who can give part of his time." "Sure, you bet," said Chum Frink. "Think of the nice juicy bits he could get in," Babbitt crowed. "Not only the big, salient, vital facts about how fast the Sunday School and the collection is growing, but a lot of humorous gossip and kidding. How about some blowhard fell down on his pledge to get new members, or the good time the Sacred Trinity girls had at their Winehurst party? And on the side, if he had time, the press agent might even boost the lessons themselves. Do a little advertising for all the Sunday schools in town. In fact, no use being hoggish towards the rest of 'em, providing we can keep the bulge on 'em in membership. For instance, he might get the papers to, course I haven't got a literary training like Frank here, and I'm just guessing how the pieces ought to be written, but take, for instance, suppose the week's lesson is about Jacob. Well, the press agent might get in something that would have a fine moral, and yet with a trick headline that'd get folks to read it. Say, like, Jake fools the old man, makes getaway with girl and bankroll. So I mean, that'd get your interest. Now, of course, Mr. Eathorne, you're conservative, and maybe you feel these stunts would be undignified, but honestly, I believe they'd bring home the bacon." Eathorne folded his hands on his comfortable little belly and purred like an aged pussy. "I say that I have been very much pleased by your analysis of the situation, Mr. Babbitt. As you surmise, it's necessary in my position to be conservative, and perhaps endeavor to maintain a certain standard of dignity. Yet I think you'll find me somewhat progressive in our bank, for example. I hope I may say that we have as modern a method of publicity and advertising as any in the city. Yes, I fancy you'll find us oldsters quite cognizant of the shifting spiritual values of the age. Yes, oh yes, and so in fact it pleases me to be able to say that, though personally I might prefer the sterner Presbyterian of an earlier era." Babbitt finally gathered that Eathorne was willing. Chum Frink suggested as part-time press agent one Kenneth Escott, reporter for the Advocate-Times. They parted on a high plane of amity and Christian helpfulness. Babbitt did not drive home, but toward the center of the city he wished to be by himself and exult over the beauty of intimacy with William Washington Eathorne. 2. A snow-blanched evening of ringing pavements and eager lights. Great golden lights of trolley cars sliding along the packed snow of the roadway, demure lights of little houses, the bleaching glare of a distant foundry, wiping out the sharp-edged stars, lights of neighborhood drug-stores where friends gossiped, well pleased after the day's work, the green light of a police station and greener radiance on the snow, the drama of a patrol wagon, gong beating like a terrified heart, headlights scorching the crystal sparkling street, driver not a chauffeur but a policeman proud in uniform, another policeman perilously dangling on the step at the back, and a glimpse of the prisoner, a murderer, a burglar, a coiner, cleverly trapped. An enormous gray-stone church with a rigid spire, dim light in the parlors, and cheerful throng of choir practice, the quivering green mercury vapor light of a photo-engraver's loft. Then the storming lights of downtown, parked cars with ruby tail-lights, white-arched entrances to movie theaters like frosty mouths of winter caves, electric signs, serpents, and little dancing men of fire, pink shaded globes, and scarlet jazz music in a cheap upstairs dance-hall, lights of Chinese restaurants, lanterns painted with cherry blossoms and with pagodas hung against lattices of lustrous gold and black, small dirty lamps in small stinking lunchrooms, the smart shopping district with rich and quiet light on crystal pendants and furs and suave surfaces of polished wood in velvet-hung reticent windows. High above the street an unexpected square hanging in the darkness, the window of an office where someone was working late, for a reason unknown and stimulating, a man meshed in bankruptcy, an ambitious boy, an oil man suddenly become rich. The air was shrewd, the snow was deep in uncleared alleys, and beyond the city Babbitt knew were hillsides of snowdrift among wintry oaks and the curving ice-encrusted river. He loved his city with passionate wonder. He lost the accumulated weariness of business, worry, and expansive oratory. He felt young and potential. He was ambitious. It was not enough to be a Virgil Gunch, an Orville Jones. No. "They're bully fellows, simply lovely, but they haven't got any finesse." No, he was going to be an Eathorne, delicately rigorous, coldly powerful. "That's the stuff. The wallop and the velvet mitt. Not let anybody get fresh with you. Been getting careless about my diction. Slang. Colloquial. Cut it out. I was first rate at rhetoric in college. Thames on, anyway, not bad. Had too much of this hoopadoodle and good fellow stuff. Why couldn't I organize a bank of my own some day, and Ted succeed me?" He drove happily home, and to Mrs. Babbitt was a William Washington Eathorne, but she did not notice it. 3. Young Kenneth Escott, reporter on the Advocate-Times, was appointed press agent of the Chatham Road Presbyterian Sunday School. He gave 6 hours a week to it. At least he was paid for giving 6 hours a week. He had friends on the Press and Gazette, and he was not officially known as a press agent. He procured a trickle of insinuating items about neighborliness and the Bible, about class suppers, jolly but educational, and the value of the prayer life in attaining financial success. The Sunday School adopted Babbitt's system of military ranks. Quickened by this spiritual refreshment, it had a boom. It did not become the largest school in Zenith. The Central Methodist Church kept ahead of it by methods which Dr. Drew scored as unfair, undignified, un-American, ungentlemanly, and unchristian. But it climbed from fourth place to second, and there was rejoicing in heaven, or at least in that portion of heaven included in the parsonage of Dr. Drew, while Babbitt had much praise and good repute. He had received the rank of colonel on the general staff of the school. He was plumply pleased by salutes on the street from unknown small boys. His ears were tickled to ruddy ecstasy by hearing himself called colonel, and if he did not attend Sunday School merely to be thus exalted, certainly thought about it all the way there. He was particularly pleasant to the press agent, Kenneth Escott. He took him to lunch at the athletic club and had him to the house for dinner. Like many of the cocksure young men who forage about cities in apparent contentment and who express their cynicism in supercilious slang, Escott was shy and lonely. His shrewd, starveling face broadened with joy at dinner, and he blurted, "Gee whillikers, Miss Babbitt, if you knew how good it is to have home eats again!" Escott and Verona liked each other. All evening they talked about ideas. They discovered that they were radicals. True, they were sensible about it. They agreed that all communists were criminals, that this vers libre was tommyrot, and that while there ought to be universal disarmament, of course Great Britain and the United States must, on behalf of oppressed small nations, keep a navy equal in the tonnage of all the rest of the world. But they were so revolutionary that they predicted, to Babbitt's irritation, that there would some day be a third party, which would give trouble to the Republicans and Democrats. Escott shook hands with Babbitt 3 times at parting. Babbitt maintained his extreme fondness for Earthorne. Within a week 3 newspapers presented accounts of Babbitt's sterling labors for religion, and all of them tactfully mentioned William Washington Earthorne as his collaborator. Nothing had brought Babbitt quite so much credit at the Elks, the Athletic Club, and the Boosters. His friends had always congratulated him on his oratory, but in their praise was doubt, for even in speeches advertising the city there was something highbrow and degenerate, like writing poetry. But now Orville Jones shouted across the athletic dining-room, "Here's the new director of the First State Bank." Grover Butterbaugh, the eminent wholesaler of plumber supplies, chuckled, "Wonder you mix with common folks after holding Eathorne's hand." And Emil Wengert, the jeweler, was at last willing to discuss buying a house in Dorchester. 4. When the Sunday School campaign was finished, Babbitt suggested to Kenneth Escott, "Say, how about doing a little boosting for Doc Drew personally?" Escott grinned. "You trust the doc to do a little boosting for himself, Mr. Babbitt?" "There's hardly a week goes by without his ringing up the paper to say if we'll chase a reporter up to his study he'll let us in on the story about the swell sermon he's going to preach on the wickedness of short skirts, or the authorship of the Pentateuch. Don't you worry about him. There's just one better publicity grabber in town, and that's this Dora Gibson Tucker that runs the Child Welfare and the Americanization League. And the only reason she's got Drew beaten is because she has got some brains." "Well, now, Kenneth, I don't think you ought to talk that way about the doctor. Preacher has to watch his interest, hasn't he? You remember that in the Bible about being diligent in the Lord's business or something." "All right, I'll get something in it for you if you want me to, Mr. Babbitt, but I'll have to wait till the managing editor is out of town, and then Blackjack, the city editor." Thus it came to pass that in the Sunday Advocate-Times, under a picture of Dr. Drew at his earnestest, with eyes alert, jaws granite, and rustic lock flamboyant, appeared an inscription, a wood-pulp tablet, conferring 24 hours immortality. The Reverend Dr. John Jennison Drew, M.A., pastor of the beautiful Chatham Road Presbyterian Church in lovely Floral Heights, is a wizard soul winner. He holds the local record for conversions. During his shepherdhood, an average of almost 100 sin-weary persons per year have declared the resolve to lead a new life. and have found a harbor of refuge and peace. Everything zips at the Chatham Road Church. The subsidiary organizations are keyed to the top notch of efficiency. Dr. Grew is especially keen on good congregational singing. Bright, cheerful hymns are used at every meeting, and the special sing services attract lovers of music and professionals from all parts of the city. On the popular lecture platform as well as in the pulpit, Dr. Drew is a renowned word painter, and during the course of the year he receives literally scores of invitations to speak at varied functions, both here and elsewhere. 5. Babbitt let Dr. Drew know that he was responsible for this tribute. Dr. Drew called him brother and shook his hand a great many times. During the meetings of the advisory committee, Babbitt had hinted that he would be charmed to invite Eathorne to dinner, but Eathorne had murmured, "So nice of you, old man, now. Almost never go out." Surely Eathorne would not refuse his own pastor, Babbitt said boyishly to Drew. "Say, Doctor, now we've put this thing over, strikes me it's up to the dominie to blow the three of us for a dinner." "Bully, you bet. Delighted," cried Dr. Drew, in his manifest way. Some one had once told him that he talked like the late President Roosevelt. "And, say, Doctor, be sure to get Mr. Eathorne to come. Insist on it. I think he sticks around home too much for his own health." Eathorne came. It was a friendly dinner. Babbitt spoke gracefully of the stabilizing and educational value of bankers to the community. They were, he said, the pastors of the fold of commerce. For the first time Eathorne departed from the topic of Sunday schools and asked Babbitt about the progress of his business. Babbitt answered modestly, almost filially. A few months later, when he had a chance to take part in the Street Traction Company's terminal deal, Babbitt did not care to go to his own bank for a loan. It was rather a quiet sort of deal, and if it had come out, the public might not have understood. He went to his friend Mr. Eathorne. He was welcomed and received the loan as a private venture, and they both profited in their pleasant new association. After that, Babbitt went to church regularly, except in spring Sunday mornings, which were obviously meant for motoring. He announced to Ted, "I tell you, boy, there's no stronger bulwark of sound conservatism than the evangelical church, and no better place to make friends who'll help you gain your rightful place in the community than in your own church home." End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 18. 1. Though he saw them twice daily, though he knew and amply discussed every detail of their expenditures, yet for weeks together Babbitt was no more conscious of his children than of the buttons on his coat sleeves. The admiration of Kenneth Escott made him aware of Verona. She had become secretary to Mr. Gruensberg of the Gruensberg Leather Company. She did her work with the thoroughness of a mind which reveres details and never quite understands them. But she was one of the people who give an agitating impression of being on the point of doing something desperate, of leaving a job or a husband, without ever doing it. Babbitt was so hopeful about Escott's hesitant adores that he became the playful parent. When he returned from the Elks he peered coyly into the living room and gurgled, "Has your Kenny been here tonight?" He never credited Verona's protest. "Why, Ken and I are just good friends, and we only talk about ideas. I don't have all this sentimental nonsense that would spoil everything." It was Ted who most worried Babbitt. With conditions in Latin and English, but with a triumphant record in manual training, basketball, and organization of dances, Ted was struggling through his senior year in the East Side High School. At home he was interested only when he was asked to trace some subtle ill in the ignition system of the car. He repeated to his tut-tutting father that he did not wish to go to college or law school, and Babbitt was equally disturbed by his shiftlessness. and by Ted's relations with Eunice Littlefield next door. Though she was the daughter of Howard Littlefield, that wrought iron fact mill, that horse-faced priest of private ownership, Eunice was a midge in the sun. She danced into the house. She flung herself into Babbitt's lap when he was reading. She crumpled his paper, and laughed at him when he adequately explained that he hated a crumpled newspaper as he hated a broken sales contract. She was 17 now. Her ambition was to be a cinema actress. She did not merely attend the showing of every feature film, she also read the motion picture magazines, those extraordinary symptoms of the age of pep monthlies and weeklies, gorgeously illustrated with portraits of young women who had recently been manicure girls, not very skillful manicure girls, and who, unless their every grimace had been arranged by a director, could not have acted in the Easter cantata of the Central Methodist Church. Magazines reporting quite seriously in interviews plastered with pictures and riding breeches and California bungalows, the views on sculpture and international politics of blankly beautiful, suspiciously beautiful young men, outlined the plots of films about pure prostitutes and kind-hearted train robbers, and giving directions for making bootblacks into celebrated scenario authors overnight. These authorities Eunice studied. She frequently did, tell whether it was in November or December, 1905, that Mac Harker, the renowned screen cowpuncher and bad man, began his public career as a chorus man in "Oh, You Naughty Girlie." On the wall of her room, her father reported, she had pinned up 21 photographs of actors, but the signed portrait of the most graceful of the movie heroes she carried in her young bosom. Babbitt was bewildered by this worship of the new gods, and he suspected that Eunice smoked cigarettes. He smelled the cloying reek from upstairs, and heard her giggling with Ted. He never inquired. The agreeable child dismayed him. Her thin and charming face was sharpened by bobbed hair, her skirts were short, her stockings were rolled, and as she flew after Ted, above the caressing silk were glimpses of soft knees which made Babbitt uneasy and wretched that she should consider him old. Sometimes, in the veiled life of his dreams, when the fairy child came running to him, she took on the semblance of Eunice Littlefield. Ted was motor mad as Eunice was movie mad. 1,000 sarcastic refusals did not check his teasing for a car of his own. However lax he might be about early rising and the prosody of Virgil, he was tireless in tinkering. With 3 other boys he bought a rheumatic Ford chassis, built an amazing racer body out of tin and pine, went skidding around corners in the perilous craft, and sold it at a profit. Babbitt gave him a motorcycle, and every Saturday afternoon, with 7 sandwiches and a bottle of Coca-Cola in his pockets, and Eunice perched eerily on the rumble seat, he went roaring off to distant towns. Usually Eunice and he were merely neighborhood chums, and quarreled with a wholesome and violent lack of delicacy. But now and then, after the color and scent of a dance, they were silent together and a little furtive. Babbitt was worried. Babbitt was an average father. He was affectionate, bullying, opinionated, ignorant, and rather wistful. Like most parents, he enjoyed the game of waiting till the victim was clearly wrong, then virtuously pouncing. He justified himself by croaking, "Well, Ted's mother spoils him. Got to be somebody who tells him what's what, and me, I'm elected the goat, because I try to bring him up a real decent human being, and not one of those sapheads and lounge lizards. Course they all call me a grouch." Throughout, with the eternal human genius for arriving by the worst possible routes at surprisingly tolerable goals, Babbitt loved his son and warmed to his companionship, and would have sacrificed everything for him, if he could have been sure of proper credit. 2. Ted was planning a party for his set in the senior class. Babbitt meant to be helpful and jolly about it. From his memory of high school pleasures back in Catawba, he suggested the nicest games, going to Boston, and charades with stewpans for helmets. and word games in which you were an adjective or a quality. When he was most enthusiastic he discovered that they weren't paying attention. They were only tolerating him. As for the party, it was as fixed and standardized as the Union Club hop. There was to be dancing in the living room, a noble collation in the dining room, and in the hall 2 tables of bridge for what Ted called the poor old dumbbells that you can't get to dance hardly more than half the time. Every breakfast was monopolized by conferences on the affair. No one listened to Babbitt's bulletins about the February weather or to his throat-clearing comments on the headlines. He said furiously, "If I may be permitted to interrupt your engrossing private conversation, did you hear what I said?" "Oh, don't be a spoiled baby. Ted and I have just as much right to talk as you have," flared Mrs. Babbitt. On the night of the party he was permitted to look on, when he was not helping Matilda with the Viccia ice cream and the petit fours. He was deeply disquieted 8 years ago when Verona had given a high school party. The children had been fearless Gabbies. Now they were men and women of the world, very supercilious men and women. The boys condescended to Babbitt. They wore evening clothes, and with hauteur they accepted cigarettes from silver cases. Babbitt had heard stories of what the Atlantic Club called goings-on at young parties, of girls parking their corsets in the dressing-room, of cuddling and petting, and with a presumable increase in what was known as immorality. Tonight he believed the stories. These children seemed bold to him and cold. The girls wore misty chiffon, coral velvet, or cloth of gold, and around their dipping bobbed hair were shining wreaths. He had it, upon urgent and secret inquiry, that no corsets were known to be parked upstairs, but certainly these eager bodies were not stiff with steel. Their stockings were of lustrous silk, their slippers costly and unnatural, their lips carmine, and their eyebrows penciled. They danced cheek to cheek with the boys, and Babbitt sickened with apprehension and unconscious envy. Worst of them all was Eunice Littlefield, and maddest of all of the boys was Ted. Eunice was a flying demon. She slid the length of the room. Her tender shoulders swayed, her feet were deft as a weaver's shuttle. She laughed and enticed Babbitt to dance with her. Then he discovered the annex to the party. The boys and girls disappeared occasionally, and he remembered rumors of their drinking together from hip-pocket flasks. He tiptoed around the house, and in each of a dozen cars waiting in the street he saw the points of light from cigarettes. From each of them, hearing high giggles. He wanted to denounce them, but standing in the snow, peering around the dark corner, he did not dare. He tried to be tactful. When he returned to the front hall he coaxed the boys, "Say, if any of you fellows are thirsty, there's some dandy ginger ale." "Oh, thanks," they condescended. He sought his wife in the pantry and exploded, "I'd like to go out there and throw some of those young pups out of the house. They talk down to me like I was the butler. I'd like to—" "I know," she sighed. "Only everybody says, all the mothers tell me, unless you stand for them, if you get angry because they go out on their cars and have a drink, they won't come to your house any more. And we wouldn't want Ted left out of things, would we?" He announced that he would be enchanted to have Ted left out of things, and hurried back in to be polite, lest Ted be left out of things. But he resolved if he found that the boys were drinking, he would, well, he'd hand 'em something that would surprise 'em. While he was trying to be agreeable to large-shouldered young bullies, he was earnestly sniffing at them. Twice he caught the reek of Prohibition-time whiskey, but then it was only twice. Dr. Howard Littlefield lumbered in. He had come in a mood of solemn parental patronage, to look on. Ted and Eunice were dancing, moving together like one body. Littlefield gasped. He called Eunice. There was a whispered dialogue, and Littlefield explained to Babbitt that Eunice's mother had a headache and needed her. She went off in tears. Babbitt looked after them furiously. "Hello, devil!" getting Ted into trouble, and Littlefield, a conceited old gas-bag, acting like it was Ted that was the bad influence. Later he smelled whiskey on Ted's breath. After the civil farewell to the guests, the row was terrific. A thorough family scene, like an avalanche, devastating and without reticences. Babbitt thundered, Mrs. Babbitt wept, Ted was unconvincingly defiant, and Verona in confusion as to whose side she was taking. For several months there was coolness between the Babbitts and the Littlefields, each family sheltering their lamb from the wolf cub next door. Babbitt and Littlefield still spoke in pontifical periods about motors and the Senate, but they kept bleakly away from mention of their families. Whenever Eunice came to the house, she discussed with pleasant intimacy the fact that she had been forbidden to come to the house, and Babbitt tried, with no success whatever, to be fatherly and advisory to her. 3. "Gosh, all fish hooks!" Ted wailed to Eunice as they wolfed hot chocolate, lumps of nougat, and an assortment of glaced nuts in the mosaic splendor of the Royal Drug Store. "It gets me why Dad doesn't just pass out from being so poky. Every evening he sits there, about half asleep, and if Rone or I say, 'Oh, come on, let's do something,' he doesn't even take the trouble to think about it. He just yawns and says, 'No, this suits me right here.' He doesn't know there's any fun going anywhere. I suppose he must be thinking same as you and I do, but gosh, there's no way of telling it. I don't believe that outside the office and playing a little bum golf on Saturday he knows there's anything in the world to do except just keep sitting there and sitting there every night, not wanting to go anywhere, not wanting to do anything, thinking us kids are crazy, sitting there. Lord!" 4. If he was frightened by Ted's slackness, Babbitt was not sufficiently frightened by Verona. She was too safe. She lived too much in the neat little airless room of her mind. Kenneth Escott and she were always underfoot. When they were not at home conducting their cautiously radical courtship over sheets of statistics, they were trudging off to lectures by authors and Hindu philosophers and Swedish lieutenants. "Gosh," Babbitt wailed to his wife as they walked home from the Fogartys' bridge party, "it gets me how Roe and that fellow can be so poky. They sit there night after night whenever he isn't working, and they don't know if there's any fun in the world, all talk and discussion. Lord, sitting there, night after night, not wanting to do anything, thinking I'm crazy because I like to go out and play a fist of cards, sitting there. Gosh!" Then around the swimmer board, by struggling through the perpetual surf of family life, new combers swelled. 5. Babbitt's father and mother-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Henry T. Thompson, rented their old house in the Bellevue district and moved into the Hotel Hatton, that glorified boarding-house filled with widows, red-plush furniture, and the sound of ice-water pitchers. They were lonely there, and every Sunday evening the Babbitts had to dine with them on fricasseed chicken, discouraged celery, and cornstarch ice cream, and afterwards sit polite and restrained in the hotel lounge while a young woman violinist played songs from the German via Broadway. Then Babbitt's own mother came down from Catawba to spend 3 weeks. She was a kind woman and magnificently uncomprehending. She congratulated the convention-defying Verona as being a nice, loyal homebody without all these ideas that so many girls seem to have nowadays. And when Ted filled the differential with grease, out of pure love of mechanics and filthiness, she rejoiced that he was so handy around the house, and helping his father and all, and not going out with the girls all the time and trying to pretend to be a society fellow. Babbitt loved his mother, and sometimes he rather liked her, but he was annoyed by her Christian patience, and he was reduced to pulpiness when she discoursed about a quite mythical hero called Your Father. "You won't remember it, Georgie. You were such a little fellow at the time. I remember just how you looked that day with your goldy brown curls and your lace collar. You always were such a dainty child, and kind of a puny and sickly, and you loved pretty things so much, and the red tassels of your little booties and all. And your father was taking us to church, and a man stopped us and said, 'Major.' So many of the neighbors used to call your father Major. Of course he was only a private in the war, but everybody knew that he was because of the jealousy of his captain, and he ought to have been a high-ranking officer. He had the natural ability to command that so very few men have. And this man came out into the road and held up his hand and stopped the buggy and said, 'Major,' he said, 'there's a lot of folks around here that have decided to support Colonel Scannell for Congress, and we want you to join us, meeting people the way you do in the store. You could help us a lot.' Well, your father just looked at him and said, 'I certainly shall do nothing of the sort. I don't like his politics,' he said. Well, the man, Captain Smith they used to call him, and heaven only knows why, because he hadn't the shadow of vestige of a right to be called captain, or any other title. This Captain Smith said, 'We'll make it hot for you if you don't stick by your friends, Major.' Well, you know how your father was, and this Smith knew it, too. He knew what a real man he was, and he knew your father knew the political situation from A to Z, and he ought to have seen that here was one man he couldn't impose on. But he went on trying and hinting and trying till your father spoke up and said to him, 'Captain Smith,' he said, 'I have a reputation around these parts for being one who is amply qualified to mind his own business, and let other folks mind theirs.' And with that he drove on and left the fellow standing there in the road like a bump on a log." Babbitt was most exasperated when she revealed his boyhood to the children. He had, it seemed, been fond of barley sugar, had worn the loveliest little pink bow in his curls, and corrupted his own name to Goo Goo. He heard, though he did not officially hear, Ted admonishing Tinka, "Come on now, kid. Stick the lovely pink bow in your curls and beat it down to breakfast, or Goo Goo will jaw your head off." Babbitt's half-brother Martin and his wife and youngest baby came down from Catawba for 2 days. Martin bred cattle, and they ran the dusty general store. He was proud of being a free-born, independent American of the good old Yankee stock. He was proud of being honest, blunt, ugly, and disagreeable. His favorite remark was, "How much you pay for that?" He regarded Verona's books, Babbitt's silver pencil, and flowers on the table as citified extravagances, and said so. Babbitt would have quarreled with him but for his gawky wife and the baby, whom Babbitt teased and poked fingers at, and addressed. "I think this baby's a bum. Yes, sir. I think this little baby's a bum. He's a bum. Yes, sir, he's a bum. That's what he is. He's a bum. This baby's a bum. He's nothing but a bum. That's what he is, a bum." All the while Verona and Kenneth Escott held long inquiries into epistemology. Ted was a disgraced rebel, and Tinka, aged 11, was demanded that she be allowed to go to the movies thrice a week, like all the girls. Babbitt raged, "I'm sick of it. Have to carry 3 generations. Whole damn bunch lean on me. Pay half of Mother's income, listen to Henry T., listen to Myra's worrying. People ain't the mat, and get called an old grouch for trying to help the children. All of 'em depending on me and picking on me, and not a damn one of 'em grateful. No relief, no credit, and no help from anybody. And to keep it up for good Lord knows how long." He enjoyed being sick in February. He was delighted by their consternation that he, the Rock, should give way. He had eaten a questionable clam. For 2 days he was languorous and petted and esteemed. He was allowed to snarl, "Leave me alone," without reprisals. He lay on the sleeping porch and watched the winter sun slide along the taut curtains, turning the rusty khaki to pale blood red. The shadow of the draw rope was dense, black, in an enticing ripple on the canvas. He found pleasure in the curve of it, sighed as the fading light blurred it. He was conscious of life and a little sad, with no Virgil Glinches before whom to set his face in resolute optimism, or beheld, and half admitted that he beheld, his way of life as incredibly mechanical. Mechanical business, a brisk selling of badly built houses. Mechanical religion, a dry, hard church shut off from the real life of the streets, inhumanly respectable as a top hat. Mechanical golf and dinner parties and bridge and conversation. Save with Paul Riesling, mechanical friendships. Backslapping and jocular, never daring to essay the test of quietness. He turned uneasily in bed. He saw the years, the brilliant winter days and all the long sweet afternoons, which were meant for summery meadows, lost in such brittle pretentiousness. He thought of telephoning about leases, of cajoling men he hated, of making business calls and waiting in dirty anterooms, hat on knee, yawning at fly-specked calendars, being polite to office boys. "I don't hardly want to go back to work," he prayed. "I'd like to. I don't know." But he was back the next day, busy and of doubtful temper. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 19. 1. The Zenith Street Traction Company planned to build car repair shops in the suburb of Dorchester, but when they came to buy the land, they found it held on options by the Babbitt Thompson Realty Company. The purchasing agent, the first vice president, and even the president of the traction company protested against the Babbitt price. They mentioned their duty toward stockholders. They threatened an appeal to the courts, though somehow the appeal to the courts was never carried out, and the officials found it wiser to compromise with Babbitt. Carbon copies of the correspondence are in the company's files, where they may be viewed by any public commission. Just after this, Babbitt deposited $3,000 in the bank. The purchasing agent of the traction company bought a $5,000 car. He, first vice president, built a home in Devon Woods, and president was appointed minister to a foreign country. To obtain the options to tie up one man's land without letting his neighbor know had been an unusual strain on Babbitt. It was necessary to introduce rumors about planning garages and stores, to pretend that he wasn't taking any more options, to wait and look as bored as a poker player at a time when the failure to secure a key lot threatened the whole plan. To all this was added a nerve-jabbing quarrel with his secret associates in the deal. They did not wish Babbitt and Thompson to have any share in the deal except as brokers. Babbitt rather agreed. "Ethics of the business broker ought to strictly represent his principles, and not get in on the buying," he said to Thompson. "Ethics rats! Think I'm going to see that bunch of holy grafters get away with a swag and us not climb in?" snorted old Henry. "Well, I don't like to do it. Kind of double-crossing." "It ain't. It's triple-crossing. It's the public that gets double-crossed. Well, now we've been ethical and got it out of our systems. The question is, where can we raise a loan to handle some of the property for ourselves, on the QT? We can't go to our bank for it. Might come out. I could see old Eathorne. He's close as the tomb." "That's the stuff." Eathorne was glad, he said, to invest in character, to make Babbitt the loan, and see to it that the loan did not appear on the books of the bank. Thus certain of the options which Babbitt and Thompson obtained were on parcels of real estate which they themselves owned, though the property did not appear in their names. In the midst of closing this splendid deal, which stimulated business and public confidence by giving an example of increased real estate activity, Babbitt was overwhelmed to find that he had a dishonest person working for him. The dishonest one was Stanley Graff, the outside salesman. For some time Babbitt had been worried about Graff. He did not keep his word to tenants. In order to rent a house, he would promise repairs which the owner had not authorized. It was suspected that he juggled inventories of furnished houses, so that when the tenant left he had to pay for articles which had never been in the house. and the price of which Graff put into his pocket. Babbitt had not been able to prove these suspicions, and though he had rather planned to discharge Graff, he had never quite found time for it. Now into Babbitt's private room charged a red-faced man, panting, "Look here, I've come to raise particularly merry hell, and unless you have the fellow pinched, I will." "What? Calm down, old man. What's trouble?" "Trouble, huh? Here's trouble. Sit down and take it easy. They can hear you all over the building. This fellow Graff you got working for you, he leases me a house. I was in it yesterday and signs the lease. Oh, okay? And he was to get the owner's signature and mail the lease last night. Well, and he did. This morning I comes down to breakfast, and a girl says a fellow had come to the house right after the early delivery and told her he wanted an envelope that had been mailed by mistake. Big, long envelope, with Babbitt Thompson in the corner of it. Sure enough, there it was. So she lets him have it, and she describes the fellow to me, and it was this Graff. So I phones to him, and he, the poor fool, he admits it. He says after my lease was all signed, he got a better offer from another fellow, and he wanted my lease back. Now what you going to do about it?" "Your name is—" "William Varney, W.K. Varney." "Oh, yes, that was the Garrison house." Babbitt sounded the buzzer. When Miss McGowan came in, he demanded, "Graff gone out?" "Yes, sir." "Will you look through his desk and see if there is a lease made out to Mr. Varney on the Garrison house?" To Varney, "Can't tell you how sorry I am this happened. Needless to say, I'll fire Graff the minute he comes in. And of course their lease stands. But there's one other thing I'd like to do. I'll tell the owner not to pay us a commission, but apply it to your rent. No, straight. I want to. To be frank, this thing shakes me up bad. I suppose I've always been a practical businessman. Probably I've told one or two fairy stories in my time, when the occasion called for it, but you know, sometimes you have to lay things on thick to impress boneheads. But this is the first time that I've ever had to accuse one of my own employees of anything more dishonest than pinching a few stamps. Honest, it would hurt me if we profited by it. So you'll let me hand you the commission? Good." 2. He walked through the February city, where trucks flung up a spattering of slush and the sky was dark above dark brick cornices. He came back miserable. He who respected the law had broken it by concealing the federal crime of interception of the mail. But he could not see Graff go to jail, his wife suffer. Worse, he had to discharge Graff, and this was a part of office routine which he feared. He liked people so much. He so much wanted them to like him that he could not bear insulting them. Miss McGowan dashed in to whisper, with the excitement of an approaching scene, "He's here." "Mr. Graff?" "Ask him to come in." He tried to make himself heavy and calm in his chair, and to keep his eyes expressionless. Graff stalked in, a man of 35, dapper, glass-eyed, with a foppish mustache. "Want me?" said Graff. "Yes, sit down." Graff continued to stand, grunting. "I suppose that old mutt Varney has been in to see you. Let me explain about him. He's a regular tightwad, and he sticks out for every cent, and he practically lied about his ability to pay rent. I found that out just after we signed up, and then another fellow comes along with a better offer for the house, and I felt it was my duty to the firm to get rid of Varney, and I was so worried about it I skun up there and got back the lease. Honest, Mr. Babbitt, I didn't intend to pull anything crooked. I was just wanted the firm to have all the Wait now, Stan. This may all be true, but I've been having a lot of complaints about you. Now, I don't suppose you ever mean to do wrong, and I think if you just get a good lesson, that'll jog you up a little. You'll turn out a first-class realtor yet, but I don't see how I can keep you on." Graff leaned against the filing cabinet, his hands in his pocket, and laughed. "So I'm fired. Well, oh, vision and ethics. I'm tickled to death, but I don't want you to think you can get away with any holier-than-thou stuff. Sure, I've pulled some raw stuff, a little of it, but how could I help it, in this office? Now, by God, young man—" "Tut-tut, keep the naughty temper down, and don't holler, because everybody in the outside office will hear you. They're probably listening right now. Babbitt, old dear, you're crooked in the first place, and a damn skinflint in the second. If you paid me a decent salary, I wouldn't have to steal pennies off a blind man to keep my wife from starving. Us married just 5 months, and her the nicest girl living, and you keeping us flat broke all the time, you damned old thief, so you can put money away for your saphead of a son and your wishy-washy fool of a daughter. Wait now. You'll by God take it, or I'll bellow so the whole office will hear it. And crooked. Say, if I told the prosecuting attorney what I know about this last street traction option steal, both you and me would go to jail along with some nice, clean, pious, high-up traction guns. Well, Stan, looks like we're coming down to cases. That deal? There was nothing crooked about it. The only way you can get progress is for the broad-gauged men to get things done, and they got to be rewarded. Oh, for Pete's sake, don't get virtuous with me. As I gather it, I'm fired. All right. It's a good thing for me, and if I catch you knocking me to any other firm, I'll squeal all I know about you and Henry T. and the dirty little lip-spittle deals that you corporals of industry pull off the bigger and brainier crooks, and you'll get chased out of town. And me? You're right, Babbitt. I've been going crooked, but now I'm going straight. And the first step will be to get a job in some office where the boss doesn't talk about ideals. Bad luck, old dear. And you can stick the job up the sewer. Babbitt sat for a long time, alternately raging, "I'll have him arrested," and yearning, "I wonder, no, I've never done anything that wasn't necessary to keep the wheels of progress moving." Next day he hired in Graff's place Fritz Wellinger, the salesman of his most injurious rival, the East Side Homes and Development Company, and thus at once annoyed his competitor and acquired an excellent man. Young Fritz was a curly-headed, merry, tennis-playing youngster. He made customers welcome to the office. Babbitt thought of him as a son, and in him had much comfort. 3. An abandoned race-track on the outskirts of Chicago, a plot excellent for factory sites, was to be sold, and Jake Offutt asked Babbitt to bid on it for him. The strain of the street traction deal and his disappointment in Stanley Graff had so shaken Babbitt that he found it hard to sit at his desk and concentrate. He proposed to his family, "Look here, folks. Do you know who's going to trot up to Chicago for a couple of days? Just a weekend, won't lose but one day of school. Know who's going? With the celebrated business ambassador, George F. Babbitt. Why, Mr. Theodore Roosevelt Babbitt." "Hooray!" Ted shouted. "Oh, maybe the Babbitt men won't paint that old town red." And once away from the familiar implications of home, they were two men together. Ted was young only in his assumption of oldness, and the only realms, apparently, in which Babbitt had a larger and more grown-up knowledge than Ted's were the details of real estate and the phrases of politics. When the other sages of the Pullman smoking compartment had left them to themselves, Babbitt's voice did not drop into the playful and otherwise offensive tone in which one addresses children, but continued its overwhelming and monotonous rumble, and Ted tried to imitate it in his strident tenor. "Gee, Dad, you certainly did show that poor boot when he got flip about the League of Nations." "Well, trouble with a lot of fellows is they simply don't know what they're talking about. They don't get down to facts. What do you think of Ken Escott?" "I'll tell you, Dad. It strikes me Ken is a nice lad, no special faults, except he smokes too much, but slow, Lord. Why, if we don't give him a shove, the poor dumbbell never will propose. And Roan is just as bad, slow." "Yes, guess you're right. They're slow. They haven't either one of 'em got our pep."
"That's right. They're slow, I swear, Dad. I don't know how Roan got into our family. I'll bet if the truth were known, you were a bad old egg when you were a kid."
"Well, it wasn't slow."
"Bet you weren't. I'll bet you didn't miss many tricks."
"Well, when I was out with the girls, I didn't spend all the time telling them about the strike in the knitting industry."
They roared together, and together lighted cigars.
"What are we going to do with them?"
Babbitt consulted.
"Gosh,
I don't know, I swear. Sometimes I feel like taking Ken aside and putting him over the jumps and saying to him, 'Young fellow, me lad, are you going to marry young Roan, or are you going to talk her to death? Here you are, getting on toward 30, and you're only making $20 or $25 a week. When you going to develop a sense of responsibility and get a raise?
there's anything that George F. or I can do to help you, call on us, but show a little speed anyway." "Well, at that, it might not be so bad if you or I talked to him, except he might not understand. He's one of those highbrows. He can't come down to cases and lay his cards on the table and talk straight out from the shoulder, like you and I can." "That's right. He's like all those highbrows." "That's so, like all of 'em." "That's fact." They sighed and were silent and thoughtful and happy. The conductor came in. He had once called Babbitt's office to ask about houses. "Hurry, Mr. Babbitt. We going to have you with us to Chicago? This your boy?" "Yes, it's my son Ted." "Well, now, what do you know about that? Here I've been thinking you were a youngster yourself, not a day over 40 hardly, and you with this great big fellow. 40! Why, brother, I'll never see 45 again." "Is that a fact? Wouldn't hardly have thought it." "Yes, sir. It's a bad giveaway for the old man when he has to travel with a young whale like Ted here." "You're right, it is." To Ted, "I suppose you're in college now?" Proudly, "No, not till next fall. I'm just kind of giving the different colleges the once over now." As the conductor went on his affable way, huge watch chain jingling against his blue chest, Babbitt and Ted gravely considered colleges. They arrived at Chicago late at night. They lay abed in the morning, rejoicing. "Pretty nice not to have to get up and get down to breakfast, eh?" They were staying at the modest Eden Hotel, because Zenith business men always stayed at the Eden. But they had dinner in the brocade and crystal Versailles room of the Regency Hotel. Babbitt ordered Blue Point oysters with cocktail sauce, a tremendous steak with a tremendous platter of French fried potatoes, 2 pots of coffee, apple pie with ice cream for both of them, and for Ted an extra piece of mince pie. "Hot stuff! Some feed, young fella," Ted admired. You stick around with me, old man, and I'll show you a good time." They went to a musical comedy and nudged each other at the matrimonial jokes and the prohibition jokes. They paraded the lobby, arm in arm, between acts. And in the glee of his first release from the shame which dissevers fathers and sons, Ted chuckled, "Dad, did you ever hear the one about the 3 milliners and the judge?" When Ted had returned to Zenith, Babbitt was lonely. As he was trying to make alliance between Offutt and certain Milwaukee interests which wanted the race track plot, most of his time was taken up in waiting for telephone calls, sitting on the edge of his bed, holding the portable telephone, asking wearily, "Mr. Sagan not in yet? Didn't he leave any message for me? All right, I'll hold the wire." Staring at a stain on the wall, reflecting that it resembled a shoe, and being bored by his 20th discovery that it resembled a shoe. Lighting a cigarette, then bound to the telephone with no ashtray in reach, wondering what to do with this burning menace, and anxiously trying to toss it into the tiled bathroom. At last, on the telephone, "No message, eh? All right, I'll call up again." One afternoon he wandered through the snow-rutted streets of which he had never heard, streets of small tenements and two-family houses and marooned cottages. It came to him that he had nothing to do. That was nothing he wanted to do. He was bleakly lonely in the evening. When he dined by himself at the Regency Hotel, he sat in the lobby afterward, in a plush chair bedecked with the Saxe Coburg arms, lighting a cigar and looking for some one who would come and play with him and save him from thinking. In the chair next to him, showing the arms of Lithuania, was a half-familiar man, a large, red-faced man with pop eyes and a deficient yellow mustache. He seemed kind and insignificant, and as lonely as Babbitt himself. He wore a tweed suit and a reluctant orange tie. He came to Babbitt with a pyrotechnic crash. The melancholy stranger was Sir Gerald Doak. Instinctively Babbitt rose, bumbling, "How are you, Sir Gerald? 'Member we met in Zenith at Charlie McKelvey's? Babbitt's my name. Real estate." "Oh, how do you do?" Sir Gerald shook hands flabbily. Embarrassed, standing, wondering how he could retreat, Babbitt wondered, "Well, I suppose you've been having a great trip since we saw you in Zenith." "Quite. British Columbia and California. and all over the place," he said doubtfully, looking at Babbitt lifelessly. "How did you find business conditions in British Columbia? Or I suppose maybe you didn't look into 'em. Scenery and sport and so on." "Scenery? Oh, capital. But business conditions? You know, Mr. Babbitt, they're having almost as much unemployment as we are." Sir Gerald was speaking warmly now. "So business conditions not so doggone good, eh?" "No, business conditions weren't at all what I had hoped to find them." "Not good, eh?" "No, not really good." "That's a darn shame. Well, I suppose you're waiting for somebody to take you out to some big shindig, Sir Gerald." "Shindig? Oh, shindig! No, to tell you the truth, I was wondering what the deuce I could do this evening. Don't know a soul in Chicago. Wonder if you happen to know whether there's a good theater in this city." "Good? Why, say, they're running Grand Opera tonight. I guess maybe you'd like that." Went to the opera once in London. Covent Garden sort of thing. Shocking. No, I was wondering if there was a good cinema show." Babbitt was sitting down, hitching his chair over, shouting, "Movie! Say, Sir Gerald, I suppose of course you had a raft of dames wanting to lead you out to some soiree?" "God forbid! But if you haven't, what do you say we go to a movie? There's a peach of a film at the Grantham. Bill Hart in a bandit picture." "Righto! Just a moment while I get my coat." Swollen with greatness, slightly afraid lest the noble blood of Nottingham change its mind and leave him at any street corner, Babbitt paraded with Sir Gerald Doak to the movie palace, and in silent bliss sat beside him, trying not to be too enthusiastic, lest the knight despise his adoration of six-shooters and broncos. At the end Sir Gerald murmured, "Jolly good picture, this. So awful decent of you to take me. Haven't enjoyed myself so much in weeks. All those hostesses, and they never let you go to the cinema." "The devil you say!" Babbitt's speech had lost the delicate refinement and all the broad A's with which he had adorned it, and became hearty and natural. "Well, I'm tickled to death you liked it, Sir Gerald." They crawled past the knees of a fat woman into the aisle. They stood in the lobby, waving their arms in their right of putting on overcoats. Babbitt hinted, "Say, how about a little something to eat? I know a place where we could get a swell rarebit, and we might dig up a little drink. That is, if you ever touch this stuff." "Rather! But why not? Come to my room. I've some scotch. Not half bad." "Oh, I don't want to use up all your hooch. It's darn nice of you, but you probably want to hit the hay."
Sir Gerald was transformed. He was beefily yearning.
"Oh, really now, I haven't had a decent evening for so long, having
To go to all those dances, no chance to discuss business and that sort of thing. Do be a good chap and come along, won't you?"
Will I? You bet. I just thought maybe say, by golly, it does do a fellow good, don't it, to sit and visit about business condition after he's been to all these balls and masquerades and banquets and all that society stuff. I often feel that way in Zenith. Sure, you bet I'll come."
"That's awfully nice of you." They beamed along the street. "Look here, old chap, can you tell me, do American cities always keep up this dreadful social pace? All these magnificent parties?"
Go on now, quit your kidding. Gosh, you with court balls and functions and everything.
"No, really, old chap. Mother and I, Lady Doak, I should say, we usually play a hand of bésique and go to bed at 10. Bless my soul, I couldn't keep up your beastly pace. And talking. All you American women, they know so much. Culture and that sort of thing. This Mrs. McKelvey, your friend,
Yeah, oh, Lucille, good kid.
she asked me which of the galleries I liked best in Florence, or was it Firenze? Never been to Italy in my life. And primitives? Did I like primitives? Do you know what the deuce a primitive is?"
Me? I should say not, but I know what a discount for cash is.
"Rather! So do I. By George, but primitives?"
Primitives.
They laughed with the sound of a boosters' luncheon.
Sir Gerald's room was, except for his ponderous and durable English bags, very much like the room of George F. Babbitt, and quite in the manner of Babbitt he disclosed a huge whiskey flask, looked proud and hospitable, and chuckled. "Say, when, old chap?" It was after the third drink that Sir Gerald proclaimed, "How do you Yankees getting the notion that writing chaps like Bernard Shaw and this Wells represent us? The real business, England. We think these chaps are traitors. Both our countries have their comics, old aristocracy, old country families, hunting people, and all that sort of thing. And we both have our wretched labor leaders. But we both have a backbone of sound business men who run the whole show." "You bet. Here's to the real guys." "I'm with you. Here's to ourselves." It was after the fourth drink that Sir Gerald asked humbly, "What do you think of North Dakota mortgages?" But it was not till after the fifth drink that Babbitt began to call him Jerry, and Sir Gerald confided, "I say, do you mind if I pull off my boots?" and ecstatically stretched his knightly feet, his poor tired, hot, swollen feet, out on the bed. After the sixth, Babbitt irregularly rose. Better get to hiking along, Jerry. You're a regular human being. I wish to thunder we'd been better acquainted in Zenith. Look it, can't you come back and stay with me for a while?" "So sorry. Must go to New York tomorrow. Most awfully sorry, old boy. I haven't enjoyed an evening so much since I've been in the States. Real talk. Not all this social rot. I'd never have let them give me the beastly title, and I didn't get it for nothing, eh? If I thought I'd have to talk to women about primitives and polo.
Goodly thing to have in Nottingham.
Though annoyed the mayor most frightfully when I got it. And of course the missus likes it, but nobody calls me Jerry now." He was almost weeping. "And nobody in the States has treated me like a friend till tonight. Goodbye, old chap. Goodbye. Thanks awfully." "Don't mention it, Jerry, and remember, whenever you get to Zenith, the latch string is always out. And don't forget, old boy, if you ever come to Nottingham, Mother and I will be frightfully glad to see you. I shall tell the fellows in Nottingham your ideas about visions and real guys at our next Rotary Club luncheon." 4. Babbitt lay abed at his hotel, imagining the Zenith Athletic Club asking him, "What kind of time did you have in Chicago?" and his answering, "Fair. Ran around with Sir Gerald Doak a lot," picturing himself meeting Lucille McKelvey and admonishing her, "You're all right, Mrs. Mac, when you aren't trying to pull this highbrow pose. It's just as Gerald Doak says to me in Chicago. Oh, yes, Jerry's an old friend of mine. The wife and I are thinking of running over to England to stay with Jerry in his castle next year. And he said to me, 'Georgie, old bean, I like Lucille first rate, but you and me, Georgie, we got to make her get over this highty-tighty hoopadiddle the way she's got.'" But that evening a thing happened which wrecked his pride. 5. At the Regency Hotel cigar counter he fell to talking with a salesman of pianos, and they dined together. Babbitt was filled with friendliness and well-being. He enjoyed the gorgeousness of the dining room, the chandeliers, the looped brocade curtains, the portraits of French kings against panel of gilded oak. He enjoyed the crowd, pretty women, good solid fellows who were liberal spenders. He gasped, he stared, and turned away, stared again. 3 tables off, with a doubtful sort of woman, a woman at once coy and withered, was Paul Riesling. And Paul was supposed to be in Akron, selling tar roofing. The woman was tapping his hand, mooning at him and giggling. Babbitt felt that he had encountered something involved and harmful. Paul was talking with the rapt earnestness of a man who is telling his troubles. He was concentrated on the woman's faded eyes. Once he held her hand, and once, blind to the other guests, he puckered his lips as though he was pretending to kiss her. Babbitt had so strong an impulse to go to Paul that he could feel his body uncoiling, his shoulders moving. But he felt desperately that he must be diplomatic, and not till he saw Paul paying the check did he bluster to the piano salesman, "By golly, friend of mine over there. Excuse me a second. Just say hello to him." He touched Paul's shoulder and cried, "Well, when did you hit town?" Paul glared up at him, face hardening. "Oh, "Hello, George. Thought you'd gone back to Zenith." He didn't introduce his companion. Babbitt peeped at her. She was a flabbily pretty, weakly flirtatious woman of 42 or 3, in an atrocious flowery hat. Her rouging was thorough but unskilful. "Where you staying, Paulibus?" The woman turned, yawned, examined her nails. She seemed accustomed to not being introduced. Paul grumbled, "Campbell Inn on the South Side." "Alone?" It sounded insinuating. "Yes, unfortunately." Furiously Paul turned toward the woman, smiling with a fondness sickening to Babbitt. "May, I want to introduce you. Mrs. Arnold, this is my old acquaintance, George Babbitt." "Pleased to meet you," growled Babbitt, while she gurgled, "Oh, I'm pleased to meet any friend of Mr. Riesling's, I'm sure." Babbitt demanded, "Be back there later this evening, Paul? I'll drop down and see you." "No, we better lunch together tomorrow." "All right, but I'll see you tonight, too, Paul. I'll go down to your hotel and I'll wait for you." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 20. 1. He sat smoking with the piano salesman, clinging to the warm refuge of gossip, afraid to venture into the thoughts of Paul. He was the more affable on the surface as secretly he became more apprehensive, felt more hollow. He was certain that Paul was in Chicago without Zilla's knowledge, and that he was doing things not at all moral and secure. When the salesman yawned that he had to write up his orders, Babbitt left the hotel in leisurely calm. But savagely he said, "Campbell Inn," to the taxi driver. He sat agitated on the slippery leather seat, in that chill dimness which smelled of dust and perfume and Turkish cigarettes. He did not heed the snowy lake front, the dark spaces and sudden bright corners in the unknown land south of the Loop. The office of the Campbell Inn was hard, bright, new, the night clerk harder and brighter. "Yep," he said to Babbitt. "Mr. Paul Riesling registered here." "Yep." "Is he here now?" "Nope." "Then if you'll give me his key, I'll wait for him." "Can't do that, brother. Wait down here if you want to." Babbitt had spoken with the deference which all the clan of good fellows give to hotel clerks. Now he said with snarling abruptness, "I may have to wait some time. I'm Riesling's brother-in-law. I'll go up to his room. Do I look like a sneak thief?" His voice was low and not pleasant. With considerable haste the clerk took down the key, protesting, "I never said you looked like a sneak thief. Just rules of the hotel. But if you want to—" On his way up in the elevator, Babbitt wondered why he was here. Why shouldn't Paul be dining with a respectable married woman? Why had he lied to the clerk about being Paul's brother-in-law? He had acted like a child. He must be careful not to say foolish, dramatic things to Paul. As he settled down, he tried to look pompous and placid. Then he thought, suicide. He'd been dreading that without knowing it. Paul would be just the person to do something like that. He must be out of his head, or he wouldn't be confiding in that. Dried up old hag. Zilla, oh, damn Zilla now. How gladly he'd throttle that nagging fiend of a woman. She'd probably succeed at last and driven Paul crazy. Suicide. Out there on the lake, way out, beyond the piled ice along the shore. It'd be ghastly cold to drop into the water tonight. Or throat cut in the bathroom. Babbitt flung into Paul's bathroom. It was empty. He smiled feebly. He pulled at his choking collar, looked at his watch, opened the window to stare down the street, looked at his watch, tried to read the evening paper laying on the glass-top bureau, looked again at his watch. 3 minutes had gone by since he had first looked at it, and he waited for 3 hours. He was sitting fixed, chilled, when the doorknob turned. Paul came in, glowering. "Hello," Paul said. "Been waiting?" "Yeah, a little while." "Well?" "Well, what?" Just thought I'd drop in to see how you made out in Akron." "Did all right. What difference does it make?" "My gosh, Paul, what are you sore about?" "What are you butting into my affairs for?"
Paul,
That's no way to talk. I'm not butting into nothing. I was so glad to see your ugly old phiz that I just dropped by in to say howdy."
well, I'm not going to have anybody following me around and trying to boss me. I've had all of that. I'm going to stand."
"Oh, gosh, I'm not."
I didn't like the way you looked at May Arnold, or the snooty way you talked.
"Well, all right then. If you think I'm a Buttinsky, then I'll just butt in. I don't know who your May Arnold is, but I know doggone good and well that you and her weren't talking about tar roofing. No, nor about playing the violin, neither. If you haven't got any moral consideration for yourself, you ought to have some for your position in the community. The idea of you going around places gawping in a female's eyes like a lovesick pup. I can understand how a fellow slipping once, but I don't propose to see a fellow that's been as chummy with me as you have getting started on the downward path and sneaking off from his wife, even as cranky as one of Zilla, to go woman-chasing."
Oh, you're a perfectly moral little husband.
"I am, by God! I never looked at a woman except Myra since I've been married, practically, and I never will. I'll tell you there's nothing to immorality. It don't pay. Can't you see, old man? It just makes Zilla still crankier."
Slight of resolution as he was of body, Paul threw his snow-beaded overcoat on the floor and crouched on a flimsy cane chair.
"Oh, you're an old blowhard, and you know less about morality than Tinka. But you're all right, Georgie."
But you can't understand that I'm through. I can't go Zillion's hammering any longer. She's made up her mind that I'm a devil. Regular Inquisition torture. She enjoys it. It's a game to see how sore she can make me. And me? Either it's find a little comfort, anywhere, or else do something a lot worse. Now this Miss Arnold, she's not so young, but she's a fine woman, and she understands a fella, and she's had her own troubles.
"Yeah, suppose she's one of those hens whose husband doesn't understand her."
I don't know. Maybe. He was killed in the war. Babbitt lumbered up, stood beside Paul, patting his shoulder, making soft, apologetic noises. "Honest, George, she's a fine woman, and she's had one hell of a time. We manage to jolly each other a lot. We tell each other we're the dandiest pair on earth. Maybe we don't believe it, but it helps a lot to have somebody with whom you can be perfectly simple, and not all this discussing, explaining."
"And that's as far as you go?"
"It is not. Go on. Say it."
"Well, I don't. I can't say I like it, but—"
With a burst which left him feeling large and shining with generosity.
"It's none of my darn business. I'll do anything I can for you, if there's anything I can do."
There might be. I judge from Zillion's letters that I've been forwarded from Akron that she's getting suspicious about my staying away so long. She'd be perfectly capable of having me shadowed, and of coming to Chicago and bursting into a hotel dining room and bawling me out before everybody.
"I'll take care of Zilla. I'll hand her a good fairy story when I get back to Zenith."
"I don't know. I don't think you better try it. You're a good fellow, but I don't know that diplomacy is your strong point." Babbitt looked hurt, then irritated. "I mean with women. With women, I mean. Of course they got to go some to beat you in business diplomacy, but I just mean with women. Zilla may do a lot of rough talking, but she's pretty shrewd. She'd have the story out of you in no time."
"Well, all right, but—"
Babbitt was still pathetic at not being allowed to play secret agent. Paul soothed. "Of course, maybe you might tell her you'd been in Akron and seen me there."
"Why, sure, you bet. Don't I have to look at candy store property in Akron? Didn't I? Ain't it a shame I have to stop off there when I'm so anxious to get home? Ain't it a regular shame? I'll say it is. I'll say it's a doggone shame."
"Fine, but for glory hallelujah's sake don't go putting any fancy fixings on the story. When men lie they always try to make it too artistic, and that's why women get suspicious. And let's have a drink, Georgie. I've got some gin and a little vermouth." The Paul who normally refused a second cocktail took a second now, and a third. He became red-eyed and thick-tongued. He was embarrassedly jocular and
salacious. In the taxicab, Babbitt incredulously found tears crowding into his eyes. 2. He had not told Paul of his plan, but he did stop at Akron, between trains, for the one purpose of sending a postcard to Zilla, with, "Had to come here for the day. Ran into Paul." In Zenith he called on her. If for public appearances Zilla was overcoiffed, overpainted, and resolutely corseted, for private misery she wore a filthy blue dressing-gown and torn stockings thrust into streaky pink satin mules. Her face was sunken. She seemed to have but half as much hair as Babbitt remembered, and that half was stringy. She sat in a rocker amid a debris of candy boxes and cheap magazines, and she sounded dolorous when she did not sound derisive. But Babbitt was exceedingly breezy. "Well, well, Zill, old dear. Having a good loaf while hubby's away? That's the ideal, I'll bet a hat. Myra never got up till 10 while I was in Chicago. Say, could I borrow your thermos? Just dropped in to see if I could borrow your thermos bottle. We're going to have a toboggan party. Want to take some coffee, Mitt. Oh, did you get my card from Akron saying I'd run into Paul?" "Yes. What was he doing?" "How do you mean?" He unbuttoned his overcoat, sat tentatively on the arm of a chair. "You know what I mean." She slapped the pages of a magazine with an irritable clatter. "I suppose he was trying to make love to some hotel waitress or manicure girl or somebody." "Hang it, you're always letting on that Paul goes around chasing skirts. He doesn't, in the first place, and if he did, it would probably be because you keep hinting at him and dinging at him so much. I hadn't meant to, Zilla, but since Paul is away in Akron—" "He really is in Akron. I know he has some horrible woman that he writes to in Chicago." "Didn't I tell you I saw him in Akron? What are you trying to do, make me out a liar?" "No, but I get so worried." "Now there you are. That's what gets me. Here you love Paul, and you plague him and cuss him out as if you hated him. I simply can't understand why it is that the more some folks love people, the harder they try to make 'em miserable." "You love Ted and Roan, I suppose, and you nag them." "Oh, well, that's different. Besides, I don't nag 'em, not what you'd call nagging, but just saying, now here's Paul, the nicest, most sensitive critter on God's green earth. You ought to be ashamed of yourself the way you pan him. Why, you talk to him like a washerwoman. I'm surprised you can act so doggone common, Zilla." She brooded over her linked fingers. "Oh, I know I do go and get mean sometimes, and I'm sorry afterwards, but oh, Georgie, Paul is so aggravating. Honestly, I've tried awfully hard these last few years to be nice to him, but just because I used to be spiteful, or I seemed so, I wasn't really, but I used to speak up and say anything that came into my head, and so he made up his mind that everything was my fault. Everything can't always be my fault, can it? And now if I get to fussing, he just turns silent, oh, so dreadfully silent, and he won't look at me. He just ignores me. He simply isn't human, and he deliberately keeps it up till I bust out and say a lot of things I don't mean. So silent. Oh, you righteous men, how wicked you are! How rotten wicked!" They thrashed things over and over for half an hour. At the end, weeping terribly, Zilla promised to restrain herself. Paul returned 4 days later, and the Babbitts and Raislings went festively to the movies and had chop suey at a Chinese restaurant. As they walked to the restaurant through a street of tailor shops and barber shops, the two wives in front, chattering about cooks, Babbitt murmured to Paul, "Girl seems a lot nicer now." "Yes, she has been, except once or twice. But it's too late now. I'm not going to discuss it, but I'm afraid of her. There's nothing left. I don't ever want to see her. Some day I'm going to break away from her. Somehow." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti. The International Organization of Boosters Clubs has become a world force for optimism, mainly pleasantry, and good business. Chapters are to be found now in 30 countries. 920 of the 1,000 chapters, however, are in the United States. None of these is more ardent than the Zenith Boosters Club. The second March lunch of the Zenith Boosters was the most important of the year, as it was to be followed by the annual election of officers. There was agitation abroad. The lunch was held in the ballroom of the O'Hearn House. As each of the 400 boosters entered he took from a wallboard a huge celluloid button announcing his name, his nickname, and his business. There was a fine of 10 cents for calling a fellow booster by anything but his nickname at a lunch, and as Babbitt joyfully checked his hat the air was radiant with shouts of "Ho, Chet!" and "How are you, Shorty?" and "Top of the morning, Mac." They sat at friendly tables for 8, choosing places by lot. Babbitt was with Abbott Booze, the merchant tailor, Hector Saybolt of the Little Sweetheart Condensed Milk Company, Emil Wengert, the jeweler, Professor Pomfroy of the Right Way Business College, Dr. Walter Gorbutt, Roy Teagarden, the photographer, and Ben Berkeley, the photo-engraver. One of the merits of the Booster Club was that only 2 persons from each department of business were permitted to join, so that you at once encountered the ideals of other occupations and realized the metaphysical oneness of all occupations: plumbing and portrait painting, medicine, and the manufacture of chewing gum. Babbitt's table was particularly happy today because Professor Pomfroy had just had a birthday, and was therefore open to teasing. "Let's pump about how old he is," said Emil Wengert. "Now let's paddle him with a dancing pump," said Ben Berkeley. But it was Babbitt who had the applause with, "Don't talk about pumps to that guy. The only pump he knows is a bottle. Honest, they tell me he's starting a class in home brewing at the old college." At each place was the Boosters Club booklet listing the members. Though the object of the club was good fellowship, yet they never lost sight of the importance of doing a little more business. After each name was the member's occupation. There were scores of advertisements in the booklet, and on one page the admonition, "There's no rule that you have to trade with your fellow boosters, but get wise, boy. What's the use of letting this good money go outside our happy family?" And at each place today there was a present, a card printed in artistic red and black: Service and Boosterism. Service finds its finest opportunity and development only in its broadest and deepest application, and the consideration of its perpetual action upon reaction. I believe the highest type of service, like the most progressive tenets of ethics, senses unceasingly and is motivated by active adherence and loyalty to that which is the essential principle of boosterism, good citizenship, in all its factors and aspects. Dad Peterson. Compliments of Dadbury Peterson Advertising Corporation. Ads, not fads, at Dad's. The boosters all read Mr. Peterson's aphorism, and said they understood it perfectly. The meeting opened with the regular weekly stunts. Retiring President Virgil Gunch was in his chair, his stiff hair like a hedge, his voice like a brazen gong of festival. Members who had brought guests introduced them publicly. "This tall, red-headed piece of misinformation is the sporting editor of the Press," said Willis Jemmons, and H. Hazen, the druggist, chanted, "Boys, when you're on a long motor tour and finally get to a romantic spot or scene and draw up and remark to the wife, 'This is certainly a romantic place,' it sends a glow right up and down your vertebrae. Well, my guest today is from such a place, Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in the beautiful Southland, with memories of good old General Robert E. Lee and that brave soul, John Brown, who, like every good booster, goes marching on." There were 2 especially distinguished guests: the leading man of the Bird of Paradise Company playing his week at the Dodsworth Theater, and the mayor of Zenith, the Honorable Lucas Prout. Vergil Gunch thundered, "When we manage to grab this celebrated thespian off his lovely aggregation of beautiful actresses, and I got to admit I butted right into his dressing room and told him how the Boosters appreciated the high-class artistic performance he's giving us, and don't forget that the treasurer of the Dodsworth is a Booster and will appreciate our patronage. And when on top of that we yank his honor out of the Malfucius duties at City Hall, then I feel we've done ourselves proud. And Mr. Prout will now say a few words about the problems and duties." By rising vote the Boosters decided which was the handsomest and which the ugliest guest, and to each of them was given a bunch of carnations, donated, President Gulch noted, by Brother Booster H. G. Yeager, the Jennifer Avenue florist. Each week, in rotation, 4 Boosters were privileged to obtain the pleasures of generosity and publicity by donating goods or services to 4 fellow members, chosen by lot. There was laughter this week when one of the contributors was announced as Barnabas Joy, the undertaker. Everybody whispered, "I can think of a couple of good guys to be buried if his donation is a free funeral." Through all these diversions the Boosters were lunching on chicken croquettes, peas, fried potatoes, coffee, apple pie, and American cheese. Gunch did not lump the speeches. Presently he called on the visiting secretary of the Zenith Rotary Club, a rival organization. The secretary had the distinction of possessing State Motor Car License Number 5. The Rotary secretary laughingly admitted that wherever he drove in the state, so low a number created a sensation, and though it was pretty nice to have the honor, yet traffic cops remembered it only too darn well, and sometimes he didn't know but what he'd almost as soon have just plain B56876 or something like that. Only let any doggone Booster try to get number 5 away from a live Rotarian next year, and watch the fur fly. And if they'd permit him, he'd wind up calling for a cheer for the Boosters and Rotarians and the Kiwanis all together. Babbitt sighed to Professor Pumphrey. "Be pretty nice to have a low number as that. Everybody'd say, 'He must be an important guy. Wonder how he got it.' I'll bet he wined and dined the superintendent of Motor License Bureau to fare you well." Then Chum Frink addressed them. "Some of you may feel that it's out of place here to talk on a strictly highbrow and artistic subject, but I want to come out flat-footed and ask you boys to O.K. the proposition of a symphony orchestra for Zenith. Now, where a lot of you make your mistake is assuming that if you don't like classical music and all that junk, you ought to oppose it. Now, I want to confess that though I'm a literary guy by profession, I don't care a rap for all this long-haired music. I'd rather listen to a good jazz band at any time to some piece by Beethoven that hasn't any more tune to it than a bunch of fighting cats, and you couldn't whistle it to save your life. But that isn't the point. Culture has become as necessary an adornment and advertisement for a city today as pavements or bank clearances. It's culture in theaters and art galleries and so on that brings thousands of visitors to New York every year. And, to be frank, for all our splendid attainments, we haven't yet got the culture of a New York or Chicago or Boston, or at least we don't get the credit for it. The thing to do, then, as a live bunch of go-getters, is to capitalize culture, to go right out and grab it. Pictures and books are fine for those that have the time to study 'em, but they don't shoot out on the road and holler, 'This is what little old Zenith can put up in the way of culture.' That's precisely what a symphony orchestra does. Look at the credit Minneapolis and Cincinnati get. An orchestra with first-class musicers and a swell conductor. And I believe we ought to do the thing up brown and get one of the highest paid conductors on the market, providing he ain't a Hun. It goes right into Beantown and New York and Washington. It plays at the best theaters to the most cultured and moneyed people. It gives such class advertising as a town can get in no other way. And the guy who is so short-sighted as to crib his orchestra proposition is passing up the chance to impress the glorious name of Zenith on some big New York millionaire that might establish a branch factory here. I could also go into the fact that for our daughters who show an interest in highbrow music and may want to teach it, having an A1 local organization is of great benefit. But let's keep this on a practical basis, and I call on you good brothers to whoop it up for culture and a world-beating symphony orchestra." They applauded. To a rustle of excitement, President Gunch proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we will now proceed to the annual election of officers. For each of the 6 offices, 3 candidates had been chosen by a committee. The second name among the candidates for vice president was Babbitt's. He was surprised. He looked self-conscious. His heart pounded. He was still more agitated than when the ballots were counted, and Gunch said, "It's a pleasure to announce that Georgie Babbitt will be the next assistant gavel-wielder. I know of no man who stands more staunchly for common sense and enterprise than good old George. Come on, let's give him our best long yell." As they adjourned, 100 men crushed in to slap his back. He had never known a higher moment. He drove away in a blur of wonder. He lunged into his office, chuckling to Miss McGowan, "Well, I guess you better congratulate your boss. Been elected vice president of the Boosters." He was disappointed. She answered only, "Yes, oh, Mrs. Babbitt. Been trying to get you on the phone." But the new salesman, Fritz Weingart, said, "By golly, Chief, say, that's great. That's perfectly great. I'm tickled to death. Congratulations." Babbitt called the house and crowed to his wife, "Heard you're trying to get me, Myra. Say, you got to hand it to little Georgie this time. Better talk careful. You are now addressing the vice president of the Boosters Club." "Oh, Georgie." "Pretty nice, huh? Willis Ijams is the new president, but when he's away, little old Georgie takes the gavel and whoops 'em up and introduces the speakers, no matter if they're the governor himself and—" "George, listen." "It puts him in solid with big men like Doc Dilling and—" "George, Paul Riesling." "Yeah, sure, I'll phone Paul and let him know about it right away." "Georgie, listen. Paul's in jail. He shot his wife. He shot Celia this noon. She may not live."
End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 22. 1. He drove to the city prison not blindly, but with unusually fussy care at corners, the fussiness of an old woman potting plants. It kept him from facing the obscenity of fate. The attendant said, "No, you can't see any of the prisoners till 3:30, visiting hour." It was 3. For half an hour Babbitt sat looking at a calendar and a clock on the whitewashed wall. The chair was hard and mean and creaky. People went through the office, and he thought stared at him. He felt a belligerent defiance which broke into a wincing fear of this machine which was grinding Paul. Exactly at 3:30 he sent in his name. The attendant returned with, "Riesling says he don't want to see you." "You're crazy. He didn't give him my name. Tell him it's George wants to see him. George Babbitt." "Yeah, I told him. All right, all right. He said he didn't want to see you." "Then take me in anyway." "Nothing doing. If you ain't his lawyer, if he don't want to see you, that's all there is to it." "But my God! Say, let me see the warden." "He's busy. Come on now, you—" Babbitt reared over him. The attendants hastily changed to a coaxing, "You can come back and try tomorrow. Probably the poor guy is off his nut." Babbitt drove, not at all carefully or fussily, sliding viciously past trucks, ignoring the truckers' curses, to the city hall. He stopped with a grind of wheels against the curb, and ran up the marble steps to the office of the Honorable Mr. Lucas Prout, the mayor. He bribed the mayor's doorman with $1. He was instantly inside, demanding, "You remember me, Mr. Prout? Babbitt, vice president of the Boosters. Campaigned for you. Say, have you heard about poor Riesling? Well, I want an order on the warden, or whatever you call him, of the city prison, to take me back and see him." "Good. Thanks." In 15 minutes he was pounding down the prison corridor to a cage where Paul Riesling sat on a cot, twisted like an old beggar, his legs crossed, arms in a knot, fighting at his clenched fist. Paul looked up blankly as the keeper unlocked the cell, admitted Babbitt,
and left them together. He spoke slowly. "Go on, be moral." Babbitt plumped on the couch beside him. "I'm not going to be moral. I don't care what happened. I just want to do anything I can. I'm glad Zilla got what was coming to her." Paul said argumentatively, "Now, don't go jumping on Zilla. I've been thinking about maybe she hadn't had any too easy a time. Just after I shot her, I didn't hardly mean to, but she got to deviling me so I went crazy just for a second, and pulled out that old revolver you and I used to shoot rabbits with, and took a crack at her. Didn't hardly mean to. After that, when I was trying to stop the blood, it was terrible what I did to her shoulder, and she had beautiful skin. Maybe she won't die. I hope it won't leave her skin all scarred. But just afterward, when I was hunting through the bathroom for some cotton to stop the blood, I ran onto the fuzzy little yellow duck we hung on the tree one Christmas, and I remembered she and I'd been awfully happy then. Hell, I can't hardly believe it's me here." As Babbitt's arm tightened about his shoulder, Paul sighed, "I'm glad you came, but I thought maybe you'd lecture me, and when you've committed a murder, and been brought here and everything. There was a big crowd outside the apartment house, all staring, and the cops took me through it. Well, I'm not going to talk about it any more." But he went on in a monotonous, terrified, insane mumble. To divert him, Babbitt said, "Well, you got a scar on your cheek." "Yes, that's where the cop hit me. I suppose cops get a lot of fun out of lecturing murderers, too. He was a big fellow, and they wouldn't let me help carry Zilla down to the ambulance." "Paul, quit it. Listen, she won't die, and when it's all over, you and I'll go off to Maine again, and maybe we can get that May Arnold to go along. I'll go up to Chicago and ask her. Good woman, by golly, and afterwards I'll see that you get started in business out west somewhere, maybe Seattle. They say it's a lovely city." Paul was half smiling. It was Babbitt who rambled now. He could not tell whether Paul was heeding, but he droned on till the coming of Paul's lawyer, P.J. Maxwell, a thin, busy, unfriendly man who nodded at Babbitt and hinted, "If Riesling and I could be alone for a moment." Babbitt wrung Paul's hands and waited in the office till Maxwell came pattering out. "Look, old man, what can I do?" he begged. "Nothing, not a thing. Not just now," said Maxwell. "Sorry. Got to hurry. And don't try to see him. I've had the doctor give him a shot of morphine so he'll sleep." It seemed somehow wicked to return to the office. Babbitt felt as though he had just come from a funeral. He drifted out to the city hospital to inquire about Zilla. She was not likely to die, he learned. The bullet from Paul's old .44 Army revolver had smashed her shoulder and torn upward and out. He wandered home and found his wife radiant with the horrified interest we have in the tragedies of our friends. "Of course, Paul isn't altogether to blame, but this is what comes of his chasing after another woman instead of bearing his cross in a Christian way," she exulted. He was too languid to respond as he desired. He said what was to be said about the Christian bearing of crosses, and went out to clean the car. Dully, patiently, he scraped linty grease from the drip pan, gouged at the mud cake on the wheels. He used up many minutes in washing his hands, scoured them with gritty kitchen soap, rejoiced in hurting his plump knuckles. "Damn soft hands, like a woman. Ah!" At dinner, when his wife began the inevitable, he bellowed, "I forbid any of you to say a word about Paul. I'll tend to all the talking about this that's necessary. Hear me? There's going to be one house in this scandal-mongering town tonight that isn't going to spring the holier-than-thou and throw those filthy evening papers out of the house." But he himself read the papers after dinner. Before 9 he set out for the house of Lawyer Maxwell. He was received without cordiality. "Well," said Maxwell, "I want to offer my services in the trial. I've got an idea. Why couldn't I go on the stand and swear I was there, and she pulled a gun first, and he wrestled with her, and the gun went off accidentally, and perjure yourself?" "Huh? Yes, I suppose it would be perjury. Oh, wouldn't it help?" "But, my dear fellow, perjury—" "Oh, don't be a fool. Excuse me, Maxwell. I didn't mean to get your goat. I just mean
I've known, and you've known, many and many a case of perjury just to annex some rotten little piece of real estate. And here, where it's a case of saving Paul from going to prison, I'd perjure myself black in the face. No, aside from the ethics of the matter, I'm afraid it isn't practicable. The prosecutor would tear your testimony to pieces. It's known that only Riesling and his wife were there at the time. And look here, let me go on the stand and swear, and this would be the God's truth, that she pestered him till he kind of went crazy.
No, sorry. Riesling absolutely refuses to have any testimony reflecting on his wife. He insists on pleading guilty.
Then let me go up and testify something. Whatever you say, let me do something.
I'm sorry, Babbitt, but the best thing you can do, I hate to say it, but you could help us most by keeping strictly out of it. Babbitt, revolving his hat like a defending poor tenant, winced so visibly that Maxwell condescended. I don't like to hurt your feelings, but you see, we both want to do our best for Riesling, and we mustn't consider any other factor. The trouble with you, Babbitt, is that you're one of those fellows who talk too readily. You like to hear your own voice. If there were anything for which I could put you in the witness box, you'd get going and give the whole show away. Sorry. Now I must look over some papers. So sorry. 2. He spent most of the next morning nerving himself to face the garrulous world of the athletic club. They would talk about Paul. They would be lip-licking and rotten. But at the Roughnecks' table they did not mention Paul. They spoke with zeal of the coming baseball season. He loved them as he never had before. 3. He had, doubtless from some story-book, pictured Paul's trial as a long struggle, with bitter arguments, a taut crowd, and sudden and overwhelming new testimony. Actually, the trial occupied less than 15 minutes, largely filled with the evidence of doctors that Zilla would recover, and that Paul must have been temporarily insane. Next day Paul was sentenced to 3 years in the state penitentiary and taken off, quite undramatically, not handcuffed, merely plodding in a tired way beside a cheerful deputy sheriff. And after saying good-bye to him at the station, Babbitt returned to his office, to realize that he faced a world which, without Paul, was meaningless. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 23. 1. He was busy from March to June. He kept himself from the bewilderment of thinking. His wife and the neighbors were generous. Every evening he played bridge or attended the movies, and the days were blank of face and silent. In June, Mrs. Babbitt and Tinka went East to stay with relatives, and Babbitt was free to do, he was not quite sure what. All day long after their departure he thought of the emancipated house in which he could, if he desired, go mad and curse the gods without having to keep up a husbandly front. He considered, "I could have a regular party tonight, stay out till 2 and not do any explaining afterward. Cheers." He telephoned to Vergil Gunch, to Eddie Swanson. Both of them were engaged for the evening, and suddenly he was bored by having to take so much trouble to be riotous. He was silent at dinner, unusually kindly to Ted and Verona, hesitating but not disapproving them when Verona stated her opinion of Kenneth Escott's opinion, of Dr. John Jennethan's Drew opinion, of the opinions of the evolutionists. Ted was working in a garage through the summer vacation, and he related his daily triumphs, how he had found a cracked ball race, what he had said to the old grouch, what he had said to the foreman about the future of wireless telephony. Ted and Verona went to a dance after dinner. Even the maid was out. Rarely had Babbitt been alone in the house for an entire evening. He was restless. He vaguely wanted something more diverting than the newspaper, comic strips to read. He ambled up to Verona's room, sat on her maidenly blue and white bed, humming and grunting in a solid citizen manner as he examined her books. Conrad's Rescue, a volume strangely named Figures of Earth, poetry, quite irregular poetry, Babbitt thought, by Vachel Lindsay. and essays by H. L. Mencken, highly improper essays, making fun of the church and all the decencies. He liked none of the books. In them he felt a spirit of rebellion against niceties and solid citizenship. These authors, and he supposed they were famous too, did not seem to care about telling a good story which would enable a fellow to forget his troubles. He sighed. He noted a book, The Three Black Pennies, by Joseph Hergesheimer. Ah, that was something like it. It would be an adventure story, maybe about counterfeiting, detectives sneaking up on the old house at night. He tucked the book under his arm. He clumped downstairs and solemnly began to read under the piano lamp. A twilight like blue dust sifted into the shallow fold of the thickly wooded hills. It was early October, but a crisping frost had already stamped the maple trees with gold. The Spanish oaks were hung with patches of wine red. The sumac was brilliant in the darkening underbrush. A pattern of wild geese, flying low and unconcerned above the hills, wavered against the serene, ashen evening. Howat Penny, standing in the contemplative clearing of a road, decided that the shifting regular flight would not come close enough for a shot. He had no intention of hunting the geese. With the drooping of day his keenness had evaporated. An habitual indifference strengthened, permeating him. There it was again, discontent with the good common ways. Babbitt laid down the book and listened to the stillness. The inner doors of the house were open. He heard from the kitchen the steady drip of the refrigerator, a rhythm demanding and disquieting. He roamed to the window. The summer evening was foggy, and seen through the wire screen the street lamps were crosses of pale fire. The whole world was abnormal. While he brooded, Verona and Ted came in and went up to bed. Silence thickened in the sleeping house. He put on his hat, his respectable derby, lighted a cigar, and walked up and down before the house, a portly, worthy, unimaginative figure, humming silver threads among the gold. He casually considered, "Might call up Paul." Then he remembered he saw Paul in a jailbird's uniform. But while he agonized, he didn't believe the tale. It was part of the unreality of this fog-enchanted evening. If she were here, Myra would be hinting, "Isn't it late, Georgie?" He tramped in forlorn and unwanted freedom. Fog hid the house now. The world was uncreated, a chaos without turmoil or desire. Through the mist came a man at so feverishly a pace that he seemed to dance with fury as he entered the orb of glow from a street lamp. At each step he brandished his stick and brought it down with a crash. His glasses, on their broad, pretentious ribbon, banged against his stomach. Babbitt incredulously saw that it was Chum Frink. Frink stopped, focused his vision, and spoke with gravity. "There's another fool. George Babbitt lives for renting houses. Know who I am? I'm traitor to poetry. I'm drunk. I'm talking too much. I don't care. Know what I could have been? I could have been a Gene Field or a James Whitcomb Riley, maybe Stevenson. I could have whimsied Magdalene. Listen to this. Just made it up. Glittering summery meadow noise of beetles and bums and respectable boys. Hear that? Wismus Wimby? I made that up. I don't know what it means. Beginning good verse. Child's Garden Verses. And what did I write? Tripe. Cheer up poems, all tripe. Could have written. Too late." He darted on with an alarming plunge, seeming always to pitch forward, yet never quite falling. Babbitt would have been no more astonished, and no less had a ghost skipped out of the fog carrying his head. He accepted Frink with vast apathy. He grunted, "Poor boob," and straightway forgot him. He plodded into the house, deliberately went to the refrigerator, and rifled it. When Mrs. Babbitt was at home, this was one of the major household crimes. He stood before the covered laundry tubs, eating a chicken leg and half a saucer of raspberry jelly, and grumbling over a clammy, cold, boiled potato. He was thinking. It was coming to him that perhaps all life as he knew it and vigorously practiced it was futile, that heaven, as portrayed by the Reverend Dr. John Jennison Drew, was neither probable nor very interesting, that he hadn't much pleasure out of making money, that it was of doubtful worth to rear children merely that they might rear children who would rear children. What was it all about? What did he want? He blundered into the living room, lay on the davenport, hands behind his head. What did he want? Wealth, social position, travel, servants? Yes, but only incidentally. "I give it up," he sighed. But he did know that he wanted the presence of Paul Riesling, and from that he stumbled into the admission that he wanted the fairy girl in the flesh. If there had been a woman whom he loved, he would have fled to her, humbled his forehead on her knees. He thought of his stenographer, Miss McGowan. He thought of the prettiest of the manicure girls at the Hotel Thornlaw barber shop. As he fell asleep on a davenport, he felt that he had found something in life, and that he had made a terrifying, thrilling break with everything that was decent and normal. 2. He had forgotten next morning that he was a conscious rebel, but he was irritable in the office, and at 11 o'clock, drive of telephone calls and visitors, he did something he had often desired and never dared. He left the office without excuses to those slave drivers, his employees, and went to the movies. He enjoyed the right to be alone. He came out with a vicious determination to do what he pleased. As he approached the Roughnecks' table at the club, everybody laughed. "Well, here's the millionaire," said Sidney Finkelstein. "Yes, I saw him in his locomobile," said Professor Pumphrey. "Gosh, it must be great to be a smart guy like Georgie," moaned Vergil Gunch. "He's probably stolen all of Dorchester. I'd hate to leave a poor little defenseless piece of property lying around where he could get his hooks on it." They had, Babbitt perceived, something on him. Also, they had their kidding clothes on. Ordinarily he would have been delighted at the honor implied in being chaffed, but he was suddenly touchy. He grunted, "Yeah, sure, maybe I'll take you guys on as office boys." He was impatient as the jest elaborately rolled on to its denouncement. "Of course he may have been meeting a girl," they said. "Nah, I think he was waiting for his old roommate, Sir Jerusalem Doak." He exploded, "Oh, spring it, you boneheads! What's the great joke?" "Hooray, George is peeved," snickered Sidney Finkelstein, while a grin went round the table. Gunch revealed the shocking truth. He had seen Babbitt coming out of a motion picture theater at noon. They kept it up, with 100 variations, 100 guffaws. They said that he had gone to the movies during business hours. He didn't so much mind Gunch, but he was annoyed by Sidney Finkelstein, that brisk, lean, red-headed explainer of jokes. He was bothered, too, by the lump of ice in his glass of water. It was too large. It spun round and burned his nose when he tried to drink. He raged that Finkelstein was like that lump of ice. But he won, though. He kept up his banter till they grew tired of the superlative jest and turned to the great problems of the day. He reflected, "What's the matter with me today? Seems like I've got an awful grouch. Only they talk so darn much. But I better steer careful and keep my mouth shut." As they lighted their cigars, he mumbled, "Gotta get back." And on a chorus of "If you will go spending your mornings with lady ushers at the movies," he escaped. He heard them giggling. He was embarrassed. While he was most bombastically agreeing with the coatman that the weather was warm, he was conscious that he was longing to run childishly with his troubles to the comfort of the fairy child. 3. He kept Miss McGowan after he had finished dictating. He searched for a topic which would warm her office impersonality into friendliness.
Where are you going on your vacation?" he purred.
"I'll go upstate to a farm. Do you want me to have the Siddons lease copied this afternoon?"
"Oh, no hurry about it. I suppose you have a great time when you get away from us cranks in the office."
She rose and gathered her pencils. "Oh, nobody's cranky here. I think I can get it copied after I do the letters." She was gone. Babbitt utterly repudiated the view that he had been trying to discover how approachable was Miss McGowan.
"Course, knew there was nothing doing," he said.
4. Eddie Swanson, the motor car agent who lived across the street from Babbitt, was giving a Sunday supper. His wife, Louetta, young Louetta, who loved jazz and music and in clothes and laughter, was at her wildest. She cried, "We'll have a real party," as she received the guests. Babbitt had uneasily felt that to many men she might be alluring. Now he admitted that to himself she was overwhelmingly alluring. Mrs. Babbitt had never quite approved of Louetta. Babbitt was glad that she was not here this evening. He insisted on helping Louetta in the kitchen, taking the chicken croquettes from the warming oven, the lettuce sandwiches from the ice box. He held her hand once, and she depressingly didn't notice it. She caroled, "You're a good little mother's helper, Georgie. Now trot in with that tray and leave it on the side table." He wished that Eddie Swanson would give them cocktails, that Louetta would have one. He wanted to be one of those bohemians you read about, studio parties, wild, lovely girls who were independent, not necessarily bad, certainly not, but not tame like Floral Heights. How he'd ever stood it all these years. Eddie did not give them cocktails. True, they supped with mirth, and with several repetitions by Orville Jones of "Any time Louetta wants to come in and sit on my lap, I'll tell this sandwich to beat it." But they were respectable, as befitted Sunday evening. Babbitt had discreetly preempted a place beside Louetta on the piano bench. While he talked about motors, while he listened with a fixed smile to her account of the film she had seen last Wednesday, while he hoped that she would hurry up and finish her description of the plot, the beauty of the leading man, and the luxury of the setting, he studied her. Slim waist girdled with raw silk, strong brows, ardent eyes, hair parted above a broad forehead. She meant youth to him and a charm which saddened. He thought of how valiant a companion she would be on a long motor tour, exploring mountains, picnicking in a pine grove high above a valley. Her frailness touched him. He was angry at Eddie Swanson for the incessant family bickering. All at once he identified Louetta with the fairy girl. He was startled by the conviction that they had always had a romantic attraction for each other. "I suppose you're leading a simply terrible life, now you're a widower," she said.
"You bet. I'm a bad little fellow and proud of it. Some evening you slip Eddie some dope in his coffee and sneak across the road, and I'll show you how to mix a cocktail," he roared.
"Well, now, I might do that. You never can tell."
"Well, whenever you're ready, you just hang a towel on the attic window, and I'll jump for the gin."
Everyone giggled at his naughtiness. In a pleased way, Eddie Swanson stated that he would have a physician analyze his coffee daily. The others were diverted to a discussion of the more agreeable recent murders. But Babbitt drew Louetta back to personal things.
"That's the prettiest dress I ever saw in my life."
"Do you honestly like it?"
"Like it? Why, say, I'm going to have Kenneth Escott put a piece in the paper saying that the swellest dressed woman in the U.S. is Mrs. E. Louetta Swanson."
"Now you stop teasing me." But she beamed. "Let's dance a little, George. You've got to dance with me." Even as he protested,
"Oh, you know what a rotten dancer I am."
he was lumbering to his feet. "I'll teach you. I can teach anybody." Her eyes were moist, her voice was jagged with excitement. He was convinced that he had won her. He clasped her, conscious of her smooth warmth, and solemnly he circled in a heavy version of the one-step. He bumped into only one or two people.
"Gosh, I'm not doing so bad, hitting 'em up like a regular stage dancer."
he gloated, and she answered busily, "Yes, yes, I told you I could teach anybody. Don't take such long steps." For a moment he was robbed of confidence. With fearful concentration he sought to keep time to the music, but he was enveloped again by her enchantment.
"She's gotta like me. I'll make her,"
he vowed. He tried to kiss the lock beside her ear. She mechanically moved her head to avoid it, and mechanically she murmured, "Don't." For a moment he hated her, but after a moment he was as urgent as ever. He danced with Mrs. Orville Jones, but he watched Louetta swooping down the length of the room with her husband.
"Careful, you're getting foolish,"
he cautioned himself, the while he hoped and bent his solid knees in dalliance with Mrs. Jones, and to that worldly lady rumbled,
"She is hot."
Without reason he thought of Paul in that shadowy place where men never dance.
"I'm crazy tonight. Better go home,"
he worried, but he left Mrs. Jones and dashed to Louetta's lovely side, demanding,
"Next is mine."
"Oh, I'm so hot, I'm not going to dance this one." Then boldly,
"Come out and sit on the porch, and we'll get all nice and cool."
"Well." In the tender darkness, with the clamor in the house behind them, he resolutely took her hand. She squeezed his once, then relaxed.
"Louetta, I think you're the nicest thing I know."
"Well, I think you're very nice." "Do you?"
"You got to like me. I'm so lonely."
"Oh, you'll be all right when your wife comes home."
"No, I'm always lonely."
She clasped her hands under her chin, so that he dared not touch her. He sighed,
"When I feel punk,"
and he was about to bring in the tragedy of Paul, but that was too sacred for even the diplomacy of love.
"When I get tired at the office and everything,
I like to look across the street and think of you. Do you know I dreamed of you one time?" "Was it a nice dream?"
lovely."
"Oh, well, they say dreams go by opposites. Now I must run in." She was on her feet.
"Oh, don't go in yet, please, Llewellyn."
"Yes, I must. I have to look out for my guests."
"Let 'em look out for themselves."
"I couldn't do that." She carelessly tapped his shoulder and slipped away. But after 2 minutes of shamed and childish longing to sneak home, he was snorting,
"Certainly I wasn't trying to get chummy with her. Knew there was nothing doing all the time."
and he ambled in to dance with Mrs. Orville Jones, and to avoid Louetta, virtuously and conspicuously. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti. MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 24. 1. His visit to Paul was as unreal as his night of fog and questioning. Unseeing, he went through prison corridors, stinking of carbolic acid, to a room lined with pale yellow settees pierced in rosettes, like the shoe-store benches he had known as a boy. The guard led Paul in. Above his uniform of linty gray, Paul's face was pale and without expression. He moved timorously in response to the guard's commands. He meekly pushed Babbitt's gifts of tobacco and magazines across the table to the guard for examination. He had nothing to say but, "Oh, I'm getting used to it," and, "I'm working in the tailor shop. Stuff hurts my fingers." Babbitt knew that in this place of death Paul was already dead. And as he pondered on the train home, something in his own self seemed to have died, a loyal and vigorous faith in the goodness of the world, a fear of public disfavor, a pride in success. He was glad that his wife was away. He admitted without justifying it. He did not care. 2. Her card read, Mrs. Daniel Judique. Babbitt knew of her as the widow of a wholesale paper dealer. She must have been 40 or 42, but he thought her younger when he saw her in the office that afternoon. She had come to inquire about renting an apartment, and he took her away from the unskilled girl accountant.
He was nervously attracted by her smartness. She was a slender woman in a black Swiss frock, dotted with white, a cool-looking, graceful flock. A broad black hat shaded her face. Her eyes were lustrous, her soft chin of an agreeable plumpness, and her cheeks an even rose. Babbitt wondered afterward if she was made up, but no man living knew less of such arts. She sat revolving her violet parasol. Her voice was appealing without being coy. "I wonder if you can help me?"
Be delighted.
"I've looked everywhere, and I want a little flat, just a bedroom, or perhaps two, and sitting room and kitchenette and bath. But I want one that really has some charm to it. Not these dingy places, or these new ones with terrible gaudy chandeliers. And I can't pay so dreadfully much. My name is Tanis Judique."
I think maybe I've got just the thing for you. Would you like to chase around and look at it now?"
"Yes, I have a couple of hours." In the new Cavendish Apartments, Babbitt had a flat which he had been holding for Sidney Finkelstein, but at the thought of driving beside this agreeable woman he threw over his friend Finkelstein, and, with a note of gallantry, proclaimed, "I'll let you see what I can do." He dusted the seat of the car for her, and twice he risked death in showing off his driving. "You do know how to handle a car," she said. He liked her voice. There was, he thought, music in it, and a hint of culture, not a bouncing giggle like Louetta Swanson's. He boasted, "You know, there's a lot of these fellows that are so scared and drive so slow that they get in everybody's way. The safest driver is a fellow that knows how to handle his machine, and yet isn't scared to speed up when it's necessary. Don't you think so?" "Oh, yes."
I bet you drive like a whiz."
"Oh, no. Not really. Of course we had a car, before my husband passed on, and I used to make believe drive it, but I don't think any woman ever learns to drive like a man."
"Well, now, there's some mighty good women drivers."
"Of course, these women that try to imitate men, and play golf and everything, and ruin their complexions, and spoil their hands."
"That's so. I never did like these mannish females."
Of course I admire them dreadfully, and I feel so weak and useless beside them."
"Oh, rats now. I bet you play the piano like a whiz."
"Oh, no, not really."
"Well, I'll bet you do."
He glanced at her smooth hands, her diamond and ruby rings. She caught the glance, snuggled her hands together with a kittenish curving of slim white fingers which delighted him, and yearned. "I do love to play. I like to drum on the piano, but I haven't had any real training. Mr. Judique used to say I would have been a good pianist if I'd had any training, but then I guess he was just flattering me."
"I'll bet he wasn't. I bet you've got temperament."
"Oh, do you like music, Mr. Babbitt?"
"You bet I do, only I don't know as I care so much for all this classical stuff."
"Oh, I do. I just love Chopin and all those."
"Do you? Honest? Well, of course, I go to lots of these highbrow concerts, but I do like a good jazz orchestra right up on its toes, with the fellows that plays the bass fiddle spinning around and beating it up with the bow."
"Well, I know. I do love good dance music. I love to dance. Don't you, Mr. Babbitt?"
"Sure, you bet. Not that I'm very darn good at it, though."
"Oh, I'm sure you are. You ought to let me teach you. I can teach anybody to dance."
"Would you give me a lesson sometime?"
"Indeed I would."
"Better be careful, or I'll be taking you up on that proposition. I'll be coming up to your flat and making you give me that lesson."
"Yes." She was not offended, but she was non-committal. He warned himself,
"Have some sense now, you chump. Don't go making a fool of yourself again."
and with loftiness he discoursed,
"Oh, I wish I could dance like some of those young fellows, but I'll tell you, I feel it's a man's place to take a full, you might say, creative share of the world's work, and mold conditions, and have something to show for his life. Don't you think so?"
"Oh, I do."
"And so I have to sacrifice some of the things I might like to tackle, though I do, by golly, play about a good game of golf as the next fellow."
"Oh, I'm sure you do. Are you married?"
Yeah. And, of course, official duties, I'm the vice president of the Boosters Club, and I'm running one of the committees of the State Association of Real Estate Boards, and that makes a lot of work and responsibility, and practically no gratitude for it."
"Oh, I know. Public men never do get proper credit."
They looked at each other with a high degree of mutual respect, and at the Cavendish Apartments he helped her out in a courtly manner, waved his hand at the house as though he were presenting it to her, and ponderously ordered the elevator boy to "hustle and get the keys." She stood close to him in the elevator, and he was stirred but cautious. It was a pretty flat of white woodwork and soft blue walls. Mrs. Judique gushed with pleasure as she agreed to take it, and as they walked down the hall to the elevator she touched his sleeve, caroling,
"Oh, I'm so glad I went to you. It's such a privilege to meet a man who really understands. Oh, the flats some people have showed me."
He had a sharp instinctive belief that he could put his arm around her, but he rebuked himself, and with excessive politeness he saw her to the car, drove her home. All the way back to his office he raged, "Glad I had some sense for once. Curse it, I wish I'd tried. She's a darling. Corker, regular charmer. Lovely eyes and darling lips and that trim waist. Never gets sloppy, like some women. No, no, no. She's a real cultured lady. One of the brightest little women I've met these many moons. Understands about the public topics, and, but darn it, why didn't I try? Tanis." 3. He was harassed and puzzled by it, but he found that he was turning toward youth, as youth. The girl who especially disturbed him, though he had never spoken to her, was the last manicure girl on the right in the Pompeian barber shop. She was small, swift, black-haired, smiling. She was 19, perhaps, or 20. She wore thin salmon-colored blouses which exhibited her shoulders and her black ribbon camisoles. He went to the Pompeian for his fortnightly hair trim. As always, he felt disloyal at deserting his neighbor, the Reeves Building barber shop. Then, for the first time, he overthrew his sense of guilt. "Doggone it, I don't have to go here if I don't want to. I don't own the Reeves Building. These barbers got nothing on me. I'll doggone well get my hair cut where I doggone well want to. Don't want to hear anything more about it. I'm through standing by people unless I want to. Doesn't get you anywhere, and I'm through." The Pompeian barber shop was in the basement of the Hotel Thornleigh, largest and most dynamically modern hotel in Zenith. Curving marble steps with a rail of polished brass led from the hotel lobby down to the barber shop. The interior was of black and white crimson tiles, with a sensational ceiling of burnished gold, and a fountain in which a massive nymph forever emptied a scarlet cornucopia. 40 barbers and 9 manicure girls worked desperately, and at the door 6 colored porters lurked to greet the customers, to care reverently for their hats and collars, to lead them to a place of waiting where, on a carpet like a tropic isle, in the stretch of white stone floor, were a dozen leather chairs and a table heaped with magazines. Babbitt's porter was an obsequious, gray-haired negro, who did him an honor highly esteemed in the land of Zenith, greeted him by name. Yet Babbitt was unhappy. His bright, particular manicure girl was engaged. She was doing the nails of an overdressed man and giggling with him. Babbitt hated him. He thought of waiting, but to stop the powerful system of the Pompeian was inconceivable, and he was instantly wafted into a chair. About him was luxury, rich and delicate. The votary was having a violet ray facial treatment, the next an oil shampoo. Boys wheeled about miraculous electrical massage machines. The barbers snatched steaming towels from a machine like a howitzer of polished nickel, and disdainfully flung them away after a second's use. On the vast marble shelf facing the chairs were hundreds of tonics, amber and ruby and emerald. It was flattering to Babbitt to have 2 personal slaves at once, the barber and the bootblack. He would have been completely happy if he could have had the manicure girl. The barber snipped at his hair and asked his opinion of the Havre de Grace races, the baseball season, and Mayor Prout. The young negro bootblack hummed
the camp-meeting blues, and polished in rhythm to his tune, drawing the shiny shoe-rag so taut at each stroke that it snapped like a banjo-string. The barber was an excellent salesman. He made Babbitt feel rich and important by his manner of inquiring, "What's your favorite tonic, sir? Have you time today for a facial massage? Your scalp is a little tight. Shall I give you a scalp massage?" Babbitt's best thrill was the shampoo. The barber made his hair creamy with thick soap. Then, as Babbitt bent over the bowl, muffled in towels, drenched it with hot water, which prickled along his scalp, and at last ran the water ice cold. At the shock, the sudden burning cold on his skull, Babbitt's heart thumped, his chest heaved, and his spine was an electric wire. It was a sensation which broke the monotony of life. He looked grandly about the shop as he sat up. The barber obsequiously rubbed his wet hair, and bound it in a towel as in a turban, so that Babbitt resembled a plump pink caliph in a ingenious and adjustable throne. The barber begged, in the manner of one who was a good fellow yet was overwhelmed by the splendors of the caliph, "How about a little El Dorado oil rub, sir? Very beneficial to the scalp, sir. Didn't I give you one the last time?" He hadn't, but Babbitt agreed, "Well, all right." With quaking eagerness he saw that his manicure girl was free. "I don't know. I guess I'll have a manicure after all," he droned, and excitedly watched her coming, dark-haired, smiling, tender, little. The manicuring would have to be finished at her table, and he would be able to talk to her without the barber listening. He waited contentedly, not trying to peep at her, while she filed his nails and the barber shaved him and smeared on his burning cheeks all the interesting mixtures which the pleasant minds of barbers have devised through the revolving ages. When the barber was done and he sat opposite the girl at her table, he admired the marble slab of it, admired the sunken set bowl with its tiny silver taps, and admired himself for being able to frequent so costly a place. When she withdrew his wet hand from the bowl, it was so sensitive from the warm soapy water that he was abnormally aware of the clasp of her firm little paw. He delighted in the pinkness and glossiness of her nails. Her hands seemed to him more adorable than Mrs. Judique's thin fingers, and more elegant. He had a certain ecstasy in the pain when she gnawed at the cuticle of his nails with a sharp knife. He struggled not to look at the outline of her young bosom and her shoulders, the more apparent under a film of pink chiffon. He was conscious of her as an exquisite thing, and when he tried to impress his personality on her he spoke as awkwardly as a country boy at his first party. Kind of hot to be working today." "Oh, yes, it is hot. You cut your own nails last time, didn't you?"
"Yes, guess I must have."
"You always ought to get a manicure."
"Yes, maybe that's so.
There's nothing looks so nice as nails that are looked after good. I always think that's the best way to spot a real gent. There was an auto salesman in here yesterday that claimed you could always tell a fellow's class by the car he drove. But I says to him, 'Don't be silly.' And I says, 'The Weisenheimers grab a look at a fellow's nails when they want to tell if he's a tin horn or a real gent.'"
"Yeah, maybe there's something to that. Of course, that is, with a pretty kitty like you, a man can't help coming to get his mitts done."
"Yeah, I may be a kid, but I'm a wise bird, and I know nice folks when I see 'em. I can read character at a glance, and I'd never talk so frank with a fellow if I couldn't see he was a nice fellow." She smiled. Her eyes seemed to him as gentle as April pools. With great seriousness he informed himself that
There was some roughnecks who would think that just because a girl was a manicure girl and maybe not awful well educated, she was no good. But for him, he was a Democrat and understood people, and he stood by the assertion that this was a fine girl, a good girl, but not too uncomfortably good. He inquired in a voice quick with sympathy, "I suppose you have a lot of fellows who try to get fresh with you."
"Say, gee, I do. Say, listen, there's some of these cigar store sports that think because a girl's working in a barber shop they can get away with anything. The things they say! But believe me, I know how to hop these birds. I just give 'em the north and south and ask 'em, 'Say, who do you think you're talking to?' and they fade away like love's young nightmare. And oh, don't you want a box of nail paste? It will keep your nails as shiny as when first manicured, harmless to apply, and last for days."
"Sure, I'll try some. Say, it's funny. I've been coming in here ever since the shop opened, and
With arch surprise.
I don't believe I know your name."
"Don't you? Mine. That's funny. I don't know yours."
"Now you quit kidding me. What's the nice little name?"
"Oh, it ain't so darn nice. It's kind of a kike. But my folks see kikes. My papa's papa was a nobleman in Poland, and there was a gentleman in here one day. He was kind of a count or something."
"Kind of a no count, I guess that's what you mean."
"Who's telling us stories, Marty?" "And he said he knew my papa's folks in Poland, and they had a dandy big house right on the lake." Doubtfully. "Maybe you don't believe it?"
"Sure. No, really, sure I do. Why not? Don't think I'm kidding you, honey, but every time I've noticed you, I've said to myself, that kid has blue blood in her veins."
"Did you? Honest?"
Honest, I did. Well, come on. Now we're friends. What's darling's name?"
"Ida Putnick. It ain't so much a name. I always say to Ma, 'Ma, why didn't you name me Dolores, or something with some class in it?'"
"Well, now, I think it's a scrumptious name, Ida."
"I bet I know your name."
"Well, now, not necessarily, of course. Oh, it isn't so specially well known."
"Aren't you Mr. Sondheim that travels for the Crackerjack Kitchen Cutlery Company?"
"I am not. I'm Mr. Babbitt, the real estate broker."
"Oh, excuse me. Oh, of course you mean here in Zenith."
"Yep," with the briskness of one whose feelings have been hurt.
"Oh, sure. I've read your ads. They're swell."
Well, you might have read about my speeches."
"Of course I have. I don't get much time to read, but I guess you think I'm an awfully silly little nit."
"I think you're a little darling."
"Well, there's one nice thing about this job. It gives a girl a chance to meet some awfully nice gentlemen and improve her mind with conversation. And you get so you can read a guy's character at the first glance."
"Look here, Ida, please don't think I'm getting fresh." He was hotly reflecting that it would be humiliating to be rejected by this child, and dangerous to be accepted. If he took her to dinner, if he were seen by sensuous friends. But he went on ardently, "Don't think I'm getting fresh if I suggest it would be nice for us to go out and have a little dinner together some evening."
"I don't know as I ought to, but my gentleman friend's always wanting me to take me out. But maybe I could, tonight."
4.
There was no reason, he reassured himself, why he shouldn't have a quiet dinner with a poor girl who would benefit by association with an educated and mature person like himself. But, lest some one see them and not understand, he would take her to Biddlemeyer's Inn, on the outskirts of the city. They would have a pleasant drive this hot, lonely evening, and he might hold her hand. No, he wouldn't even do that. Ida was complacent, and her bare shoulders showed it only too clearly. But he'd be hanged if he'd make love to her merely because she expected it. Then his car broke down. Something had happened to the ignition, and he had to have the car this evening. Furiously he tested the spark plugs, stared at the commutator. His angry as glower did not seem to stir the sulky car, and in disgrace it was hauled off to a garage. With a renewed thrill he thought of a taxicab. There was something at once wealthy and interestingly wicked about a taxicab. But when he met her on a corner 2 blocks from the Hotel Thornleigh, she said, "A taxi? Well, I thought you owned a car."
"I do. Of course I do. But it's out of commission tonight."
She remarked, as one who had heard that tale before. All the way out to Biddlemeyer's Inn he tried to talk as an old friend, but he could not pierce the wall of her words. With interminable indignation she narrated her retorts to the fresh head barber, and drastic things she would do to him if he persisted in saying that she was better at gassing than hoof-paring. At Biddlemeyer's Inn they were unable to get anything to drink. The head waiter refused to understand who George F. Babbitt was. They sat steaming before a vast mixed grill and made conversation about baseball. When he tried to hold Ida's hand, she said with bright friendliness, Careful, that fresh waiter is rubbering." But they came out into a treacherous summer night, the air lazy, and a little moon above transfigured maples.
"Let's try some other place where we can get a drink and dance," he demanded.
"Sure, some other night, but I promised Ma I'd be home early tonight."
"Rats, too nice to go home."
"I'd just love to, but Mom would give me fits." He was trembling. She was everything that was young and exquisite. He put his arm about her. She snuggled against his shoulder, unafraid, and he was triumphant. Then she ran down the steps of the inn, singing, "Come on, Georgie, we'll have a nice drive and get cool." It was a night of lovers. All along the highway into Zenith, under the low and gentle moon, motors were parked and dim figures were clasped in revelry. He held out hungry hands to Ida, and when she patted them he was grateful. There was no sense of struggle and transition. He kissed her, and simply she responded to his kiss, they two behind the stolid back of the chauffeur. Her hat fell off, and she broke from his embrace to reach for it.
"Oh, let it be,"
he implored. "Huh? My hat? Not a chance." He waited till she had pinned it on, then his arm sank about her. She drew away from it, and said with maternal soothing, "Now don't be a silly boy. Mustn't make it a mamma scold. Just sit back, dearie, and see what a swell night it is. If you're a good boy, maybe I'll kiss you when we say good night. Now, give me a cigarette." He was solicitous about lighting her cigarette and inquiring as to her comfort. Then he sat as far from her as possible. He was cold with failure. No one could have told Babbitt that he was a fool with more vigor, precision, and intelligence than he himself displayed. He reflected that from the standpoint of Reverend Dr. John Jennison Drew he was a wicked man, and from the standpoint of Miss Ida Putnick, an old bore who had to be endured as the penalty attached to eating a large dinner. "Dearie, you aren't going to get peevish, are you?" She spoke pertly. He wanted to spank her. He brooded,
"I don't have to take anything off this gutter pup. Darn immigrant. Well, let's get it over as quick as we can, and sneak home and kick ourselves for the rest of the night."
He snorted,
"Huh? Me peevish? Why, you baby, why should I be peevish? Now listen, Ida, listen to Uncle George. I want to put you wise about this scrapping with your head barber all the time. I've had a lot of experience with employees, and let me tell you it doesn't pay to antagonize." At the drab wooden house in which she lived, he said good night briefly and amiably, but as the taxicab drove off he was praying, "Oh, my God." Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 25. 1. He awoke to stretch cheerfully as he listened to the sparrows, then to remember that everything was wrong, that he was determined to go astray, and not in the least enjoying the process. Why, he wondered, should he be in rebellion? What was it all about? Why not be sensible, stop all this idiotic running around, and enjoy himself with his family, his business, the fellows at the club? What was he getting out of rebellion? Misery and shame. The shame of being treated as an offensive small boy by a ragamuffin like Ida Putnick. And yet, always he came back to, and yet, whatever the misery, he could not regain contentment with a world which, once doubted, became absurd. Only, he assured himself, he was through with chasing after girls. By noontime he was not so sure even of that. If in Miss McGowan, Louetta Swanson, and Ida he had failed to find the lady kind and lovely, it did not prove that she did not exist. He was haunted by the ancient thought that somewhere must exist the not impossible, she who would understand him, value him, and make him happy. 2. Mrs. Babbitt returned in August,
On her previous absences he had missed her reassuring buzz, and her arrival he had made a feat. Now, though he dared not hurt her by letting a hint of it appear in his letters, he was sorry that she was coming before he had found himself, and he was embarrassed by the need of meeting her and looking joyful. He loitered down to the station. He studied the summer resort posters, lest he have to speak to acquaintances and expose his uneasiness. But he was well trained. When the train clanked in, he was out on a cement platform, peering into the chair cars, and as he saw her in the line of passengers moving toward the vestibule, he waved his hat. At the door he embraced her and announced, "Well, well, 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 by golly, you look fine. You look fine." Then he was aware of Tinka. Here was something. This child, with her absurd little nose and lively eyes, that loved him, believed him great, and as he clasped her, lifted and held her till she squealed, he was for the moment come back to his old steady self. Tinka sat beside him in the car, with one hand on the steering wheel, pretending to help him drive, and he shouted back to his wife, "I'll bet the kid will be the best chauffeur in the family. She holds the wheel like an old professional." All the while he was dreading the moment when he would be alone with his wife and she would patiently expect him to be ardent. 3. There was about the house an unofficial theory that he was to take his vacation alone, to spend a week or 10 days in Catawba, but he was nagged by the memory that a year ago he had been with Paul in Maine. He saw himself returning, finding peace there, and the presence of Paul in a life primitive and heroic. Like a shock came the thought that he actually could go, only he couldn't really. He couldn't leave his business, and Myra would think it sort of funny, his going away off there alone. Of course he'd decided to do whatever he damn pleased from now on, but still go way off to Maine. He went after lengthy meditations with his wife, since it was inconceivable to explain that he was going to seek Paul's spirit in the wilderness. He frugally employed the lie prepared over a year ago and scarcely used it at all. He said that he had to see a man in New York on business. He could not have explained even to himself why he withdrew from the bank several $100 more than he needed, nor why he kissed Tinka so tenderly and cried, "God bless you, baby." From the train he waved to her till she was but a scarlet spot beside the brown, bulkier presence of Mrs. Babbitt, at the end of a steel and cement aisle, ending in vast barred gates. With melancholy he looked back at the last suburb of Zenith. All the way north he pictured the Maine guides, simple and strong and daring, jolly as they played stud poker in their unsealed shack, wise in woodcraft as they tramped the forest and shot the rapids. He particularly remembered Joe Paradise, half Yankee, half Indian. If he could but take up a backwoods claim with a man like Joe, work hard with his hands, be free and noisy in a flannel shirt, and never come back to this dull decency. Or like a trapper in a northern Canada movie, plunge through the forest, make camp in the Rockies, a grim and wordless caveman. Why not? He could do it. There'd be enough money at home for the family to live on till Verona was married and Ted self-supporting. Old Henry T. would look out for them. Honestly, why not really live? He longed for it, admitted that he longed for it, then almost believed that he was going to do it. Whenever common sense snorted, "Nonsense! Folks don't run away from decent families and partners, just simply don't do it, that's all." Then Babbitt answered pleadingly, "Well, it wouldn't take any more nerve than for Paul to go to jail, and Lord, how I'd like to do it. Moccasins, 6-gun, frontier town gamblers, sleep under the stores. Be a regular man, with the he-men like Joe Paradise. Gosh!" So he came to Maine again, stood on the wharf before the camp hotel, again spat heroically into the delicate and shivering water, while the pines rustled, mountains glowed, and a trout leaped and fell in a sliding circle. He hurried to the guide shack, as to his real home, his real friends, long missed. They would be glad to see him. They would stand up and shout, "Why, here's Mr. Babbitt! He ain't one of these ordinary sports. He's a real guy." In their boarded and rather littered cabin the guides sat about the greasy table playing stud poker with greasy cards. Half a dozen wrinkled men in old trousers and easy felt hats. They glanced up and nodded. Joe Paradise, a swart aging man with a big mustache, grunted, "How do? Back again?" Silence except for the clatter of chips. Babbitt stood beside them, very lonely. He hinted, after a period of highly concentrated playing, "Guess I might take a hand, Joe." "Sure. Sit in. How many chips you want?" "Let's see. You were here with your wife last year, weren't you?" said Joe Paradise. That was all of Babbitt's welcome to the old home. He played for half an hour before he spoke again. His head was reeking with the smoke of pipes and cheap cigars, and he was weary of pears and four flushes, resentful of the way in which they ignored him. He flung at Joe, "Working now?" "Nope." "Like to guide me for a few days?" "Well, just soon. I ain't engaged till next week." Only thus did Joe recognize the friendship Babbitt was offering him. Babbitt paid up his losses and left the shack rather childishly. Joe raised his head from the coils of smoke like a seal rising from surf, grunted, "I'll come around tomorrow," and dived down to his three aces. Neither in the voiceless cabin, fragrant with planks of new-cut pine, nor along the lake, nor in the sunset clouds which presently eddied behind the lavender-misted mountains, could Babbitt find the spirit of Paul as a reassuring presence. He was so lonely that after supper he stopped to talk with an ancient old lady, a gasping and steadily discoursing old lady, by the stove in the hotel office. He told her of Ted's presumable future triumphs in the State University, and of Tinka's remarkable vocabulary, till he was homesick for the home he had left forever. Through the darkness, through that northern pine-walled silence, he blundered down to the lake front and found a canoe. There was no paddle in it, with a board, sitting awkwardly amidships and poking at the water rather than paddling. He made his way far out on the lake. The lights of the hotel and the cottages became yellow dots. The cluster of glowworms at the base of Sachem Mountain, larger and even more impenetrable, was the mountain in the star-filtered darkness, and the lake a limitless pavement of black marble. He was dwarfed and dumb and a little awed, but that insignificance freed him from the pomposities of being Mr. George F. Babbitt of Zenith, saddened and freed his heart. Now he was conscious of the presence of Paul, fancied him, rescued from prison, from Zilla, and the brisk exactitudes of the tar-roofing business. Playing his violin at the end of the canoe, he vowed, "I will go on. I'll never go back. Now that Paul's out of it, I don't want to see any of those damn people again. I was a fool to get sore because Joe Paradise didn't jump up and hug me. He's one of these woodsmen, too wise to go yelping and talking your arm off like a city man. But get him back in the mountains, out on the trail, that's real living." 4. Joe reported at Babbitt's cabin at 9 the next morning. Babbitt greeted him as a fellow caveman. "Well, Joe, how'd you feel about hitting the trail and getting away from these darn soft summaries and women and all?" "All right, Mr. Babbitt." "What do you say we go over to Boxcar Pond? They tell me the shack there isn't being used, and camp out." "Well, all right, Mr. Babbitt, but it's nearer to Sauket Pond, and you can get just about as good fishing there." "No, I want to get out into the real wilds." "Well, all right." "We'll put the old packs on our backs and get into the woods and really hike." "I think maybe it would be easier to go by water through Lake Shaug. We can go all the way by motorboat, flat-bottom boat with an Evernude." "No, sir. Bust up the Quiet with a chugging motor? Not on your life. You just throw a pair of socks in the old pack and tell 'em what you want for eats. I'll be ready soon as you are." "Most of the sports go by boat, Mr. Babbitt. It's a long walk." "Look here, Joe, are you objecting to walking?" "Oh, no, I guess I can do it. But I haven't tramped for 16 years. Most of the sports go by boat. But I can do it if you say so, I guess." Joe walked away in sadness.
Babbitt had recovered from his touchy wrath before Joe returned. He pictured him as warming up and telling the most entertaining stories, but Joe had not yet warmed up when they took the trail. He persistently kept behind Babbitt, and however much his shoulders ached from the pack, however sorely he panted, Babbitt could hear his guide panting equally. But the trail was satisfying, a path brown with pine needles and rough with roots, among the balsams and ferns, the sudden groves of white birch. He became credulous again and rejoiced in sweating. When he stopped to rest he chuckled. "Guess we're hitting it up pretty good for a couple of old birds, huh?" "Uh-huh," admitted Joe. "This is a mighty pretty place. Look, you can see the lake down through the trees. I tell you, Joe, you don't appreciate how lucky you are to live in the woods like this, instead of in a city with trolleys grinding with typewriters clacking and people bothering the life out of you all the time. I wish I knew the woods like you do. Say, what's the name of that little red flower?" Rubbing his back, Joe regarded the flower resentfully. "Well, some folks call it one thing and some folks call it another. I guess I just call it a pink flower." Babbitt blessedly ceased thinking as tramping turned into blind plodding. He was submerged in weariness. His plump legs seemed to go on by themselves without guidance, and he mechanically wiped away the sweat which stung his eyes. He was too tired to be consciously glad as, after sun-scourged mile of corduroy tote road through the swamp where flies hovered over a hot waste of brush, they reached the cool shore of Box Car Pond. When he lifted the pack from his back, he staggered from the change in balance, and for a moment could not stand erect. He lay beneath an ample blossomed maple tree near the guest shack and joyously felt sleep running through his veins. He awoke towards dusk, and to find Joe efficiently cooking bacon and eggs and flapjacks for supper, and his admiration of the woodsman returned. He sat on a stump and felt Pearl. "Joe, what would you do if you had a lot of money? Would you stick to guiding, or would you take a claim way back in the woods and be independent of people?" For the first time Joe brightened. He chewed his cud a second and bubbled, "I've often thought about that. If I had the money, I'd go down to Tinker's Falls and open a swell shoe store." After supper Joe proposed a game of stud poker, but Babbitt refused with brevity, and Joe contentedly went to bed at 8. Babbitt sat on the stump, facing the dark pond, slapping mosquitoes. Save the snoring guide, there was no other human being within 10 miles. He was lonelier than he had ever been in his life. Then he was in Zenith. He was worrying as to whether Miss McGowan wasn't paying too much for carbon paper. He was at once resenting and missing the persistent teasing at the roughnecks' table. He was wondering what Zilla Riesling was doing now. He was wondering whether, after the summer's maturity of being a garage man, Ted would get busy in the university. He was thinking of his wife. If she wouldn't be so darn satisfied with just settling down. "No, I won't. I won't go back. I'll be 50 in 3 years, 60 in 13 years. I'm going to have some fun before it's too late. I don't care. I will." He thought of Ida Putnick and Luella Swanson, of the nice widow, what was her name? Tanis Judique, the one for whom he'd found the flat. He was enmeshed in imaginary conversations. Then, "I can't seem to get away from thinking about folks." Thus it came to him merely to run away was folly, because he could never run away from himself. That moment he started for Zenith. In his journey there was no appearance of flight, but he was fleeing, and 4 days afterwards he was on the Zenith train. He knew that he was slinking back, not because it was what he longed to do, but because it was all he could do. He scanned again his discovery that he could never run away from Zenith and family and office, because in his own brain he bore the office and the family and every street and disquiet and illusion of Zenith. "But I'm going to. Oh, I'm going to start something," he vowed, and he tried to make it valiant. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Babbitt.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 26. 1. As he walked through the train, looking for familiar faces, he saw only one person whom he knew, and that was Seneca Doane, the lawyer who, after the blessings of being in Babbitt's own class at college and of becoming corporation counsel, had turned crank, had headed farmer labor tickets, and fraternized with admitted socialists. Though he was in rebellion naturally, Babbitt did not care to be seen talking with such a fanatic. But in all the Pullmans he could find no other acquaintance, and reluctantly he halted. Seneca Doane was a slight, thin-haired man, rather like Chum Frink, except that he hadn't Frink's grin. He was reading a book called The Way of All Flesh. It looked religious to Babbitt, and he wondered if Doane could possibly have been converted and turned decent and patriotic. "Why, hello, Doane," he said. Doane looked up. His voice was curiously kind. "Oh, how do, Babbitt." "Been away, eh?" "Yes, I have been in Washington." "Washington, eh? How's the old government making out?"
"It's Won't you sit down?"
"Thanks. Don't care if I do. Well, been quite a while since I had a good chance to talk to you, Doane. I was sorry you didn't turn up at the last class dinner."
"Oh, thanks."
"How's the unions coming? Going to run for mayor again?"
Doane seemed restless. He was fingering the pages of his book. He said, "I might," as though it didn't mean anything in particular, and he smiled. Babbitt liked that smile, and hunted for conversation.
"Saw a bang-up cabaret in New York, the Good Morning Cutie Bunch, at the Hotel Minton."
"Yes, they're pretty girls. I danced there one evening."
"Oh, like dancing?"
"Naturally. I like dancing and pretty women and good food better than anything else in the world. Most men do."
"By gosh, Doane, I thought you fellows wanted to take all the good eats and everything away from us."
"No, not at all. What I'd like to see is the meetings of the garment workers held at the Ritz, with a dance afterwards. Isn't that reasonable?"
"It might be a good idea, all right. Well, shame I haven't seen more of you recent years. Oh, say, I hope you haven't held it against me, my bucking you as mayor, going on the stump for Prout. You see, I'm an organization Republican, and I kind of felt—"
"There's no reason why you shouldn't fight me. I have no doubt you're good for the organization. I remember in college you were an unusually liberal, sensitive chap. I can still recall your saying to me that you were going to be a lawyer and take the cases of the poor for nothing, and fight the rich. And I remember I said I was going to be one of the rich myself, and buy paintings and live at Newport. I'm sure you inspired us all."
Well, I've always aimed to be liberal."
Babbitt was enormously shy and proud and self-conscious. He tried to look like the boy he had been a quarter-century ago, and he shone upon his old friend Seneca Doane as he rumbled,
Trouble with a lot of these fellows, even the live wires and some of 'em that think they're forward-looking,
they aren't broad-minded and liberal. Now, I always believe in giving the other fellow a chance and listening to his ideas." "That's fine."
Tell you how I figure it. A little opposition is good for all of us, so a fellow, especially if he's a business man and engaged in doing the work of the world, ought to be liberal."
"Yes?"
"I always say a fellow ought to have vision and ideals. I guess some of the fellows in my business think I'm pretty visionary, but I just let 'em think what they want to think and go right on, same as you do."
"By golly, it's nice to sit and visit and kind of, you might say, brush up on our ideals. But of course the visionaries do rather get beaten. Doesn't it bother you?"
"Not a bit. Nobody can dictate to me what I think."
"You're the man. I want you to help me. I want you to talk to some of the business men and try to make them a little more liberal in their attitude toward poor Beecher Ingram."
"Ingram? But why, he's this nut preacher that got kicked out of the Congregational Church, isn't he? And preaches free love and sedition?"
This, Doane explained, was indeed the general concept of Beecher Ingram, but he himself saw Beecher Ingram as a priest of the brotherhood of man, of which Babbitt was notoriously an upholder. So would Babbitt keep his acquaintances from hounding Ingram and his forlorn little church?
"You bet. I'll call down any of the boys I hear getting funny about Ingram,"
Babbitt said affectionately to his dear friend Doane. Doane warmed up and became reminiscent. He spoke of student days in Germany, of lobbying for single tax in Washington, of international labor conferences. He mentioned his friends, Lord Wycombe, Colonel Wedgwood, Professor Piccoli. Babbitt had always supposed that Doane associated only with the I.W.W., but now he nodded gravely, as one who knew Lord Wycombes by the score, and he got two references to Sir Gerald Doak. He felt daring and idealistic and cosmopolitan. Suddenly, in his new spiritual grandeur, he was sorry for Zilla Riesling, and understood her as those ordinary fellows at the Booster Club never could. 2. 5 hours after he had arrived in Zenith, he told his wife how hot it was in New York. He went to call on Zilla. He was buzzing with ideas and forgiveness. He'd get Paul released. He'd do things, vague but highly benevolent things, for Zilla. He'd be as generous as his friend Seneca Doane. He had not seen Zilla since Paul had shot her, and he still pictured her as buxom, high-colored, lively, and a little blowsy. As he drove up to her boarding-house in a depressing back street below the wholesale district, he stopped in discomfort. At an upper window, leaning on her elbows, was a woman with the features of Zilla, but she was bloodless and aged, like a yellow wad of old paper crumpled into wrinkles. Where Zilla had bounded and jiggled, this woman was dreadfully still. He waited half an hour before she came into the boarding-house parlor. 50 times he opened the book of photographs of the Chicago World's Fair of 1893. 50 times he looked at the picture of the Court of Honor. He was startled to find Zilla in the room. She wore a black, streaky gown, which she had tried to brighten with a girdle of crimson ribbon. The ribbon had been torn and patiently mended. He noted this carefully, because he did not wish to look at her shoulders. One shoulder was lower than the other. One arm she carried in contorted fashion as though it were paralyzed, and behind a high collar of cheap lace there was a gouge in the anemic neck, which had once been shining and softly plump. "Yes," she said.
"Well, well, old Zilla, by golly, it's good to see you again."
"He can send his messages through a lawyer."
"Why, rats, Zilla, I didn't come here just because of him. Came as an old friend."
"You waited long enough."
"Well, you know how it is. Figured you wouldn't want to see a friend of his for quite some time, and sit down, honey. Let's be sensible. We've all of us done a bunch of things that we hadn't ought to, but maybe we can sort of start over again. Honest, Zilla, I'd like to do something to make you both happy. Know what I thought today? Mind you, Paul doesn't know a thing about this. Doesn't know I was going to come to see you. I got to thinking, Zilla's a fine, big-hearted woman, and she'll understand that Paul had his lesson now. Why wouldn't it be a fine idea if you asked the governor to pardon him? Believe he would if it came from you. No, wait, just think how good you'd feel if you were generous."
"Yes, I wish to be generous." She was sitting primly, speaking icily. "For that reason I wish to keep him in prison as an example to evil doers. I've gotten religion, George, since the terrible thing that man did to me. Sometimes I used to be unkind, and I wished for worldly pleasures, for dancing in the theater. But when I was in the hospital, the pastor of the Pentecostal communion faith used to come to see me, and he showed me, right from the prophecies written in the Word of God, that the day of judgment is coming, and all the members of the older churches are going straight to eternal damnation, because they only do lip service and swallow the world, the flesh, and the devil." For 15 wild minutes she talked, pouring out admonitions to flee the wrath to come, and her face flushed. Her dead voice recaptured something of the shrill energy of the old Zilla. She wound up with a furious, "It's the blessing of God himself that Paul should be in prison now, and torn and humbled by punishment, so that he may yet save his soul, and so other wicked men, these horrible chasers of women in lust, may have an example." Babbitt had itched and twisted. As in church, he dared not move during the sermon, so now he felt he must seem attentive, though her screeching denunciations flew past him like carrion birds. He sought to be calm and brotherly. "Yes, I know, Zilla, but gosh, it certainly is the essence of religion to be charitable, isn't it? Let me tell you how I figure it. What we need in the world is liberalism. Liberally. If we're going to get anywhere. I've always believed in being broad-minded and liberal." "You? Liberal?" It was very much the old Zilla. "Why, George Babbitt, you're about as broad-minded and liberal as a razor-blade."
"Oh, I am I? Well, just let me tell you, I'm as by golly liberal as you are religious. Anyway, you religious?"
"I am so. Our pastor says I sustain him in the faith."
"I'll bet you do, with Paul's money. But just to show you how liberal I am, I'm going to send a check for $10 to this Beecher Ingram, because a lot of fellows are saying the poor cuss preaches sedation and free love, and they're trying to run him out of town."
And they're right. They ought to run him out of town. Why, he preaches, if you can call it preaching, in a theater, in the house of Satan. You don't know what it is to find God, to find peace, to behold the snares that the devil spreads out at our feet. Oh, I'm so glad to see the mysterious purposes of God in having Paul harm me and stop my wickedness. And Paul's getting his. Good and plenty for the cruel things he did to me, and I hope he dies in prison."
Babbitt was up, hat in hand, growling, "Well, if that's what you call being at peace, for heaven's sake, just warn me before you go to war, will you?"
3. Vast is the power of cities to reclaim the wanderer. More than mountains or the shore-devouring sea, a city retains its characters, imperturbable, cynical, holding behind apparent changes in essential purpose. Though Babbitt had deserted his family and dwelt with Joe Paradise in the wilderness, though he had become a liberal, though he had been quite sure, on the night before he reached Zenith, that neither he nor the city would be the same again, 10 days after his return, he could not believe that he had ever been away. Nor was it at all evident to his acquaintances that there was a new George F. Babbitt, save that he was more irritable under the incessant chaffing at the athletic club, and once, when Vergil Gunch observed that Seneca Doane ought to be hanged, Babbitt snorted,
"Oh, rats, he's not so bad."
At home he grunted,
"Hey,"
across the newspaper to his commentatory wife, and was delighted by Tinka's new red tam-o'-shanter, and announced,
"No class to that corrugated iron garage. Have to build me a nice frame one."
Verona and Kenneth Escott appeared really to be engaged. In his newspaper, Escott had conducted a pure food crusade against commission houses. As a result, he had been given an excellent job in a commission house, and he was making a salary on which he could marry, and denouncing irresponsible reporters who wrote stories criticizing commission houses without knowing what they were talking about. This September Ted had entered the State University as a freshman, in the College of Arts and Sciences. The university was at Mohalis, only 15 miles from Zenith, and Ted often came down for the weekend. Babbitt was worried. Ted was going in for everything but books. He had tried to make the football team as a light halfback. He was looking forward to the basketball season. He was on the committee for the freshman hop, and as a Zenithite, an aristocrat among yokels, he was being rushed by 2 fraternities. But of his studies Babbitt could learn nothing save a mumbled, "Oh, I think those tips the teachers just give you a lot of junk about literature and economics." One weekend Ted proposed, "Say, Dad, why can't I transfer over from the College of the School of Engineers and take mechanical engineering? You always holler that I never study, but honest, I would study there."
"No, the engineering school hasn't got standing as the college has," fretted Babbitt.
I'd like to know how it hasn't. The engineers can play on any of the teams." There was much explanation of the dollars and cents values of being known as a college man when you go into the law, and truly oratorical account of the lawyer's life. Before he was through with it, Babbitt had Ted a United States Senator. Among the great lawyers he mentioned was Seneca Doane. "But gee whiz!" Ted marveled. "I thought you always said this Doane was a regular nut."
That's no way to speak of a great man. Doane's always been a good friend of mine. In fact, I helped him in college. I started him out, and you might say inspired him, just because he's sympathetic with the aims of labor. A lot of chumps that lack liberty and broad-mindedness think he's a crank. But let me tell you, there's mighty few of 'em that rake in the fees he does. And he's a friend of some of the strongest, most conservative men in the world, like Lord Wycombe, this big English nobleman that's so well known. And, which would you rather be, in with a lot of greasy mechanics and laboring men, or chum up to a real fellow like Lord Wycombe and get invited to his house for parties?" "Well, gosh," sighed Ted. The next weekend he came joyously with, "Say, Dad, why couldn't I take mining engineering instead of the academic course? You talk about standing. Maybe there isn't much in mechanical engineering, but the miners, gee, they got 7 out of 11 of the new elections in New Tao 2." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 27. 1. The strike, which turned Zenith into 2 belligerent camps, white and red, began late in September with the walkout of telephone girls and linemen in protest against the reduction of wages. The newly formed Union of Dairy Product Workers went out, partially in sympathy and partially in demand for a 44-hour week. They were followed by the Truck Drivers' Union. Industry was tied up, and the whole city was nervous with talk of a trolley strike, a printer's strike, a general strike. Furious citizens, trying to get telephone calls through strike-breaking girls, danced helplessly. Every truck that made its way from the factories to the freight stations was guarded by a policeman trying to look stoical besides the scab driver. A line of 50 trucks from the Zenith Steel and Machinery Company was attacked by strikers rushing out from the sidewalk, pulling drivers from the seats, smashing carburetors and commutators, while telephone girls cheered from the walk and small boys heaved bricks. The National Guard was ordered out. Colonel Nixon, who in private life was Mr. Caleb Nixon, secretary of the Pullmore Tractor Company, put on a long khaki coat and stalked through crowds with a .44 automatic in his hand. Even Babbitt's friend Clarence Drum, the shoe merchant, a round and merry man who told stories at the athletic club and who strangely resembled a Victorian pug dog, was to be seen as a waddling but ferocious captain, with his belt tight about his comfortable little belly and his round little mouth petulant as he piped to chattering groups on corners, "Move on now. I can't have any of this loitering." Every newspaper in the city, save one, was against the strikers. When mobs raided the news-stands, at each was stationed a militiaman, a young, embarrassed citizen soldier with eyeglasses, bookkeeper or grocery clerk in private life, trying to look dangerous, while small boys yelped, "Get on to the tin soldier!" and striking truck drivers inquired tenderly, "Hey, Joe, when I was fighting in France, was you in camp in the States, or was you doing sweet exercises in the YMCA? Be careful that bayonet now, or you'll cut yourself." There was no one in Zenith who talked of anything but the strike, and no one who did not take sides. You were either a courageous friend of labor, or you were a fearless supporter of the rights of property, and in either case you were belligerent and ready to disown any friend who did not hate the enemy. A condensed milk plant was set afire. Each side charged the other, and the city was hysterical. And Babbitt chose this time to be publicly liberal. He belonged to the sound, sane, right-thinking wing, and at first he agreed that the crooked agitators ought to be shot.
He was sorry when his friend Seneca Doane defended arrested strikers, and he thought of going to Doane and explaining about these agitators. But when he read a broadside alleging that even on their former wages the telephone girls had been hungry, he was troubled. "All lies and fake figures," he said, but in a doubtful croak. For the Sunday after, the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church announced a sermon by Dr. John Jennison Drew on How the Savior Would End Strikes. Babbitt had been negligent about church-going lately, but he went to the service, hopeful that Dr. Drew really did have the information as to what the divine powers thought about strikes. Beside Babbitt, in the large, curving, glossy, velvet-upholstered pew, was Chum Frink. Frink whispered, "Hope the doc gives the strikers hell. Ordinarily I don't believe in a preacher butting into political matters. Let him stick to straight religion and save souls, and not stir up a lot of discussion. But at a time like this, I do think he ought to stand up and bawl out those pug uglies in a fare you well." "Yeah, well," said Babbitt. The Reverend Dr. Drew, his rustic bang flopping with the intensity of his poetic and sociologicador, trumpeted, "During the untoward series of industrial dislocations which have let us be courageous and admit it boldly, throttled the business life of our fair city these past days, there has been a great deal of loose talk about scientific prevention of scientific. Now let me tell you that the most unscientific thing in the world is science. Take the attacks on the established fundamentals of the Christian creed, which were so popular with the scientists a generation ago. Oh, yes, they were mighty fellows, and great poobahs of criticism. They were going to destroy the church. They were going to prove the world was created and has been brought to its extraordinary level of morality and civilization by blind chance. Yet the church stands just as firmly today as ever, and the only answer a Christian pastor needs make to the long-haired opponents of his simple faith is just a pitying smile. And now these same scientists want to replace the natural condition of free competition by crazy systems which, no matter what high-sounding names they are called, are nothing but a despotic paternalism. Naturally, I'm not criticizing labor courts. Injunctions against men have proven to be striking unjustly, or those excellent unions in which the men and the boss get together. But I certainly am criticizing the system in which the free and fluid motivation of independent labor is to be replaced by crooked-up wage scales and minimum salaries, and government commissions and labor federations, and all that poppycock. What is not generally understood is that this whole industrial matter isn't a question of economics. It's essentially and only a matter of love, and of the practical application of the Christian religion. Imagine a factory, instead of committees of workmen alienating the boss. The boss goes among them smiling, and they smile back. The elder brother and the younger brothers. That's what they must be, loving brothers. And then strikes would be as inconceivable as hatred in the home. It was at this point that Babbitt muttered, "Oh, rot!" "Huh?" said Chum Frink. "He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just as clear as mud. Doesn't mean a darn thing." "Maybe, but—" Frink looked at him doubtfully. Through all the service kept glancing at him doubtfully, till Babbitt was nervous. 2. The strikers had announced a parade for Tuesday morning, but Colonel Nixon had forbidden it, the newspaper said. When Babbitt drove west from his office at 10 that morning, he saw a drove of shabby men heading towards the tangled, dirty district beyond Court-house Square. He hated them, because they were poor, because they made him feel insecure. "Damn loafers. Wouldn't be common workmen if they had any pep," he complained. He wondered if there was going to be a riot. He drove toward the starting point of the parade, a tangle of limp and faded grass known as Moore Street Park, and halted his car. The park and streets were buzzing with strikers, young men in blue denim shirts, old men with caps. Through them, keeping them stirred like a boiling pot, moved the militiamen. Babbitt could hear the soldiers' monotonous orders. "Keep moving! Move on! Bo! Keep your feet warm!" Babbitt admired their stolid good temper. The crowd shouted, "Tin soldiers and dirty dogs, servants of the capitalist!" But the militiamen grinned and answered only, "Sure, that's right. Keep moving, Billy." Babbitt thrilled over the citizen soldiers, hated the scoundrels who were obstructing the pleasant ways of prosperity, admired Colonel Nixon's striding contempt for the crowd, and as Captain Clarence Drum, the rather puffing shoe dealer, came raging by, Babbitt respectfully clamored, "Great work, Captain! Don't let 'em march!" He watched the strikers filing from the park. Many of them bore posters with "They can't stop our peacefully walking." The militiamen tore away the posters, but the strikers fell in behind their leaders and straggled off, a thin, unimpressive trickle between steel glinting lines of soldiers. Babbitt saw with disappointment that there wasn't going to be any violence, nothing interesting at all. Then he gasped. Among the marchers, beside the bulky young workman, was Seneca Doane, smiling, content. In front of him was Professor Brockbank, head of the history department in the State University, an old man and white-bearded, known to come from a distinguished Massachusetts family. "My gosh," Babbitt marveled, "a swell like him in with the strikers, and good old Senny Doane. They're fools to get mixed up with this bunch. They're parlor socialists, but they have got nerve, and nothing in it for them, not a cent. And I don't know, it's all the strikers look as such tough nuts. Look just about like anybody else to me." The militiamen were turning the parade down a side street. "They got just as much right to march as anybody else. They own the street as much as Clarence Drum or the American Legion does," Babbitt grumbled. "'Course they're a bad element, but oh, rats!" At the athletic club, Babbitt was silent during lunch, while the others fretted, "I don't know what the world's coming to," or solaced their spirits with kidding. Captain Clarence Drum came swinging by, splendid in khaki. "How's it going, Captain?" inquired Vergil Gunch. "Oh, we got 'em stopped. We worked 'em off on side streets and separated 'em, and they got discouraged and went home. Fine work. No violence." "Fine work, nothing," groaned Mr. Drum. "If I had my way, there'd be a whole lot of violence, and I'd start it, and then the whole thing would be over. I don't believe in standing back and wet-nursing these fellows and letting the disturbance drag on. I tell you, these strikers are nothing in God's world but a lot of bomb-throwing socialists and thugs, and the only way to handle 'em is with a club. That's what I'd do. Beat up the whole lot of 'em." Babbitt heard himself saying, "Oh, rats! Clarence, they look just about like you and me, and I certainly didn't notice any bombs." Drum complained, "Oh, you didn't, eh? Well, maybe you'd like to take charge of the strike. Just tell Colonel Nixon what innocents the strikers are. He'd be glad to hear about it." Drum strode on, while all the table stared at Babbitt. "What's the idea? Do you want us to give those hellhounds love and kisses, or what?" said Orville Jones. "Do you defend a lot of hoodlums that are trying to take the bread and butter away from our families?" raged Professor Pumphrey. Vergil Gunch intimidatingly said nothing. He put on sternness like a mask. His jaw was hard. His bristly short hair seemed cruel. His silence was a ferocious thunder. While the others assured Babbitt that they must have misunderstood him, Gunch looked as though he had understood only too well. Like a robed judge, he listened to Babbitt's stammering. "No, sure, of course they're a bunch of tough. But I just mean, strikes me as bad policy to talk about clubbing them. Cabe Nixon doesn't. He's got the fine Italian hand, and that's why he's colonel. Clarence Drum is jealous of him." "Well," said Professor Pumphrey, "you hurt Clarence's feelings, George. He's been out there all morning getting hot and dusty, and no wonder he wants to beat the tar out of those sons of guns." Gunch said nothing, and watched, and Babbitt knew that he was being watched. 3. As he was leaving the club, Babbitt heard Chum Frink protesting to Gunch, "Don't know what's got into him. Last Sunday Doc Drew preached a corking sermon about decency in business, and Babbitt kicked about that, too, near as I can figure out." Babbitt was vaguely frightened. 4. He saw a crowd listening to a man who was talking from the rostrum of a kitchen chair. Stopped his car. From newspaper pictures he knew that the speaker must be the notorious freelance preacher, Beecher Ingram, of whom Seneca Doane had spoken. Ingram was a gaunt man with flamboyant hair, weather-beaten cheeks, and worried eyes. He was pleading, "If those telephone girls can hold out, living on one meal a day, doing their own washing, starving and smiling, you big hulking men ought to be able—" Babbitt saw that from the sidewalk Vergil Gunch was watching him. In vague disquiet he started the car and mechanically drove on, while Gunch's hostile eyes seemed to follow him all the way. 5.
"Heard a lot of these fellows," Babbitt was complaining to his wife, "that think if workmen go on strike they're a regular bunch of fiends. Now, of course, it's a fight between sound business and the destructive element, and we got to lick the rough stuffin's out of 'em when they challenge us, but doggone if I see why we can't fight like gentlemen and not go calling 'em dirty dogs and saying they ought to be shot down."
"Why, George," she said placidly, "I thought you always insisted that all strikers ought to be put in jail."
"Never did. Well, I mean, some of 'em, of course, they're responsible leaders, but I mean a fellow ought to be broad-minded and liberal about things like—"
"But, dearie, I thought you always said these so-called liberal people were the worst of—"
"Rats. Women never can understand the different definitions of a word. Depends on how you mean it. And it don't pay to be too cocksure about anything. Now these strikers, honest, they're not such bad people, just foolish. They don't understand the complications of merchandising and profit the way we business men do. But sometimes I think they're about like the rest of us, and no more hogs for wages than we are for profits."
"George, if people were to hear you talk like that— of course I know you. I remember what a wild, crazy boy you were. I know you don't mean a word you say. But if people that don't understand you were to hear you talking like that, they'd think you were a regular socialist."
"What do I care what anybody thinks? And let me tell you right now, I want you to distinctly understand, I never was a wild, crazy kid. And when I say a thing, I mean it. I stand by it, and honest. Do you think people would think I was too liberal if I said the strikers were decent?"
"Of course they would. But don't worry, dear. I know you don't mean a word of it. Time to trot up to bed now. Have you enough covers for tonight?"
On the sleeping porch he puzzled.
She doesn't understand me. Hardly understands myself. Why can't I take things easy the way I used to? Wish I could go out to Sandy Dunn's house and talk things over with him. No, suppose Verg Gunch saw me going in there. Wish I knew some really smart woman and nice that would see what I'm trying to get at. Let me talk to her, and wonder if Myra's right. Could the fellows think I've gone nutty just because I'm broad-minded and liberal? Way Verg looked at me.
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 28. 1. Miss McGowan came into his private office at 3 in the afternoon with,
"Listen, Mr. Babbitt, there's a Mrs. Judique on the phone. Wants to see about some repairs, and the salesmen are all out. Want to talk to her?"
"All right."
The voice of Tanis Judique was clear and pleasant. The black cylinder of the telephone receiver seemed to hold a tiny animated image of her, lustrous eyes, delicate nose, gentle chin.
This is Mrs. Judique. Do you remember me? You drove me up here to the Cavendish Apartments and helped me find such a nice flat."
"Sure, bet I remember. What can I do for you?"
"Why, it's just a little. I don't know that I ought to bother you, but the janitor doesn't seem to be able to fix it. You know my flat is on the top floor. With these autumn rains, the roof is beginning to leak, and I'd be awfully glad if—"
"Sure, I'll come up and take a look at it," nervously. "When do you expect to be in?"
"Why, I'm in every morning."
"Be in this afternoon, in an hour or so?"
"Yes. Perhaps I could give you a cup of tea. I think I ought to, after all your trouble."
"Fine. I'll run up there as soon as I can get away." He meditated. "Now there's a woman that's got refinement, savvy, class. After all your trouble, give you a cup of tea. She'd appreciate a fellow. I'm a fool, but I'm not such a bad cuss. Get to know me, and not so much a fool as they think." The great strike was over. The strikers beaten, except that Vergil Gunch seemed less cordial. There were no visible effects of Babbitt's treachery to the clan. The oppressive fear of criticism was gone, but a different loneliness remained. Now he was so exhilarated that, to prove he wasn't, he droned about the office for 15 minutes, looking at blueprints, explaining to Miss McGowan that this Mrs. Scott wanted more money for her house, had raised the asking price, raised it from $7,000 to $8,500. Would Miss McGowan be sure to put it down on the card? Mrs. Scott's house, raise. When he had thus established himself as a person unemotional and interested only in business, he sauntered out. He took a particularly long time to start his car. He kicked the tires, dusted the glass of the speedometer, and tightened the screws holding the windshield spotlight. He drove happily off toward the Bellevue district, conscious of the presence of Mrs. Judique as a brilliant light on the horizon. The maple leaves had fallen, and they lined the gutters of the asphalted streets. It was a day of pale gold and faded green, tranquil and lingering. Babbitt was aware of the meditative day, and of the barrenness of Bellevue. Blocks of wooden houses, garages, little shops, weedy lots. "Needs pepping up, needs the touch that people like Mrs. Judique could give a place," he ruminated as he rattled through the long, crude, airy streets. The wind rose, enlivening, keen, and in a blaze of well-being he came to the flat of Tanis Judique. She was wearing, when she flatteringly admitted him, a frock of black chiffon cut modestly round at the base of her pretty throat. She seemed to him very sophisticated. He glanced at the cretonnes and colored prints in her living room, and gurgled, "Gosh, you've fixed the place up nice. Takes a clever woman to know how to make a home all right."
"You really like it. I'm so glad. But you've neglected me scandalously. You promised to come up some time and learn to dance."
Rather unsteadily, "Oh, but you didn't mean it seriously."
"Perhaps not, but you might have tried."
"Well, here I've come for my lesson, and you might just as well prepare to have me stay for supper."
They both laughed in a manner which indicated that of course he didn't mean it.
"But first I guess I better look at the leak."
She climbed with him to the flat roof of the apartment house, a detached world of slatted wooden walks, clothesline, water tank, and a penthouse. He poked at things with his toe and sought to impress her by being learned about copper gutters, the desirability of passing plumbing pipes through a lead collar and sleeve and flashing them with copper, and the advantages of cedar over boiler iron for roof tanks. "You have to know so much in real estate," she admired.
He promised that the roof should be repaired within 2 days. Do you mind my phoning from your apartment?" he asked.
"Heavens, no."
He stood for a moment at the coping, looking over land of hard little bungalows with abnormally large porches in new apartment houses, small but brave, with variegated brick walls and terracotta trimmings. Beyond them was a hill with a gouge of yellow clay like a vast wound. Behind every apartment house, beside each dwelling, were small garages. It was a world of good little people, comfortable, industrious, credulous.
In the autumnal light the flat newness was mellowed, and the air was a sun-tinted pool.
"Golly, it's one fine afternoon. You get a great view here, right up Tanner's Hill," said Babbitt.
Yes, it's nice and open.
"So darn few people appreciate a view."
Don't you go raising my rent on that account. Oh, that was naughty of me. I was just teasing. Seriously, though, there are so few people who respond, who react to views, I mean. They haven't any feeling of poetry and beauty.
"That's a fact. They haven't," he breathed, admiring her slenderness and the absorbed, airy way in which she looked toward the hill, chin lifted, lips smiling. "Well, guess I better telephone the plumbers so they'll get on the job first thing in the morning."
When he had telephoned, making it conspicuously authoritative and gruff and masculine, he looked doubtful and sighed,
"Suppose I better be—"
"Oh, you must have a cup of tea first."
"Well, it would go pretty good at that."
It was luxurious to loll in a deep green rep chair, his legs thrust out before him, to glance at the black Chinese telephone stand and the colored photograph of Mount Vernon, which he had always liked so much, while in the tiny kitchen so near, Mrs. Eudique sang "My Creole Queen" in an intolerable sweetness, a contentment so deep that he was wistfully discontented. He saw magnolias by moonlight and heard plantation darkies crooning to the banjo. He wanted to be near her on pretense of helping her, yet he wanted to remain in his still ecstasy. Languidly he remained. When she bustled in with tea, he smiled up at her.
"This is awfully nice."
For the first time he was not fencing. He was quietly and securely friendly, and friendly and quiet was her answer. "It's nice to have you here. You were so kind, helping me to find this little home." They agreed that the weather would soon turn cold. They agreed that prohibition was prohibitive. They agreed that art in the home was cultural. They agreed about everything. They even became bold. They hinted that these modern young girls, well, honestly, their short skirts were short. They were proud to find that they were not shocked by such frank speaking. Tanis ventured, "I know you'll understand. I mean, I don't quite know how to say it, but I do think that girls who pretend they're bad by the way they dress really never go any further. They give away the fact that they haven't the instincts of a womanly woman." Remembering Ida Putink, the manicure girl, and how ill she had used him, Babbitt agreed with enthusiasm. Remembering how ill all the world had used him, he told of Paul Riesling, of Zilla, of Seneca Doane, of the strike.
"See how it was? Course I was as anxious to have these beggars licked to a standstill as anybody else, but gosh, no reason for not seeing their side. For a fellow's own sake, he's got to be broad-minded and liberal. Don't you think so?"
"Oh, I do." Sitting on the hard little couch, she clasped her hands beside her, leaned toward him, absorbed him, and in a glorious state of being appreciated, he proclaimed,
"So I up and said to the fellows at the club, 'Look here,
Do you belong to the Union Club? I think it's—"
"No, the Athletic. Tell you, course they're always asking me to join the Union, but I always say no. No, sir. Nothing doing. I don't mind the expense, but I can't stand all the old fogies."
"Oh, yes, that's all. But tell me, what did you say to them?"
"Oh, you don't want to hear it. I'm probably boring you to death with my troubles. You wouldn't hardly think I was an old duffer. I sound like a kid."
"Oh, you're a boy yet. I mean, you can't be a day over 45.
"Well, I'm not much, but by golly, I begin to feel middle-aged sometimes. All these responsibilities and all."
"Oh, I know." Her voice caressed him. It cloaked him like warm silk. "And I feel lonely, so lonely some days, Mr. Babbitt."
"We're a sad pair of birds, but I think we're pretty darn nice."
"Yes, I think we're a lot nicer than most people I know." They smiled. "But please, tell me what you said at the club."
"Well, it was like this. Course Seneca Doane is a friend of mine. They can say what they want to. They can call him anything they please. But
What most folks here don't know is that Senny is the bosom pal of some of the biggest statesmen in the world. Lord Wycombe, for instance. You know, this big British nobleman. My friend Sir Gerald Doak told me that Lord Wycombe is one of the biggest guns in England. Well, Doak or somebody told me." "Oh, do you know Sir Gerald? The one that was here at McKelvey's?"
"Know him? Well, say, I know him just well enough so we call each other George and Jerry, and we got so pickled in Chicago."
"That must have been fun, but—" She shook a finger at him. "I can't have you getting pickled. I'll have to take you in hand."
"Wish you would. Well, as I was saying, you see, I happen to know what a big noise Sonny Doane is outside of Zenith, but of course the prophet hasn't got any honor in his own country, and Senny, darn his old hide, he's so blame modest that he never lets folks know the kind of an outfit he travels with when he goes abroad. Well, during the strike, Clarence Drum comes P-rating up to our table, all dolled up fit to kill in his nice little captain's uniform, and somebody says to him, 'Bustin' the strike, Clarence?' Well, he swells up like a pouter pigeon, and he hollers, so's you could hear him, away up in the reading room, 'Yes, sure, I told the strike leaders where they got off, and so they went home.' Well, I says to him, glad there wasn't any violence. 'Yes,' he says, 'but if I hadn't 'a' kept my skin, there would have been. All those fellows had bombs in their pockets. They're regular anarchists.' 'Oh, rats, Clarence,' I says. 'I looked 'em all over carefully, and they didn't have any more bombs than a rabbit,' I says. 'Course,' I says, 'they're foolish, but they're a good deal like you and me, after all.' And then Virgil Gunch or somebody, no, it was Chum Frink, you know, the famous poet, great pal of mine, he says to me, 'Look here,' he says, 'do you mean to say you advocate these strikes?' Well, I was so disgusted with a fellow whose mind worked that way that I swear I had a good mind to not explain at all, just ignore him."
"Oh, that's so wise," said Mrs. Judique.
But finally I explains to him, if you'd done as much as I have on Chamber of Commerce committees and all, I says, then you'd have the right to talk. But same time, I says, I believe in treating your opponent like a gentleman. Well, sir, that held him. Frank, Chum, I always call him. He didn't have another word to say, but at that, I guess some of 'em kind of thought I was too liberal. What do you think?"
"Oh, you were so wise and courageous. I love a man to have the courage of his convictions."
"But do you think it was a good stunt? After all, some of these fellows are so darn cautious and narrow-minded that they're prejudiced against the fellow that talks right out of a meeting."
"What do you care? In the long run, they're bound to respect a man who makes them think. And with your reputation for oratory, you—"
"What do you know about my reputation for oratory?"
"Oh, I'm not going to tell you everything I know, but seriously, you don't realize what a famous man you are."
"Well, though I haven't done much orating this fall. Too kind of bothered by this Paul Riesling business, I guess. But do you know, you're the first person that's really understood what I was getting at. Tanis, listen to me, will you? Fat nerve I've got calling you Tanis."
"Oh, do, and shall I call you George? Don't you think it's awfully nice when two people have so much shall I call it, so much analysis that they can discard all the stupid conventions and understand each other and become acquainted right away, like ships that pass in the night?"
"I certainly do. I certainly do."
He was no longer quiescent in his chair. He wandered about the room. He dropped on the couch beside her. But as he awkwardly stretched his hands toward her fragile, immaculate fingers, she said brightly, "Do give me a cigarette. Would you think poor Tanis was dreadfully naughty if she smoked?"
"Lord, no, I like it."
He had often and weightily pondered flappers smoking in Zenith restaurants, but he knew only one woman who smoked, Mrs. Sam W., this flighty neighbor. He ceremoniously lighted Tanis's cigarette, looked for a place to deposit the burnt match, and dropped it into his pocket. "I'm sure you want a cigar, you poor man," she crooned.
Do you mind one?"
"Oh, no. I love the smell of a good cigar. So nice and like a man. You'll find an ashtray in my bedroom, on the table beside the bed, if you don't mind getting it." He was embarrassed by her bedroom, the broad couch with a cover of violet silk, mauve curtains striped with gold, Chinese Chippendale bureau, and an amazing row of slippers with ribbon-wound shoe-trees, and primrose stockings lying across them. His manner of bringing the ashtray had just the right note of easy friendliness, he felt.
A boob like Virgil Gunch would try to get funny about seeing her bedroom, but I take it casually.
He was not casual afterward. The contentment of companionship was gone, and he was restless with desire to touch her hand. But whenever he turned toward her, the cigarette was in his way. It was a shield between them. He waited till she should have finished, but as he rejoiced at the quick crushing of its light on the ashtray, she said, "Don't you want to give me another cigarette?" And hopelessly he saw the screen of pale smoke and her graceful tilted hand again between them. He was not merely curious now to find out whether she would let him hold her hand, all in the purest friendship, naturally, but agonized with need of it. On the surface appeared none of all this fretful drama. They were talking cheerfully of motors, of trips to California, of Chum Frink. Once he said delicately,
"I do hate these guys. I hate these people that invite themselves to meals, but I seem to have a feeling I'm going to have supper with the lovely Mrs. Tanis Judique tonight. But I suppose you probably already have 7 dates already."
"Well, I was thinking of going to the movies. Yes, I really think I ought to get out and get some fresh air." She did not encourage him to stay, but never did she discourage him. He considered,
"I better take a sneak. She will let me stay. There is something doing, and I mustn't get mixed up with it. I mustn't. I've got to beat it. Then no, it's too late now."
Suddenly, at 7, brushing her cigarette away, briskly taking her hand,
"Tanis, stop teasing me. You know here we are, a couple of lonely birds, and we're awfully happy together. Anyway, I am. Never been so happy. Do let me stay. I'll gallop down to the delicatessen and buy some stuff, cold chicken maybe, or cold turkey, and we can have a nice little supper, and afterwards, if you want to chase me out, I'll be good and go like a lamb."
"Well, yes, it would be nice," she said. Nor did she withdraw her hand. He squeezed it, trembling, and blundered toward his coat. At the delicatessen he bought preposterous stores of food, chosen on the principle of expensiveness. From the drugstore across the street he telephoned to his wife.
Got to get a fellow to sign a lease before he leaves town on the midnight. Won't be home till late. Don't wait up for me. Kiss Tinka good night." He expectantly lumbered back to the flat.
"Oh, you bad thing, you buy so much food," was her greeting, and her voice was gay, her smile acceptant. He helped her in the tiny white kitchen. He washed the lettuce, he opened the olive bottle. She ordered him to set the table, and as he trotted into the living room, as he hunted through the buffet for knives and forks, he felt utterly at home. "Now the only other thing," he announced, "is what you're going to wear. I can't decide whether you're to put on your swellest evening gown, or let your hair down and put on short skirts and make believe you're a little girl." "I'm going to dine just as I am in this old chiffon rag, and if you can't stand poor Tanis that way, you can go to the club for dinner."
"Stand you?" He patted her shoulder. "Child, you're the brainiest and the loveliest and finest woman I've ever met. Come now, Lady Wycombe, if you'll take the Duke of Zenith's arm, we will perambulate to the Magnolias Feed." "Oh, you do say the funniest and nicest things." When they had finished the picnic supper, he thrust his head out of the window and reported, "It's turned awful chilly, and I think it's going to rain. You don't want to go to the movies."
"Well,
I wish we had a fireplace, and I wish it was raining like all get out tonight, and I wish we were in a funny little old-fashioned cottage, and the trees thrashing like everything outside, and a great big log fire." And I'll tell you, let's draw this couch up to the radiator and stretch our feet out and pretend it's a wood fire."
"Oh, I think that's pathetic, you big child."
But they did draw up to the radiator and prop their feet against it, his clumsy black shoes, her patent leather slippers. In the dimness they talked of themselves, of how lonely she was, how bewildered he, and how wonderful that they had found each other. As they fell silent, the room was stiller than a country lane. There was no sound from the street save the whir of motor tires, the rumble of a distant freight train. Self-contained was the room, warm, secure, insulated from the harassing world. He was absorbed by a rapture in which all fear and doubting were smothered away, and when he reached home at dawn the rapture had mellowed to contentment, serene and full of memories. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti. MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 29. 1. The assurance of Tanis Judique's friendship fortified Babbitt's self-approval. At the athletic club he became experimental. Though Virgil Gunch was silent, the others at the Roughnecks table came to accept Babbitt as having, for no visible reason, turned crank. They argued windily with him, and he was cocky and enjoyed the spectacle of his interesting martyrdom. He even praised Seneca Doane. Professor Pumphrey said that was carrying a joke too far, but Babbitt argued, "No, fact, I tell you he's got one of the keenest intellects in the country. Why, Lord Wycombe said that—" "Oh, who the hell is Lord Wycombe? What you always lugging him in for? You've been touting him for the last 6 weeks," protested Orville Jones. "George ordered him from Sears Roebuck. You can get those English high muckamucks by mail for $2 apiece," suggested Sidney Finkelstein. "That's all right now. Lord Wycombe, he's one of the biggest intellects in English political life. As I was saying, of course I'm conservative myself, but I appreciate a guy like Senny Doane because—" Virgil Gunch interrupted harshly. "I wonder if you are so conservative. I find I can manage to run my own business without any skunks and reds like Doane in it." The grimness of Gunch's voice, the hardness of his jaw, disconcerted Babbitt, but he recovered and went on till they looked bored, then irritated, then as doubtful as Gunch. 2. He thought of Tanis always. With a stir he remembered her every aspect. His arms yearned for her. "I've found her. I've dreamed of her all these years, and now I've found her," he exulted. He met her at the movies in the morning. He drove out to her flat in the late afternoon, or on evenings when he was believed to be at the Elks. He knew her financial affairs and advised her about them. When she lamented her feminine ignorance and praised his masterfulness, and proved to know much more about bonds than he did, they had remembrances and laughter over old times. Once they quarreled, and he raged that she was as bossy as his wife, and far more whining when he was inattentive, but that passed safely. Their high hour was a tramp on a ringing December afternoon, through snow-drifted meadows, down to the icy Chaloosa's River. She was exotic in an astrakhan cap and a short beaver coat. She slid on the ice and shouted, and he panted after her, rotund with laughter. Myra Babbitt never slid on the ice. He was afraid that they would be seen together. In Zenith it is impossible to lunch with a neighbor's wife without the fact being known before nightfall in every house in your circle. But Tanis was beautifully discreet. However appealingly she might turn to him when they were alone, she was gravely detached when they were abroad, and he hoped that she would be taken for a client. Orville Jones once saw them emerging from a movie theater, and Babbitt bumbled, "Let me make you acquainted with Mrs. Judique. Now here's a lady who knows the right broker to come to, Orvie." Mr. Jones, though he was a man censorious of morals and of laundry machinery, seemed satisfied.
His predominant fear, not from any especial fondness for her, but from the habit of propriety, was that his wife would learn of the affair. He was certain that she knew nothing specific about Tanis, but he was also certain that she suspected something indefinite. For years she had been bored by anything more affectionate than a farewell kiss, yet she was hurt by any slacking in his irritable periodic interest, and now he had no interest, rather a revulsion. He was completely faithful to Tanis. He was distressed by the sight of his wife's slack plumpness, by her puffs and billows of flesh, by the tattered petticoat which she was always meaning and always forgetting to throw away. But he was aware that she, so long attuned to him, caught all his repulsions. He elaborately, heavily, jocularly tried to check them. He couldn't. They had a tolerable Christmas. Kenneth Escott was there, admittedly engaged to Verona. Mrs. Babbitt was cheerful and called Kenneth her new son. Babbitt was worried about Ted, because he had ceased complaining of the State University and become suspiciously acquiescent. He wondered what the boy was planning, and was too shy to ask. Himself, Babbitt slipped away on Christmas afternoon to take his present, a silver cigarette-box, to Tanis. When he returned, Mrs. Babbitt asked, much too innocently, "Did you go out for a little fresh air?"
"Yes, just a little drive," he mumbled.
After New Year's his wife proposed, "I heard from my sister today, George. She isn't well. I think perhaps I ought to stay with her for a few weeks." Now Mrs. Babbitt was not accustomed to leave home during the winter except on violently demanding occasions, and only the summer before she had been gone for weeks. Nor was Babbitt one of the detachable husbands who take separations casually. He liked to have her there. She looked after his clothes, she knew how his steak ought to be cooked, and her clucking made him feel secure. But he could not drum up even a dutiful, "Oh, she doesn't really need you, does she?" when he tried to look regretful. While he felt that his wife was watching him, he was filled with exultant visions of Tanis. "Do you think I better go?" she said sharply.
"You got to decide, honey. I can't."
She turned away, sighing, and his forehead was damp. Till she went 4 days later, she was curiously still, he cumbrously affectionate. Her train left at noon. As he saw it grow small beyond the train shed, he longed to hurry to Tanis.
"No, by God, I won't do that," he vowed. "I won't go near her for a week."
But he was at her flat at 4. 3. He, who had once controlled, or seemed to control, his life in a progress unimpassioned but diligent and sane, was for that fortnight borne on a current of desire and very bad whiskey, and all the complications of new acquaintances, those furious new intimates who demanded so much more attention than old friends. Each morning he gloomily recognized his idiocies of the evening before. With his head throbbing, his tongue and lips stinging from cigarettes, he incredulously counted the number of drinks he had taken, and groaned, "I gotta quit." He had ceased saying, "I will quit." For however resolute he might be at dawn, he could not for a single evening check his drift. He had met Tanis's friends. He had, with the ardent haste of the midnight people who drink and dance and rattle and are ever afraid to be silent, been adopted as a member of her group, which they called the Bunch. He first met them after a day when he had worked particularly hard, and when he hoped to be quiet with Tanis and slowly sip her admiration. From down the hall he could hear shrieks and the grind of a phonograph. As Tanis opened the door he saw fantastic figures dancing in a haze of cigarette smoke. The tables and chairs were against the wall. "Oh, isn't this dandy!" She grabbed at him. "Carrie Nork had the loveliest idea. She decided it was time for a party, and she's phoned the Bunch and told 'em to gather round. George, this is Carrie." Carrie was, in the less desirable aspects of both, at once matronly and spinsterish. She was perhaps 40. Her hair was an unconvincing ash blonde, and if her chest was flat her hips were ponderous. She greeted Babbitt with a giggling, "Welcome to our little midst. Tanis says you're a great sport." He was apparently expected to dance, to be boyish and gay with Carrie, and he did his unforgiving best. He towed her about the room, bumping into other couples, into the radiator, into chair legs cunningly ambushed. As he danced he surveyed the rest of the bunch: a thin young woman who looked capable, conceited, and sarcastic; another woman who he could never quite remember; three overdressed and slightly effeminate young men, soda-fountain clerks, or at least born for that profession; a man of his own age, immovable, self-satisfied, resentful of Babbitt's presence. When he had finished his dutiful dance, Tanis took him aside and begged, "Dear, wouldn't you like to do something for me? I'm all out of booze, and the bunch wants to celebrate. Couldn't you just skip down to Healey Hanson's and get some?"
"Sure," he said, trying not to sound sullen.
"I'll tell you, I'll get Minnie Sonntag to drive down with you."
Tanis was pointing to the thin, sarcastic young woman.
Miss Sonntag greeted him with a astringent, "How do you do, Mr. Babbitt? Tanis tells me you're a very prominent man. I'm honored to be allowed to drive with you. Of course, I'm not accustomed to associating with society people like you, so I don't know how to act in such exalted circles." Thus Miss Sonntag talked all the way down to Healey Hanson's. To her jibes he wanted to reply,
"Oh, go to the devil,"
but he never quite nerved himself to do that reasonable comment. He was resenting the existence of the whole bunch. He had heard Tanis speak of darling Carrie and Miss Sonntag. "She's so clever you'll adore her." But they had never been real to him. He had pictured Tanis as living in a rose-tinted vacuum, waiting for him, free of all the complications of a Floral Heights. When they returned he had to endure the patronage of the young soda clerks. They were as damply friendly as Miss Sonntag was dryly hostile. They called him Old Georgie, and shouted, "Come on now, sport, shake a leg." Boys in belted coats, pimply boys as young as Ted, and as flabby as chorus men, but powerful to dance and to mind the phonograph and smoke cigarettes and patronize Tanis. He tried to be one of them. He cried, "Good work, Pete," but his voice creaked. Tanis apparently enjoyed the companionship of the dancing darlings. She bridled to their bland flirtation and casually kissed them at the end of each dance. Babbitt hated her for the moment. He saw her as middle-aged. He studied the wrinkles in the softness of her throat, the slack flesh beneath her chin. The taut muscles of her youth were loose and drooping. Between dances she sat in the largest chair, waving her cigarette, summoning her callow admirers to come and talk to her.
"She thinks she's a bloomin' queen," growled Babbitt.
She chanted to Miss Sonntag, "Isn't my little studio sweet?"
"Studio rats! It's a plain old maid and chow dog flat. Oh, God, I wish I was home. I wonder if I can't make a getaway now."
His vision grew blurred, however, as he plied himself to Healey Hanson's raw but vigorous whiskey. He blended with the bunch. He began to rejoice that Carrie Nork and Pete, the most nearly intelligent of the nimble youth, seemed to like him, and it was enormously important to win over the surly older man, who proved to be a railway clerk named Fulton Bemis. The conversation of the bunch was exclamatory, high-colored, full of references to people whom Babbitt did not know. Apparently they thought very comfortably of themselves. They were the bunch, wise and beautiful and amusing. They were bohemians and urbanites, accustomed to all the luxuries of Zenith, dance-halls, movie theaters, and roadhouses, and in a cynical superiority to people who were slow or tightwad. They cackled. "Oh, Pete, did I tell you what that dub of a cashier said when I came in late yesterday? Oh, it was perfectly priceless." "Oh, but wasn't T.D. stewed? Say, he was simply ossified. What did Gladys say to him? Think of the nerve of Bob Bixford trying to get us to come to his house. Say, the nerve of him! Can you beat it for nerve? Some nerve, I call it. Did you notice how Dottie was dancing? Gee, wasn't she the limit?" Babbitt was to be heard sonorously agreeing with the once-hated Miss Mimi Sonntag that persons who let a night go by without dancing to jazz music were crabs, pikers, and poor fish, and he roared, "You bet!" when Mrs. Carrie Nork gurgled, "Don't you love to sit on the floor? It's so bohemian." He began to think extremely well of the bunch. When he mentioned his friends Sir Gerald Dork, Lord Whitcomb, William Washington Earthorne, and Chum Frink, he was proud of their condescending interest. He got so thoroughly in the jocund spirit that he didn't much mind seeing Tanis drooping against the shoulder of the youngest and milkiest of the young men, and he himself desired to hold Carrie North's pulpy hand, and dropped it only because Tanis looked angry. When he went home at 2, he was fully a member of the bunch, and all the week thereafter he was bound by the exceedingly strained conventions, the exceedingly wearing demands of their life of pleasure and freedom. He had to go to their parties. He was involved in the agitation when everybody telephoned to everybody else that she hadn't meant what she'd said when she'd said that. And anyway, why was Pete going around saying she'd said it? Never was a family more insistent on learning one another's movements than were the bunch. All of them volubly knew, or indignantly desired to know, where all the others had been every minute of the week. Babbitt found himself explaining to Carrie or Fulton Bemis just what he had been doing, that he should not have joined them till 10 o'clock, and apologizing for having gone to dinner with a business acquaintance. Every member of the bunch was expected to telephone to every other member at least once a week. "Why haven't you called me up?" Babbitt was asked accusingly, not only by Tanis and Carrie, but presently by new ancient friends, Jenny and Captoni and Toots. If for a moment he had seen Tanis as withering and sentimental, he lost that impression at Carrie Nork's dance. Mrs. Nork had a huge house and a small husband. To her party came all of the bunch, perhaps 35 of them. When they were completely mobilized, Babbitt, under the name of Old Georgie, was now a pioneer of the bunch, since each month it changed half its membership, and he who could recall the prehistoric days of a fortnight ago, before Mrs. Absalom, the food demonstrator, had gone to Indianapolis and Mac had got sore at Minnie, was a veritable leader and able to condescend to new Petes and Minnies and Gladyses. At Carrie's, Tanis did not have to work at being hostess. She was dignified and sure, a clear, fine figure in the black chiffon frock he had always loved, and in the wider spaces of the ugly house Babbitt was able to sit quietly with her. He repented of his first revulsion, mooned at her feet, and happily drove her home. Next day he bought a violent yellow tie to make himself young for her. He knew a little sadly that he could not make himself beautiful. He beheld himself as heavy, hinting of fatness. But he danced, he dressed, he chatted, to be as young as she was, as young as she seemed to be. 4. As all converts, whether to a religion, love, or gardening, find as by magic that though hitherto these hobbies have not seemed to exist, now the whole world is filled with their fury, so once he was converted to dissipation, Babbitt discovered agreeable opportunities for it everywhere. He had a new view of his sporting neighbor, Sam Doppelbrau. The Doppelbraus were respectable people, industrious people, prosperous people, whose ideal of happiness was an eternal cabaret. Their life was dominated by suburban bacchanalia of alcohol, nicotine, gasoline, and kisses. They and their set worked capably all the week, and all week looked forward to Saturday night, when they would, as he expressed it, throw a party. And the throwing party grew noisier and noisier up to Sunday dawn, and usually included an extremely rapid motor expedition to nowhere in particular. One evening when Tanis was at the theater, Babbitt found himself being lively with the Doppelbraus, pledging friendship with men whom he had for years privately denounced to Mrs. Babbitt as a rotten bunch of tin horns that I wouldn't go out with, rot if they were the last people on the earth. That evening he had sulkily come home and poked about the front of the house, chipping off the walk the ice clots, like fossil footprints, made by the steps of passers-by during the recent snow. Howard Littlefield came up snuffling. "So winter were, George?" "Yep. Cold again tonight." "What do you hear from the wife?" "She's feeling fine, but her sister's still pretty sick."
Hey, better come in and have dinner with us tonight, George. Oh, thanks. Have to go out.
Suddenly he could not endure Littlefield's recitals of the more interesting statistics about totally uninteresting problems. He scraped at the walk and grunted. Sam Doppelbrau appeared.
Evening, Babbitt. Working hard? Yep, little exercise.
Cold enough for you tonight?
Well, just about.
Still a widower?
Uh-huh.
Say, Babbitt, while she's away, I know you don't care much for booze fights, but the missus and I'd be awfully glad if you would come in some night. Think you could stand a good cocktail for once?
Stand it, young fella. I bet old Uncle George can mix the best cocktail in these United States.
Hooray, that's the way to talk. Look here. There's some folks coming to the house tonight, Louetta Swanson and some other live ones, and I'm going to open up a bottle of pre-war gin, and maybe we'll dance a while. Why don't you drop in, jazz it up a little, just for a change?
Well, what time they coming?
He was at the Sam Doppelbrau's at 9. It was the third time he had entered the house. By 10 he was calling Mr. Doppelbrau
Sam, old hoss.
At 11 they all drove out to the old farm inn. Babbitt sat in the back of Doppelbrau's car with Louetta Swanson. Once he had timorously tried to make love to her. Now he did not try, he merely made love. And Louetta dropped her head on his shoulder, told him what a nagger Eddie was, and accepted Babbitt as a decent and well-trained libertine. With the assistance of Tanis's bunch, the Doppelbraus and other companions in forgetfulness, there was not an evening for 2 weeks when he did not return home late and shaky. With his other faculties blurred, he yet had the motorist's gift of being able to drive when he could scarce walk, of slowing down at corners and allowing for approaching cars. He came wambling into the house. If Verona and Kenneth Escott were about, he got past them with a hasty greeting, horribly aware of their level young glances, and hid himself upstairs. He found when he came into the warm house that he was hazier than he had believed. His head whirled. He dared not lie down. He tried to soak out the alcohol in the hot bath. For the moment his head was clearer, but when he moved about the bathroom his calculations of distance were wrong, so that he dragged down the towels and knocked over the soap dish with a clatter which he feared would betray him to the children. Chilly in his dressing-gown, he tried to read the evening paper. He could follow every word. He seemed to take in the sense of things, but a minute afterward he could not have told what he had been reading. When he went to bed his brain flew in circles, and he hastily sat up, struggling for self-control. At last he was able to lie still, feeling only a little sick and dizzy, and enormously ashamed. To hide his condition from his own children, to have danced and shouted with people whom he despised, to have said foolish things, sung idiotic songs, tried to kiss silly girls. Incredulously he remembered that he had, by his roaring familiarity with them, laid himself open to the patronizing of youth whom he would have kicked out of his office, that by dancing too ardently he had exposed himself to rebukes from the rattiest of withering women. As it came relentlessly back to him, he snarled, "I hate myself. God, how I hate myself." But he raged, "I'm through. No more. Had enough. Plenty." He was even surer about it the morning after, when he was trying to be grave and paternal with his daughters at breakfast. At noontime he was less sure. He did not deny that he had been a fool. He saw it almost as clearly as at midnight, but anything he struggled was better than going back to a life of barren heartiness. At 4 he wanted to drink. He kept a whiskey flask in his desk now, and after 2 minutes of battle he had his drink. 3 drinks later he began to see the bunch as tender and amusing friends, and by 6 he was with them, and the tale was to be told all over. Each morning his head ached a little less. A bad head after drinks had been his safeguard, but the safeguard was crumbling. Presently he could be drunk at dawn, yet not feel particularly wretched in his conscience or in his stomach when he awoke at 8. No regret, no desire to escape the toil of keeping up with the arduous merriment of the bunch was so great as his feeling of social inferiority when he failed to keep up. To be the liveliest of them was as much his ambition now as it had been to excel at making money, at playing golf, at motor driving, at oratory, at climbing to the McKelvey set. But occasionally he failed. He found that Pete and the other young men considered the Bunch too austerely polite, and the Carrie who merely kissed behind doors too embarrassingly monogamic. As Babbitt sneaked from the Floral Heights down to the Bunch, so the young gallants sneaked from the properties of the Bunch off to times with bouncing young women whom they picked up in department stores and at hotel coat-rooms. Once Babbitt tried to accompany them. There was a motor car, a bottle of whiskey, and for him a grubby, shrieking cash girl from Parcher and Stein's. He sat beside her and worried. He was apparently expected to jolly her along, but when she sang out, "Hey, Lingo, quit crushing me, cootie garage," he did not quite know how to go on. They sat in the back room of a saloon, and Babbitt had a headache. He was confused by their new slang, looked at them benevolently, wanted to go home, and had a drink. A good many drinks. 2 evenings after, Fulton Bemis, the surly older man of the Bunch, took Babbitt aside and grunted, "Look here, it's none of my business, and God knows I always lap up my share of the hooch, but don't you think you better watch yourself? You're one of the enthusiastic chumps that always overdo things. Do you realize you're throwing in the booze as fast as you can, and you eat one cigarette right after the other? Better cut it out for a while." Babbitt tearfully said that good old Fult was a prince, and yes, he certainly would cut it out, and thereafter he lighted a cigarette and took a drink, and had a horrific quarrel with Tanis when she caught him being affectionate with Carrie Nork. Next morning he hated himself that he should have sunk into a position where a 15th-rater like Fulton Bemis could rebuke him. He perceived that since he was making love to every woman possible, Tanis was no longer his one pure star, and he wondered whether she had ever been anything more to him than a woman. And if Bemis had spoken to him, were other people talking about him? He suspiciously watched the men at the athletic club at noon. It seemed to him they were uneasy. They had been talking about him, then? He was angry. He became belligerent. He not only defended Seneca Doane, but even made fun of the Y.M.C.A. Vergil Gunch was rather brief in his answers. Afterward, Babbitt was not angry. He was afraid. He did not go to the next lunch of the Boosters' Club, but hid in a cheap restaurant, and while he munched a ham and egg sandwich and sipped coffee from a cup on the arm of his chair, he worried. 4 days later, when the Bunch were having one of their best parties, Babbitt drove them to the skating rink which had been laid out on the Chaloosa River. After a thaw, the streets had frozen in smooth ice. Down those wide, endless streets the wind rattled between the rows of wooden houses, and the whole Bellevue district seemed a frontier town. Even with skid chains on all 4 wheels, Babbitt was afraid of sliding, and when he came to the long slide of a hill, he crawled down, both brakes on. Slewing around a corner came a less cautious car. It skidded. It almost raked them with its rear fenders. In relief at their escape, the Bunch, Tanis, Minnie, Sontag, Pete, Fulton, Bemis, shouted, "Oh, baby!" and waved their hands to the agitated other driver. Then Babbitt saw Professor Pumphrey laboriously crawling uphill, afoot, staring owlishly at the revelers. He was sure that Pumphrey recognized him, and saw Tanis kiss him as she crowed, "You're such a good driver." At lunch the next day he probed Pumphrey with, "Out last night with my brother and some friends of his. Gosh, what driving! Slippery glass. Thought I saw you hiking up the Bellevue Avenue hill." "No, I wasn't. I didn't see you," said Pumphrey hastily, rather guiltily. Perhaps 2 days afterward, Babbitt took Tanis to lunch at the Hotel Thornleigh. She, who had seemed well content to wait for him at her flat, had begun to hint with melancholy smiles that he must think but little of her if he never introduced her to his friends. If he was unwilling to be seen with her except at the movies, he thought of taking her to the ladies' annex of the athletic club, but that was too dangerous. He would have to introduce her, and people might misunderstand, and He compromised on the Thornleigh. She was unusually smart, all in black, small black tricorn hat, short black caracal coat, loose and swinging and austere high-necked black velvet frock, at a time when most street costumes were like evening gowns. Perhaps she was too smart. Everyone in the Golden Oak restaurant of the Thornleigh was staring at her as Babbitt followed her to a table. He uneasily hoped that the head waiter would give them a discreet place behind a pillar, but they were stationed on the center aisle. Tanis seemed not to notice her admirers. She smiled at Babbitt with a lavish, "Oh, isn't this nice? What a peppy-looking orchestra." Babbitt had difficulty in being lavish in return, for 2 tables away he saw Vergil Gunch. All through the meal Gunch watched them, while Babbitt watched himself being watched and lugubriously tried to keep from spoiling Tanis's gaiety. "I feel like a spree to-day," she rippled. "I love the Thornleigh, don't you? It's so live and yet so refined." He made talk about the Thornleigh, the service, the food, the people he recognized in the restaurant, all but Vergil Gunch. There did not seem to be anything else to talk of. He smiled conscientiously at her fluttering jests. He agreed with her that Minnie Sonntag was so hard to get along with, and young Pete such a silly, lazy kid, really just no good at all. But he himself had nothing to say. He considered telling her his worries about Gunch, but oh, gosh, it was too much work to go into the whole thing and explain about Verge and everything. He was relieved when he put Tanis on a trolley. He was cheerful in the familiar simplicities of his office. At 4 o'clock Vergil Gunch called on him. Babbitt was agitated, but Gunch began in a friendly way. "How's the boy? Say, some of us are getting up a scheme. We'd kind of like to have you come in on." "Fine, Verg, shoot." "You know, during the war we had the undesirable element, the Reds, and walking delegates, and just the plain common grouches, dead to rights. And so did we for quite a while after the war, but folks forgot about the danger, and that gives these cranks a chance to begin working underground again, especially a lot of these parlor socialists. Well, it's up to the folks that do a little sound thinking to make a conscious effort to keep bucking these fellows. Some guy back East has organized a society called the Good Citizens League for just that purpose. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce and the American Legion, and so do a fine work in keeping the decent people in the saddle. But they're devoted to so many other causes that they can't attend to this one problem properly. But the Good Citizens League, the GCL, they stick right to it. Oh, the GCL has to have some other ostensible purposes. For instance, here in Zenith, I think it ought to support the park extension project and the city planning committee. And then, too, it should have a social aspect, being made up of the best people, have dances and so on, especially as one of the best ways it can put the kibosh on cranks is to apply this social boycott business to folks big enough so you can't reach 'em otherwise. Then, if that don't work, the GCL can finally send a little delegation around to inform folks that get too flip that they got to conform to decent standards and quit shooting off their mouths so free. Don't it sound like the organization could do great work? We've already got some of the strongest men in town. And, of course, we want you in. How about it?" Babbitt was uncomfortable. He felt a compulsion back to all the standards he had so vaguely yet so desperately been fleeing. He fumbled, "I suppose you'd specially light on fellows like Seneca Doane and try to make 'em—" "You bet your sweet life we would. Look here, old Georgie, I've never for one moment believed you meant it when you've defended Doane and the strikers and so on at the club. I knew you were simply kidding those poor galoots like Sid Finkelstein. At least I certainly hope you were kidding." "Oh, well, sure, of course you might say." Babbitt was conscious of how feeble he sounded, conscious of Gunch's mature and relentless eye. "Gosh, you know where I stand. I'm no labor agitator. I'm a businessman, first, last, and all the time. But honest, I don't think Doane means so badly, and you got to remember he's an old friend of mine." George, when it comes right down to a struggle between decency and the security of our homes on the one hand, and red ruin and those lazy dogs plotting for free beer on the other, you got to give up even old friendships. He that is not with me is against me." I suppose." "How about it? Going to join us in the Good Citizens League?"
"I'll have to think it over, Verge."
"All right, just as you say." Babbitt was relieved to be let off so easy, but Gunch went on. "George, I don't know what's come over you. None of us do. And we've talked a lot about you. For a while we figured out you'd been upset by what happened to poor Riesling, and we forgive you for any fool thing you said, but it's old stuff now, George. We can't make out what's got into you personally. I've always defended you, but I must say it's getting too much for me. All the boys at the athletic club and the boosters are sore. The way you go on deliberately touting Doane and his bunch of hellhounds, and talking about being liberal, which means being wishy-washy, and even saying this preacher guy Ingram isn't a professional free love artist. And then the way you've been carrying on personally. Joe Pumphrey says he saw you out the other night with a gang of totties, all stewed to the gills, and here today coming right into Thornlow with well, she may be all right and a perfect lady, but she certainly did look like a pretty gay skirt for a fellow with his wife out of town to be taken to lunch. Didn't look well. The devil's come over you, George."
"Strikes me that there's a lot of fellows that know more about my personal business than I do myself."
Now don't go getting sore at me because I came out flat-footed like a friend and say what I think instead of tattling behind your back the way a whole lot of 'em do. I tell you, George, you got a position in the community, and the community expects you to live up to it, and better think over joining the Good Citizens League. See about it later." He was gone. That evening Babbitt dined alone. He saw all the clan of good fellows peering through the restaurant windows, spying on him. Fear sat beside him, and he told himself that tonight he would not go to Tanis's flat. And he did not go till late. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 30. 1. The summer before, Mrs. Babbitt's letters had cracked with desire to return to Zenith. Now they said nothing of returning, but a wistful, "I suppose everything is going to be all right without me," among her dry chronicles of weather and sickness, hinted to Babbitt that he hadn't been very urgent about her coming. He worried it.
"If she were here and I went on raising Cain like I've been doing, she'd have a fit. I got to get hold of myself. I got to learn to play around and yet not make a fool of myself. I can do it, too. Folks like Verge Gunch will let me alone and Myra'll stay away. But poor kid, she sounds lonely. Lord, I don't want to hurt her."
Impulsively he wrote that they missed her, and her next letter said happily that she was coming home. He persuaded himself that he was eager to see her. He bought roses for the house. He ordered squab for dinner. He had the car cleaned and polished. All the way home from the station with her he was adequate in his accounts of Ted's success in basket-ball at the university. But before they reached Floral Heights there was nothing more to say, and already he felt the force of her stolidity, wondered whether he could remain a good husband and still sneak out of the house this evening for half an hour with the Bunch. When he had housed the car, he blundered upstairs into the familiar talcum-scented warmth of her presence, blaring,
"Help you unpack your bag?"
"No, I can do it." Slowly she turned, holding up a small box, and slowly she said, "I brought you a present, just a new cigar case. I didn't know if you'd care to have it." She was the lonely girl, the brown, appealing Myra Thompson, whom he had married, and he almost wept for pity as he kissed her and besought, "Oh, honey, care to have it? Course I do. I'm awful proud you brought it to me, and I needed a new case badly." He wondered how he would get rid of the case he had bought the week before. "And you really are glad to see me back?"
Why, you poor kitty, what you been worrying about?
"Well, you didn't seem to miss me very much." By the time he had finished his stint of lying they were firmly bound again. By 10 that evening it seemed improbable that she had ever been away. There was but one difference, the problem of remaining a respectable husband, a Floral Heights husband, yet seeing Tanis and the Bunch with frequency. He had promised to telephone to Tanis that evening, and now it was melodramatically impossible. He prowled about the telephone, impulsively thrusting out a hand to lift the receiver, but never quite daring to risk it. Nor could he find a reason for slipping down to the drugstore on Smith Street, with its telephone booth. He was laden with responsibility till he threw it off with the speculation,
Why the deuce should I fret so about being able to phone Tanis? She can get along without me. I don't owe her anything. She's a fine girl, but I've given her just as much as she has me. Oh, damn these women and the way they get all tied up in complications.
2. For a week he was attentive to his wife, took her to the theater, to dinner at the Littlefields. Then the old weary dodging and shifting began, and at least 2 evenings a week he spent with the Bunch. He still made pretense of going to the Elks and to committee meetings, but less and less did he trouble to have his excuses interesting, less and less did she affect to believe him. He was certain that she knew he was associating with what Floral Heights called a sporty crowd, yet neither of them acknowledged it. In matrimonial geography the distance between the first mute recognition of a break and the admission thereof is as great as the distance between the first naive faith and the first doubting. As he began to drift away he also began to see her as a human being, to like and dislike her instead of accepting her as a comparatively movable part of the furniture, and he compassionated that husband and wife relation which, in 25 years of married life, had become a separate and real entity. He recalled their highlights, the summer vacation in Virginia meadows under the blue wall of the mountains, their motor tour through Ohio, and the exploration of Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus, the birth of Verona, their building of this new house, planned to comfort them through a happy old age. Chokingly, they had said that it might be the last home either of them would ever have. Yet his most softening remembrance of these dear moments did not keep him from barking at dinner,
Yep, going out a few hours. Don't sit up for me.
He did not dare now to come home drunk, and though he rejoiced in his return to high morality and spoke with gravity to Pete and Fulton Bemis about their drinking, he prickled at Myra's unexpressed criticisms and sulkily meditated that a fellow couldn't ever learn to handle himself if he was always bossed by a lot of women. He no longer wondered if Tanis wasn't a bit worn and sentimental. In contrast to the complacent Myra, he saw her as swift and airborne and radiant, a fire spirit, tenderly stooping to the hearth. And however pitifully he brooded on his wife, he longed to be with Tanis. Then Mrs. Babbitt tore the decent cloak from her unhappiness, and the astounded Male discovered that she was having a small, determined rebellion of her own. 3. They were beside the fireless fireplace in the evening. "Georgie," she said, "you haven't given me the list of your household expenses while I was away."
No, I haven't. Haven't made it out yet.
Very affably.
Gosh, we must try to keep down expenses this year.
"That's so. I don't know where all the money goes. I try to economize, but it just seems to evaporate."
I suppose I oughtn't to spend so much on cigars. Don't know but what I'll cut down my smoking, maybe cut it out entirely. I was thinking of a good way to do it the other day. Start on these cheroot cigarettes, and they'd kind of disgust me with smoking.
"Oh, I do wish you would. It isn't that I care, but honestly, George, it is so bad for you to smoke so much. Don't you think you could reduce the amount? And, George, I notice now when you come home from these lodging and all, and sometimes you smell of whiskey. Dearie, you know I don't worry so much about the moral side of it, but you have a weak stomach, and you can't stand all this drinking.
Weak stomach, hell, I guess I can carry my booze about as well as most folks.
Well, I do think you ought to be careful, don't you see, dear? I don't want you to get sick.
Sick rats, I'm not a baby. I guess I ain't going to get sick just because maybe once a week I shoot a highball. That's the trouble with women. They always exaggerate so.
George, I don't think you ought to talk that way when I'm just speaking for your own good.
I know, but gosh, all fishhooks, that's the trouble with women. They're always criticizing and commenting and bringing things up. And then they say it's for your own good.
Why, George, that's not a nice way to talk, to answer me so short.
Well, I didn't mean to answer short, but gosh, talking as if I was a kindergarten brat not able to tote one highball without calling for the St. Mary's ambulance. Fine idea you must have of me.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just I don't want to see you get sick, and I didn't know it was so late. Don't forget to give me those household accounts for the time while I was away.
Oh, thunder, what's the use of taking the trouble to make 'em now? Let's just skip 'em for that period.
Why, George Babbitt, in all the years we've been married, we've never failed to keep a complete account of every penny we've spent.
No, maybe that's the trouble with us.
What in the world do you mean?
Well, I don't mean anything, only sometimes I get so darn sick and tired of all the routine and the accounting at the office and expenses at home and fussing and stewing and fretting and wearing myself out, worrying over a lot of junk that doesn't really mean a doggone thing, and being so careful and good Lord, what do you think I'm made for? I could have been a darn good orator, and here I fuss and fret and worry.
Don't you suppose I ever get tired of fussing? I get so bored with ordering 3 meals a day, 365 days a year, and ruining my eyes over that horrid sewing machine, and looking after your clothes, and Roan's and Ted's and Tinka's and everybody's in the laundry, darning socks, and going down to the Piggy Wiggly to market and bringing my basket home to save money on the cash and carry-in. Everything.
Oh, gosh, with a certain astonishment. I suppose maybe you do, but talk about here I have to be in the office every single day while you can go out all afternoon and see folks and visit with the neighbors and do any blinking thing you want to.
Yes, and a fine lot of good that does me, just talking over the same old things with the same old crowd, while you have all sorts of interesting people coming in to see you at the office.
Interesting. Cranky old dames that want to know why I haven't rented their dear precious homes for about 7 times their value. Bunch of old crabs, panning the everlasting daylights out of me because they don't receive every cent of their rentals by 3 GM on the 2nd of the month. Sure, interesting. Just as interesting as the smallpox.
Now, George, I will not have you shouting at me that way.
Well, it gets my goat the way women figure out that a man doesn't do a darn thing but sit in his chair and have lovey-dovey conferences with a lot of classy dames and give 'em the glad eye.
I guess you manage to give them a glad enough eye when they do come in.
What do you mean? Mean I'm chasing flappers?
I should hope not at your age.
Now, you look here. You may not believe it. Of course, all you see is fat little George Babbitt. Sure, handyman around the house, fixes the furnace when the furnace man doesn't show up, pays the bills, but dull, awful dull. Well, you may not believe it, but there's some women that think old George Babbitt isn't such a bad scout. They think he's not so bad looking, not so bad that it hurts anyway, and he's got a pretty good line of guff, and some of them even think he shakes a darn wicked walkover at dancing.
Yes, she spoke slowly. I haven't much doubt of that. When I'm away, you manage to find people who properly appreciate you.
Well, I just mean, he protested with a sound of denial.
Then he was angered into semi-honesty.
You bet I do. I find plenty of folks, and doggone nice ones, that don't think I'm a weak-stomached baby.
That's exactly what I was saying. You can run around with anybody you please, but I'm supposed to sit here and wait for you? You have the chance to get all the sorts of culture and everything, and I just stay home."
Well, gosh almighty, there's nothing to prevent your reading books and going to lectures and all that junk, is there?
"George, I told you I won't have you shouting at me like that. I don't know what's come over you. You never used to speak to me in this cranky way."
I didn't mean to sound cranky, but gosh, it certainly makes me sort of get the blame because you don't keep up with things.
"I'm going to. Will you help me?"
Sure, anything I can do to help you in the culture-grabbing line. Yours to oblige, G. F. Babbitt.
"Very well, then. I want you to go to Miss Mudge's New Thought meeting with me next Sunday afternoon."
Who which?
Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge, the field lecturer for the American New Thought League. She's going to speak on cultivating the Sun Spirit before the League of her Higher Illumination at the Thornleigh.
Oh, punk. New thought, hashed thought, and a poached egg. Cultivating it sounds like why is a mouse when it spins. That's a fine spiel for a good Presbyterian to be going to, when you can hear Doc Drew.
Reverend Drew is a scholar and a pulpit orator and all that, but he hasn't got the inner ferment, as Miss Mudge calls it. He hasn't any inspiration for the new era. Women need inspiration now. So I want you to come, as you promised.
4. The Zenith branch of the League of the Higher Illumination met in the smaller ballroom of the Hotel Thornleigh, a refined apartment with pale green walls and plaster wreaths of roses, refined parquet flooring, and ultra-refined frail gilt chairs. Here were gathered 65 women and 10 men. Most of the men slouched in their chairs and wiggled, while their wives sat rigidly at attention. But 2 of them, red-necked meaty men, were as respectably devout as their wives. They were newly rich contractors who, having bought houses, motors, hand-painted pictures, and gentlemanness, were now buying a refined, ready-made philosophy. It had been a toss-up with them whether to buy New Thought, Christian Science, or a good standard high church model of Episcopalianism. In the flesh, Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge fell somewhat short of a prophetic aspect. She was pony-built and plump, with the face of a haughty Pekingese, a button of a nose, and arms so short that, despite her most indignant endeavors, she could not clasp her hands in front of her as she sat on the platform waiting. Her frock of taffeta and green velvet, with 3 strings of glass beads and large folding eyeglasses dangling from a black ribbon, was a triumph of refinement. Mrs. Mudge was introduced by the president of the League of the Higher Illumination, an oldish young woman with a yearning voice, white spats, and a mustache. She said that Mrs. Mudge would now make it plain to the simplest intellect how the Sun Spirit could be cultivated, and they who had been thinking about cultivating one would do well to treasure Mrs. Mudge's words, because even Zenith, and everybody knew that Zenith stood in the van of spiritual and New Thought progress, didn't often have the opportunities to sit at the feet of such an inspiring optimist and metaphysical seer as Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge, who had lived the life of wider usefulness through concentration, and in the silence found those secrets of mental control and the inner key which were immediately going to transform and bring peace, power, and prosperity to the unhappy nations. And so, friends, would they, for this precious gem-studded hour, forget the illusions of the seeming real, and in the actualization of the deep-lying veritas pass along with Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge to the realm beautiful. If Mrs. Mudge was rather pudgier than one would like one's swamis, yogis, seers, and initiates, yet her voice had the real professional note. It was refined and optimistic. It was overpoweringly calm. It flowed on relentlessly without one comma till Babbitt was hypnotized. Her favorite word was always, which she pronounced always. Her principal gesture was a pontifical but thoroughly ladylike blessing with 2 stubby fingers. She explained about this matter of spiritual saturation. There are those
of those she made a linked sweetness long drawn out, a far-off delicate call in a twilight minor. It chastely rebuked the restless husbands, yet brought them a message of healing. There are those who have seen the rim and outer seaming of the Logos. There are those who have glimpsed and enthusiasm possessed themselves of some segment and portion of the Logos. There are those who thus flicked, but not penetrated, and radioactivated by the dynamis, go always to and fro, assertative that they possess and are possessed of the Logos and the metempsychos. But the word I bring you, this concept, I enlarge, that those that are not utter are not even inceptive, and that holiness is in its definitive essence always, always, always wholeness. And it proved that the essence of the Sun Spirit was truth, but its aura and effiction were cheerfulness. Face always the day with the dawn laugh, with the enthusiasm of the initiate, who perceives that all works together in the revolutions of the wheel, and whose answers the strictures of the soured souls of the destructionists with a glad affirmation. It went on for about an hour and 7 minutes. At the end Mrs. Mudge spoke with more vigor and punctuation. Now let me suggest to all of you the advantages of the Theosophical and Pantheistic Oriental Reading Circle, which I represent. Our object is to unite all the manifestations of the new era into one cohesive whole: New Thought, Christian Science, Theosophy, Vedanta, Bahaism, and the other sparks from one new light. The subscription is but $10 a year, and for this mere pittance the members receive not only the monthly magazine, Pearls of Healing, but the privilege of sending right to the President, our Reverend Mother Dobbs, any question regarding spiritual progress, matrimonial problems, health and well-being questions, financial difficulties, and they listened to her with adoring attention. They looked genteel. They looked ironed out. They coughed politely and crossed their legs with quietness, and in expensive linen handkerchiefs they blew their noses with a delicacy altogether optimistic and refined. As for Babbitt, he sat and suffered. When they were blessedly out in the air again, when they drove home through a wind smelling of snow and honest sun, he dared not speak. They had been too near to quarreling these days. Mrs. Babbitt forced it. "Did you enjoy Mrs. Mudge's talk?"
What did you get out of it?"
"Oh, it starts a person thinking. It gets you out of a routine of ordinary thoughts."
"Well, I'll hand it to Opal. She isn't ordinary, but gosh, honest, did that stuff mean anything to you?"
"Of course. I'm not trained in metaphysics, and there was lots I couldn't quite grasp, but I feel it was inspiring. And she speaks so readily. I do think you ought to have got something out of it."
"Well, it didn't. I swear I was simply astonished the way those women lapped it up. Why the dickens they want to put in their time listening to all that blah when they—"
"It's certainly better for them than going to roadhouses and smoking and drinking."
"I don't know whether it is or not. Personally, I don't see a whole lot of difference. In both cases they're trying to get away from themselves. Most everybody is, these days, I guess. And I certainly got a whole lot more out of hoofing in a good lively dance, even in some dive, than sitting looking at my collar that was too tight, and feeling too scared to spit, and listening to Opal chewing her words."
"I'm sure you do. You're very fond of dives, no doubt. You saw a lot of them while I was away."
"Look here. You've been doing a hell of a lot of insinuating and hinting about lately, as if I were leading a double life or something, and I'm damn sick of it, and I don't want to hear anything more about it."
"Why, George Babbitt, do you realize what you're saying? Why, George, in all our years together you've never talked to me like that."
"It's about time, then."
"Lately you've been getting worse and worse, and now finally you're cursing and swearing at me and shouting at me, and your voice is so ugly and hateful I just shudder."
"Aw, rats, quit exaggerating. I wasn't shouting or swearing either."
I wish you could hear your own voice. Maybe you don't realize how it sounds. But even so, you never used to talk like that. You simply couldn't talk this way if something dreadful didn't happen to you." His mind was hard with amazement. He found that he wasn't particularly sorry. It was only with an effort that he made himself more agreeable.
"Well, gosh, I don't mean to get sore."
"George, do you realize that we can't go on like this, getting further and farther apart, and you ruder and ruder to me? I just don't know what's going to happen."
He had a moment's pity for her bewilderment. He thought of how many deep and tender things
Would be hurt if they really couldn't go on like this. But his pity was impersonal, and he was wondering,
wouldn't it maybe be a good thing if, not a divorce and all that, of course, but kind of a little more independence?
while she looked at him pleadingly, he drove on in a dreadful silence. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 31. 1. When he was away from her, while he kicked about the garage and swept the snow off the running board and examined a cracked hose connection, he repented. He was alarmed and astonished that he could have flared out at his wife, and thought fondly how much more lasting she was than the flighty bunch.
He went in to mumble that he was sorry and didn't mean to be grouchy,
and to inquire as to her interest in a movie.
But in the darkness of the movie theater he brooded
that he'd gone and tied himself up to Myra all over again.
He had some satisfaction in taking it out on Tanis Judique.
Hang Tanis, anyway. Why, she'd gone and got him into these mix-ups, made him all jumpy and nervous and cranky. Too many complications. Cut 'em out.
He wanted peace. For 10 days he did not see Tanis nor telephone to her, and instantly she put upon him the compulsion which he hated. When he had stayed away from her for 5 days, hourly taking pride in his resoluteness, and hourly picturing how greatly Tanis must miss him, Miss McGowan reported,
"Miss Judique on the phone. Like to speak to you about some repairs."
Tanis was quick and quiet.
"Mr. Babbitt? Oh, George, this is Tanis. I haven't seen you for weeks, days, anyway. You aren't sick, are you?"
No, just been terribly rushed. I think there'll be a big revival of building this year. Got to work hard."
"Of course, my man, I want you to. You know I'm terribly ambitious for you, much more than I am for myself. I just don't want you to forget poor Tanis. Will you call me up soon?"
Sure, you bet."
"Please do. I shan't call you again."
He mediated.
Poor kid. But gosh, she oughtn't to have phoned me at the office. She's a wonder sympathy ambitious for me. But gosh, I won't be made and compelled to call her up till I get ready. Darn these women, the way they make demands. It'll be one long old time before I see her. But gosh, I'd like to see her tonight. Sweet little thing. Cut that, son. Now you've broken away. Be wise."
She did not telephone him again, nor he, but after 5 more days she wrote to him.
"Have I offended you? You must know, dear, I didn't mean to. I'm so lonely, and I need somebody to cheer me up. Why didn't you come to the nice party we had at Carrie's last evening? I remember she invited you. Can't you come around here tomorrow, Thursday evening? I shall be alone, and hope to see you."
His reflections were numerous.
Doggone it, why can't she let me alone? Why can't women ever learn a fellow hates to be bulldozed, and they always take advantage of you by yelling how lonely they are? Now, it isn't nice of you, young fella. She's a fine, square, straight girl, and she does get lonely. She writes a swell hand, nice-looking stationery, plain, refined. I guess I'll have to go see her. Well, thank God I got till tomorrow night free of her, anyway. She's nice, but hang it, I won't be made to do things. I'm not married to her, nor by golly going to be. Oh, rats! I suppose I better go see her." 2. Thursday, the tomorrow of Tanis's note, was full of emotional crises. At the Roughnecks' table at the club, Verg Gunch talked of the Good Citizens League, and it seemed to Babbitt deliberately left him out of the invitations to join old Matt Penniman and the general utility man at Babbitt's office, had troubles, and came in to groan about them. The oldest boy was no good, his wife was sick, and he had quarreled with his brother-in-law. Conrad Lyte also had troubles, and since Lyte was one of his best clients, Babbitt had to listen to him. Mr. Lyte, it appeared, was suffering from a peculiarly interesting neuralgia, and the garage had overcharged him. When Babbitt came home, everybody had troubles. His wife was simultaneously thinking about discharging the impudent new maid and worried lest the maid leave, and Tinka desired to denounce her teacher. "Oh, quit fussing," Babbitt fussed. "You never hear me whining about my troubles, and yet if you had to run a real estate office, why, today I found Miss Bannigan was 2 days behind with her accounts, and I pinched my finger in my desk, and Lyte was in and just as unreasonable as ever." He was so vexed that after dinner, when it was time for a tactful escape to Tanis, he merely grumped to his wife, "Gotta go out. Be back by 11, should think."
"Oh, you're going out again?"
"Again? What do you mean again? Haven't hardly been out of the house for a week."
Are you going to the Elks?"
"Nope. Got to see some people." Though this time he heard his own voice and knew that it was curt, though she was looking at him with wide-eyed reproach, he stumped into the hall, jerked on his ulster and fur-lined gloves, and went out to start the car. He was relieved to find Tanis cheerful, unreproachful, and brilliant in a frock of brown net over gold tissue. "You poor man, having to come out on a night like this. It's terribly cold. Don't you think a small highball would be nice?" "Now, by golly, there's a woman with savvy. I think we could more or less stand a highball if it wasn't too tall of a one, not more than a foot tall."
He kissed her with careless heartiness. He forgot the compulsion of her demands. He stretched in a large chair and felt that he had beautifully come home. He was suddenly loquacious. He told her what a noble and misunderstood man he was, and how superior to Pete, Fulton Bemis, and the other men of their acquaintance, and she, bending forward, chin and charming hand, brightly agreed. But when he forced himself to ask, "Well, honey, how's things with you?" she took his duty question seriously, and he discovered that she too had troubles. "Oh, all right, but I did get so angry with Carrie. She told Minnie that I told her that Minnie was an awful tightwad, and Minnie told me Carrie had told her, and of course I told her I hadn't said anything of the kind, and then Carrie found Minnie had told me, and she was simply furious because Minnie had told me, and of course I was just boiling because Carrie had told her I'd told her, and then we all met up at Fulton's. His wife is away, thank heavens. Oh, there's the dandiest floor in his house to dance on, and we were all of us simply furious at each other, and oh, I do hate that kind of a mix-up, don't you? I mean, it's so lacking in refinement, but and Mother wants to come and stay with me for a whole month, and of course I do love her, I suppose I do, but honestly, she'll cramp my style something dreadful. She never can learn not to comment, and she always wants to know where I'm going when I go out evenings, and if I lie to her, she always spies around and ferrets around and finds out where I've been, and then she looks like Patience on a monument, till I could just scream. And oh, I must tell you, you know I never talk about myself. I just hate people who do, don't you? But I feel so stupid tonight, and I know I must be boring you with all this. What would you do about Mother?" He gave her facile, masculine advice. She was to put off her mother's stay. She was to tell Carrie to go to the deuce. For these valuable revelations she thanked him, and they ambled into the familiar gossip of the bunch.
of what a sentimental fool was Carrie, of what a lazy brat was Pete, of how nice Fulton Bemis could be.
Of course, lots of people think he's a regular old grouch when they meet him because he doesn't give 'em the glad hand the first crack out of the box, but when they get to know him, he's a corker.
But as they had gone conscientiously through each of these analyses before the conversation staggered, Babbitt tried to be intellectual and deal with general topics. He said some thoroughly sound things about disarmament and broad-mindedness and liberalism, but it seemed to him that general topics interested Tanis only when she could apply them to Pete, Carrie, or themselves. He was distressingly conscious of their silence. He tried to stir her into chatting again, but silence rose like a gray presence and hovered between them.
He labored. It strikes me that unemployment is lessening."
Maybe Pete will get a decent job then. Silence. Desperately he essayed,
"What's the trouble, old honey? You seem kind of quiet tonight."
"Am I? Oh, I'm not, but do you really care whether I am or not?"
"Care? Sure, of course I do."
"Do you really?" She swooped on him, sat on the arm of his chair. He halted the emotional drain of having to appear fond of her. He stroked her hand, smiling up at her dutifully, and sank back. "George, I wonder if you really like me at all?"
"Course I do, silly."
"Do you really, precious? Do you care a bit?"
"Well, certainly. You don't suppose I'd be here if I didn't."
"Now, see here, young man, I won't have you speaking to me in that huffy way."
"I didn't mean to sound huffy. I just—"
In injured and rather childish tones,
Gosh almighty, it makes me tired the way everybody says I sound huffy when I just talk natural. Do they expect me to sing it or something?"
"Who do you mean by everybody? How many other ladies have you been consoling?"
"Look here, and I won't have this hinting."
Humbly, "I know, dear. I was only teasing. I know I didn't mean to talk huffy. It was just tired. Forgive bad Tanis. But say you love me. Say it."
"Love you. Course I do."
"Yes, you do." Cynically. "Oh, darling, I don't mean to be rude, but I get so lonely. I feel so useless. Nobody needs me. Nothing I can do for anybody. And you know, dear, I'm so active I could be if there was something to do. And I am young, aren't I? I'm not an old thing. I'm not old and stupid, am I?" He had to assure her. She stroked his hair, and he had to look pleased under that touch, the more demanding in its beguiling softness. He was impatient. He wanted to flee out to a hard, sure, unemotional man-world. Through her delicate and caressing fingers she may have caught something of his shrugging distaste. She left him. He was, for the moment, buoyantly relieved. She dragged a footstool to his feet and sat looking beseechingly up at him. But, as in many men, the cringing of a dog, the flinching of a frightened child, roused not pity but a surprised and jerky cruelty. So her humility only annoyed him, and he saw her now as middle-aged, as beginning to be old. Even while he detested his own thoughts, they rode him.
She was old. He winced. Old.
He noted how the soft flesh was creasing into webby folds beneath her chin, below her eyes, at the base of her wrists. A patch of her throat had a minute roughness, like the crumbs from a rubber eraser. Old. She was younger in years than himself, yet it was sickening to have her yearning up to him with rolling great eyes, as if, he shuddered, his own aunt were making love to him. He fretted inwardly. "I'm through with this asinine fooling around. I'm going to cut her out. She's a darn decent, nice woman, and I don't want to hurt her,
but it'll hurt her a lot less to cut her right out, like a good, clean surgical operation."
He was on his feet. He was speaking urgently. By every rule of self-esteem he had to prove to her and to himself that it was her fault.
"I suppose maybe I'm kind of out of sorts tonight, but honest, honey, when I stayed away for a while to catch up on work and everything and figure out where I was at. You ought to have been cannier and waited till I came back. Can't you see, dear, when you made me come, I being about an average bull-headed chump, my tendency was to resist. Listen, dear, I'm going now."
"Not for a while, precious? No?"
"Yep, right now. And then sometime we'll see about the future."
"What do you mean, dear, about the future? Have I done something I oughtn't to? Oh, I'm so dreadfully sorry."
He resolutely put his hands behind him. "Not a thing. God bless you, not a thing. You're as good as they make 'em, but it's just, good Lord, do you realize I've got things to do in the world? I've got a business to attend to, and you might not believe it, but I've got a wife and kids that I'm awfully fond of."
Then only during the murder he was committing was he able to feel nobly virtuous.
"I want us to be friends, but gosh, I can't go on this way feeling I got to come up here every so often."
"Oh, darling, darling, and I've always told you so carefully that you were absolutely free. I just wanted you to come around when you were tired and wanted to talk to me, or when you could enjoy our parties."
She was so reasonable. She was so gently right. It took him an hour to make his escape, with nothing settled and everything horribly settled. In a barren freedom of icy northern wind he sighed, "Thank God it's over. Poor Tanis, poor darling decent Tanis. But it is over. Absolute. I'm free." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 32. 1. His wife was up when he came in. "You have a good time?" she sniffed.
"I did not had a rotten time. Anything else I got to explain?"
"George, how can you speak like that? Oh, I don't know what's come over you."
"Good Lord, there's nothing come over me. Why do you look for trouble all the time?"
He was warning himself.
"Careful, stop being so disagreeable. Course she feels it, being left alone here all evening."
But he forgot his warning as she went on.
"Why do you go out and see all sorts of strange people? I suppose you'll say you've been to another committee meeting this evening."
"Nope. I've been calling on a woman. We sat by the fire and kidded each other and had a whale of a good time, if you want to know."
"Well, from the way you say it, I suppose it's my fault you went there. I probably sent you."
"You did."
"Well, upon my word."
"You hate strange people, as you call 'em. If you had your way, I'd be as much of a old stick in the mud as Howard Littlefield. You never want to have anybody with any git at the house. You want a bunch of old stiffs that sit around and gas about the weather. You're doing your level best to make me old. Well, let me tell you, I'm not going to have—"
Overwhelmed, she bent to his unprecedented tirade, and in answer she mourned,
"Oh, dearest, I don't think that's true. I don't mean to make you old. I know perhaps you're partly right. Perhaps I am slow about getting acquainted with new people. But when you think of all the dear good times we have, and the supper parties and the movies and all—"
with true masculine wiles, he not only convinced himself that she had injured him, but, by the loudness of his voice and the brutality of his attack, he convinced her also. And presently he had her apologizing for his having spent the evening with Tanis. He went up to bed well pleased, not only the master but the martyr of the household. For a distasteful moment after he had lain down he wondered if he had been altogether just.
"Ought to be ashamed bullying her. Maybe there is her side to things. Maybe she hasn't had such a bloomin' hectic time herself. I don't care. Good for her to get waked up a little. And I'm going to keep free of her and Tanis and the fellows at the club and everybody. I'm going to run my own life."
2. In this mood he was particularly objectionable at the Boosters' Club lunch next day.
They were addressed by a congressman who had just returned from an exhaustive 3-month study of the finances, ethnology, political systems, linguistic divisions, mineral resources, and agricultures of Germany, France, Great Britain, Italy, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria. He told them all about those subjects, together with 3 funny stories about European misconceptions of America, and some spirited words on the necessity of keeping ignorant foreigners out of America. "Say, that was a mighty informative talk.
Real he stuff," said Sidney Finkelstein.
But the dissatisfied Babbitt grumbled,
"Four-flusher. Bunch of hot air. And what's the matter with immigrants? Gosh, they aren't all ignorant, and I got a hunch we're all descended from immigrants ourselves."
"How you make me tired," said Mr. Finkelstein. Babbitt was aware that Dr. A.I. Dilling was sternly listening from across the table. Dr. Dilling was one of the most important men in the Boosters. He was not a physician, but a surgeon, a more romantic and sounding occupation. He was an intense large man with a boiling of black hair and a thick black mustache. The newspapers often chronicled his operations. He was professor of surgery in the State University. He went to dinner at the very best houses on Royal Ridge, and he was said to be worth several $100,000. It was dismaying to Babbitt to have such a person glower at him. He hastily praised the congressman's wit to Sidney Finkelstein, but for Dr. Dilling's benefit. 3. That afternoon 3 men shouldered into Babbitt's office with the air of a vigilante committee in frontier days. They were large, resolute, big-jawed men, and they were all high lords in a land of zenith. Dr. Dilling the surgeon, Charles McKelvey the contractor, and, most dismaying of all, the white-bearded Colonel Rutherford Snow, owner of the Advocate-Times. In their whelming presence Babbitt felt small and insignificant.
Well, great pleasure. Have chairs. What can I do for you?" he babbled.
They neither sat nor offered observations on the weather.
"Babbitt,"
said Colonel Snow,
"we've come from the Good Citizens League. We've decided we want you to join. Virgil Gunch says you don't care to, but I think we can show you a new light. The League is going to combine with the Chamber of Commerce in a campaign for the open shop, so it's time for you to put your name down." In his embarrassment Babbitt could not recall his reasons for not wishing to join the League, if indeed he had ever definitely known them. But he was passionately certain that he did not wish to join, and at the thought of their forcing him he felt a stirring of anger against even these princes of commerce. "Sorry, Colonel. Have to think it over for a little," he mumbled.
McKelvey snarled,
"That means you're not going to join, George."
Something black and unfamiliar and ferocious spoke from Babbitt.
"Hey, look here, Charlie, I'm damned as if I'm going to be bullied into joining anything, not even by you plutes."
"We're not bullying anybody," Dr. Dillon began, but Colonel Snow thrust him aside with,
"Certainly we are.
We don't mind a little bullying if it's necessary. Babbitt, the GCL has been talking about you a good deal. You're supposed to be a sensible, clean, responsible man. You always have been. But here lately, for God knows what reason, I hear from all sorts of sources that you're running around with a loose crowd, and what's a whole lot worse, you've actually been advocating and supporting some of the most dangerous elements in town, like this fellow Doane."
"Colonel, that strikes me as my private business."
"Possibly, but we want to have an understanding. You've stood in, you and your father-in-law, with some of the most substantial and forward-looking interests in town, like my friends at the Street Traction Company, and my papers have given you a lot of good boost. Well, you can't expect the decent citizens to go on aiding you if you intend to side with precisely the people who are trying to undermine us." Babbitt was frightened, but he had an agonized instinct that if he yielded in this he would yield in everything. He protested.
"You're exaggerating, Colonel. I believe in being broad-minded and liberal, but of course I'm just as much agin the cranks and blackskirts and labor unions and so on as you are. But fact is, I belong to so many organizations now that I can't do 'em justice, and I want to think it over before I decide about coming into the GCL."
Colonel Snow condescended.
"Oh, no,
I'm not exaggerating. Why, the doctor here heard you cussing out and defaming one of the finest types of Republican congressman just this noon, and you have entirely the wrong idea about thinking over joining. We're not begging you to join the GCL. We're permitting you to join. I'm not sure, my boy, but what if you put it off? It'll be too late. I'm not sure we'll want you then. Better think quick. Better think quick." The three vigilantes, formidable in their righteousness, stared at him in a taut silence. Babbitt waited through. He thought nothing at all. He merely waited, while in his echoing head buzzed, "I don't want to join. I don't want to join. I don't want to." "All right, sorry for you," said Colonel Snow, and the three men abruptly turned their beefy backs. 4. As Babbitt went out to his car that evening, he saw Vergil Gunch coming down the block. He raised his hand in salutation, but Gunch ignored it and crossed the street. He was certain that Gunch had seen him. He drove home in sharp discomfort. His wife attacked at once. "Georgie, dear, Muriel Fink was in this afternoon, and she says that Chum says the committee of this Good Citizens League especially asked you to join, and you wouldn't. Don't you think it would be better? You know all the nicest people belong, and the League stands for—"
"I know what the League stands for. It stands for the suppression of free speech and free thought and everything else. I don't propose to be bullied and rushed into joining anything, and it isn't a question of whether it's a good league or a bad league, or what the hell kind of a league it is. It's just a question of my refusing to be told I got to—"
"But, dear, if you don't join, people might criticize you."
"Let them criticize."
"But I mean nice people."
"Rats! Matter of fact, this whole league is a fad. It's like all those other organizations that start off with such a rush and let on they're going to change the whole works. Pretty soon they peter out and everybody forgets all about 'em."
"But if that's the fad now, don't you think you—"
"No, I don't. Oh, Myra, please quit nagging me about it. I'm sick of hearing about the confounded GCL. I almost wish I'd joined them when Verge first came around. Got it over. Maybe I'd have come in today if the committee hadn't tried to bullyrag me. But by God, as long as I'm a free, born, independent American
Now, George, you're talking exactly like the German furnace man."
"Oh, I am I? Then I won't talk at all."
He longed that evening to see Tanis Judique, to be strengthened by her sympathy. When the family were upstairs, he got as far as telephoning to her apartment house, but he was agitated about it when the janitor answered. He blurted,
"Never mind, I'll call later,"
and hung up the receiver. 5. If Babbitt had not been certain about Vergil Gunch's avoiding him, there could be little doubt about William Washington Eathorne next morning. When Babbitt was driving down to the office, he overtook Eathorne's car, with the great banker sitting in anemic solemnity behind the chauffeur. Babbitt waved at him and cried, "Mornin'!" Eathorne looked at him deliberately, hesitated, and gave him a nod more contemptuous than a direct cut. Babbitt's partner and father-in-law came in at 10. "George, what's this I hear about some song and dance you gave Colonel Snow about not wanting to join the GCL? What the dickens you trying to do? Wreck the firm? You don't suppose those big guns will stand for your bucking them and springing all this liberal poppycock you've been getting off lately, do you?"
"Oh, rats, Henry T. You've been reading bum fiction. There ain't any such a thing as these plots to keep folks from being liberal. This is a free country. Man can do anything he wants to do."
"Course, there ain't any plots. Who said they was? Only if folks got an idea you're scatterbrained and unstable, you don't suppose they'll want to do business with you, do you? One little rumor about your being a crank would do more to ruin this business than all the plots and stuff that these fool story writers could think up in a month of Sundays." That afternoon, when the old reliable Conrad Lighty, the merry miser, Conrad Lighty, appeared, and Babbitt suggested his buying a parcel of land in the new residential section of Dorchester, Lighty said hastily, too hastily, "No, no, don't want to go into anything new just now." A week later, Babbitt learned through Henry Thompson that the officials of the Street Traction Company were planning another real estate coup, and that Sanders, Torrey, and Wing, not the Babbitt-Thompson Company, were to handle it for them.
I figure that Jake Offutt is kind of leery about the way folks are talking about you. Of course, Jake is a rock-ribbed or old diehard, and he probably advised the Traction fellows to get some other broker. George, you got to do something, trembled Thompson.
And in a rush Babbitt agreed. All nonsense the way the people misjudged him, but still he determined to join the Good Citizens League the next time he was asked, and in a furious resignation he waited. He wasn't asked. They ignored him. He did not have the courage to go to the League and beg in, and he took refuge in a shaky boast that he had gotten away with bucking the whole city. Nobody could dictate to him how he was going to think and act. He was jarred as by nothing else when the paragon of stenographers, Miss McGowan, suddenly left him. Though her reasons were excellent, she needed a rest, her sister was sick, she might not do any more work for 6 months. He was uncomfortable with her successor, Miss Havstad. What Miss Havstad's given name was, no one in the office ever knew. It seemed improbable that she had a given name. A lover, a powder puff, or a digestion. She was so impersonal, this slight, pale, industrious Swede, that it was vulgar to think of her as going to an ordinary home to eat hash. She was a perfectly oiled and enameled machine, and she ought, each evening, to have been dusted off and shut in her desk, beside her too slim, too frail pencil points. She took dictation swiftly, her typing was perfect, but Babbitt became jumpy when he tried to work with her. She made him feel puffy, and at his best beloved daily jokes she looked gently inquiring. He longed for Miss McGowan's return, and thought of writing to her. Then he heard that Miss McGowan had, a week after leaving him, gone over to his dangerous competitors, Sanders, Torrey, and Wing. He was not merely annoyed, he was frightened. "Why'd you quit, then?" he worried. "Did she have a hunch my business is going on the rocks? And it was Sanders got the Street Traction deal. Rats sinking ship." Gray fear loomed always by him now. He watched Fritz Wellinger, the young salesman, and wondered if he, too, would leave. Daily he fancied slights. He noted that he was not asked to speak at the annual Chamber of Commerce dinner. When Orville Jones gave a large poker party and he was not invited, he was certain that he had been snubbed. He was afraid to go to lunch at the athletic club and afraid not to go. He believed that he was spied on, that when he left the table they whispered about him. Everywhere he heard the rustling whispers, in the offices of clients, in the bank when he made a deposit, in his own office, in his own home. Interminably he wondered what they were saying of him. All day long in imaginary conversations he caught them marveling. "Babbitt? Why, say, he's a regular anarchist. You got to admire the fellow for his nerve, the way he turned liberal, and, by golly, just absolutely runs his life to suit himself. But say, he's dangerous. That's what he is, and he's got to be shown up." He was so twitchy that when he rounded a corner and chanced on 2 acquaintances talking, whispering, his heart leaped, and he stalked by like an embarrassed schoolboy. When he saw his neighbors, Howard Littlefield and Orville Jones, together, he peered at them, went indoors to escape their spying, and was miserably certain that they had been whispering, plotting, whispering. Through all his fear ran defiance. He felt stubborn. Sometimes he decided that he had been a very devil of a fellow, as bold as Seneca Doane. Sometimes he planned to call on Doane and tell him what a revolutionist he was. He never got beyond the planning. But just as often, when he heard the soft whispers enveloping him, he wailed, "Good Lord, what have I done? Just played with the bunch and called down Clara's drum about being such a high and mighty sodger. Never catch me criticizing people and trying to make them accept my ideas." He could not stand the strain. Before long he admitted that he would like to flee back to the security of conformity, provided there was a decent and credible way to return. But stubbornly he would not be forced back. He would not, he swore, eat dirt. Only in spirited engagements with his wife did these turbulent fears rise to the surface. She complained that he seemed nervous, that she couldn't understand why he did not want to
drop in at the Littlefields for the evening. He tried, but he could not express to her the nebulous facts of his rebellion and punishment. And, with Paul and Tanis lost, he had no one to whom he could talk.
Good Lord, Tinka is the only real friend I have these days.
He sighed, and he clung to the child, played floor games with her all evening. He considered going to see Paul in prison, but though he had a pale, curt note from him every week, he thought of Paul as dead. It was Tanis for whom he was longing.
I thought I was so smart and independent, cutting Tanis out, and I need her. Lord, how I need her, he raged. Myra simply can't understand. All she sees in life is getting along by being just like other folks. But Tanis, she'd tell me I was all right.
Then he broke, and one evening late he did run to Tanis. He had not dared to hope for it, but she was in, and alone. Only she wasn't Tanis. She was a courteous, bow-lifting, ice-armored woman who looked like Tanis. She said, "Yes, George? What is it?" in even and uninterested tones, and he crept away whipped. His first comfort was from Ted and Eunice Littlefield. They danced in one evening when Ted was home from the university, and Ted chuckled,
"What's this I hear from Eunie, Dad? She says her dad says you raised Cain by boosting old Seneca Doane. Hot dog, give 'em fits, stir 'em up. This old burg is asleep."
Eunice plumped down on Babbitt's lap, kissed him, nestled her bobbed hair against his chin, and crowed, "I think you're lots nicer than Howard. Why is it," confidentially, "that Howard is such an old grouch? The man is a good heart, and honestly, he's awfully bright, but he never will learn to step on the gas, after all the training I've given him. Don't you think we could do something with him, dearest?"
"Why, Eunice, that isn't a nice way to speak of your papa,"
Babbitt observed in the best Floral Heights manner. But he was happy for the first time in weeks. He pictured himself as the veteran liberal, strengthened by the loyalty of the young generation. They went out to rifle the ice-box. Babbitt gloated,
"If your mother caught us at this, we'd certainly get our comeuppance."
And Eunice became maternal, scrambled a terrifying number of eggs for them, kissed Babbitt on the ear, and, in the voice of a brooding abyss, marveled, "It beats the devil why feminists like me go on nursing these men." Thus stimulated, Babbitt was reckless when he encountered Sheldon Smeeth, educational director of the YMCA and choir leader of the Chatham Road Church. With one of his damp hands, Smeeth imprisoned Babbitt's thick paw. While he chatted, "Brother Babbitt, we haven't seen you at church very often lately. I know you're busy with a multitude of details, but you mustn't forget your good friends at the old church home." Babbitt shook off the affectionate clasp. Sheldy liked to hold hands for a long time, and snarled,
"Well, I guess you fellows can run the show without me. Sorry, Smeeth. Gotta beat it. Good day."
But afterward he winced.
If that white worm had the nerve to try to drag me back to the old church home, then the holy outfit must have been doing a lot of talking about me, too.
He heard them whispering. Dr. John Jennison Drew, Chimaldi Frink, even William Washington Earthorne. The independence seeped out of him, and he walked the streets alone, afraid of men's cynical eyes and the incessant hiss of whispering. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 33. 1. He tried to explain to his wife, as they prepared for bed, how objectionable was Sheldon Smeeth, but all her answer was, "He has such a beautiful voice, so spiritual. I don't think you ought to speak of him like that just because you can't appreciate music." He saw her then as a stranger. He stared bleakly at this plump and fussy woman with the broad bare arms, and wondered how she had ever come here. In his chilly cot, turning from aching side to side, he pondered of Tanis.
He'd been a fool to lose her. He had to have somebody he could really talk to. He'd bust if he went on stewing about things by himself. And Myra, useless to expect her to understand. Well, rats. No use dodging the issue. Damn shame for two married people to drift apart after all these years. Darn rotten shame. But nothing could bring them together now, as long as he refused to let Zenith bully him into taking orders. And he was, by golly, not going to let anybody bullying him into anything, or wheedle him, or coax him either. He woke at 3, roused by a passing motor, and struggled out of bed for a drink of water. As he passed through the bedroom, he heard his wife groan. His resentment was night-blurred. He was solicitous in inquiring, "What's trouble, hon?" "I've got such a pain down here on my side. It tears at me." "Bad indigestion? Shall I get you some bicarb?" "Don't think that would help. I felt funny last evening and yesterday, and then it passed away and I got to sleep, and that ought to woke me up." Her voice was laboring like a ship in a storm. He was alarmed. "I better call the doctor." No, it'll go away. But maybe you might give me an ice bag." He stalked to the bathroom for the ice bag, down to the kitchen for ice. He felt dramatic in this late-night expedition, but as he gouged the chunk of ice with the dagger-like pick, he was cool, steady, mature. And the old friendliness was in his voice as he patted the ice bag into place on her groin, rumbling, There, that'll be better now." He retired to bed, but he did not sleep. He heard her groan again. Instantly he was up, soothing her. "Still pretty bad, honey?" "Yes, it just grips me, and I can't get to sleep." Her voice was faint. He knew her dread of doctors' verdicts, and he did not inform her, but he creaked downstairs, telephoned to Dr. Earl Patten, and waited shivering, trying with fuzzy eyes to read a magazine, till he heard the doctor's car. The doctor was youngish and professionally breezy. He came in as though it were sunny noontime. "Well, George, little trouble, eh? How is she now?" he said busily, as, with tremendous and rather irritating cheerfulness, he tossed his coat on a chair and warmed his hands at a radiator. He took charge of the house. Babbitt felt ousted and unimportant as he followed the doctor up to the bedroom, and it was the doctor who chuckled, "Oh, just a little stomach ache," when Verona peeped through her door, begging, "What is it, Dad? What is it?" To Mrs. Babbitt the doctor said with amiable belligerence after his examination, "Kind of a bad old pain, eh? I'll give you something to make you sleep, and I think you'll feel better in the morning. I'll come in right after breakfast." But to Babbitt, laying in wait in the lower hall, the doctor sighed, "I don't like the feeling there in her belly. There's some rigidity and some inflammation. She's never had her appendix out, has she? Well, no use worrying. I'll be here first thing in the morning, and meantime she'll get some rest. I've given her hypo. Good night." Then was Babbitt caught up in the black tempest. Instantly all the indignations which had been dominating him and the spiritual dramas through which he had struggled became pallid and absurd before the ancient and overwhelming realities, the standard and traditional realities, of sickness and menacing death, the long night, and the thousand steadfast implications of married life. He crept back to her as she drowsed away in the tropic languor of morphia. He sat on the edge of her bed, holding her hand, and for the first time in many weeks her hand abode trustfully in his. He draped himself grotesquely in his toweling bathrobe and a pink and white couch-cover, and sat lumpishly in a wing chair. The bedroom was uncanny in its half-light, which turned the curtains to lurking robbers, the dressing-table to a turreted castle. It smelled of cosmetics, of linen, of sleep. He napped and woke 100 times. He heard her move and sigh in slumber. He wondered if there wasn't some officious, brisk thing he could do for her,
and before he could quite form the thought, he was asleep, racked and aching. The night was infinite. When dawn came and the waiting seemed at an end, he fell asleep, and was vexed to have been caught off guard, to have been aroused by Verona's entrance and her agitated, "Oh, what is it, Dad?" His wife was awake, her face sallow and lifeless in the morning light. But now he did not compare her with Tanis. She was not merely a woman, to be contrasted with other women, but his own self, and though he might criticize her and nag her, it was only as he might criticize and nag himself, interestedly, unpatronizingly, without the expectation of changing, or any real desire to change. The eternal essence. With Verona he sounded fatherly again and firm. He consoled Tinka, who satisfactorily pointed the excitement of the hour by wailing. He ordered early breakfast and wanted to look at the newspaper, and felt somehow heroic and useful in not looking at it. But there was still crawling and totally unheroic hours of waiting before Dr. Patten returned. "Don't see much change," said Patten. "I'll be back about 11, and if you don't mind, I think I'll bring some other world-famous pill peddler for consultation, just to be on the safe side. Now, George, there's nothing you can do. I'll have Verona keep the ice bag filled. Might as well leave that on, I guess. And you better beat it to the office instead of standing around her looking as if you were the patient. The nerve of husbands! Lot more neurotic than women. They always have to horn in and get all the credit for feeling bad when their wives are ailing. Now have another nice cup of coffee and get." Under this derision Babbitt became more matter-of-fact. He drove to the office, tried to dictate letters, tried to telephone, and before the call was answered forgot to whom he was telephoning. At 10:15 he returned home. As he left the downtown traffic and sped up the car, his face was as grimly creased as the mask of tragedy. His wife greeted him with surprise. "Why did you come back, dear? I think I feel a little better. I told Verona to skip off to her office. Was it wicked of me to go and get sick?" He knew that she wanted petting, and she got it, joyously. They were curiously happy when he heard Dr. Patten's car in front. He looked out of the window. He was frightened. With Patten was an impatient man with turbulent black hair and a hussar mustache, Dr. A.I. Dilling, the surgeon. Babbitt sputtered with anxiety, tried to conceal it, and hurried down to the door. Dr. Patten was profusely casual. "Don't want to worry you, old man, but I thought it might be a good stunt to have Dr. Dilling examine her." He gestured toward Dilling as toward a master. Dilling nodded in his curtest manner and strode upstairs. Babbitt tramped the living-room in agony. Except for his wife's confinements, there had never been a major operation in the family, and to him surgery was at once a miracle and an abomination of fear. But when Dilling and Patten came down again, he knew that everything was all right, and he wanted to laugh, for the two doctors were exactly like the bearded physicians in a musical comedy, both of them rubbing their hands and looking foolishly sagacious. Dr. Dilling spoke. "I'm sorry, old man, but it's acute appendicitis. We ought to operate. Of course, you must decide, but there's no question as to what has to be done." Babbitt did not get all the force of it. He mumbled, "Well, I suppose we get her ready in a couple of days. Probably Ted ought to come down from the university just in case anything happened." Dr. Dilling growled, "Nope. If you don't want peritonitis to set in, we have got to operate right away. I must advise it strongly. If you say go ahead, I'll phone for the St. Mary's ambulance at once, and we'll have her on the table in 3/4 of an hour." Of course, I suppose you know what, but great God, man, I can't get her clothes ready and everything in 2 seconds, you know, and in her state, so wrought up and weak." "Just throw her hairbrush and comb and toothbrush in a bag. That's all she'll need for a day or two," said Dr. Dilling, and went to the telephone. Babbitt galloped desperately upstairs. He sent the frightened Tinka out of the room. He said gaily to his wife, "Well,
The doc thinks maybe we better have a little operation and get it over. Just take a few minutes, not half as serious as a confinement, and you'll be all right in a jiffy."
She gripped his hand till the fingers ached. She said patiently, like a coward child, "I'm afraid to go into the dark all alone." Maturity was wiped from her eyes. They were pleading and terrified. "Will you stay with me? Darling, you don't have to go to the office now, do you? Could you just go down to the hospital with me? Could you come see me this evening, if everything's all right? You won't have to go out this evening, will you?" He was on his knees by the bed. While she feebly ruffled his hair, he sobbed. He kissed the lawn of her sleeve and swore, "Oh, honey, I love you more than anything in the world. I've kind of been worried by business and everything, but that's all over now, and I'm back again." "Are you really, Georgie? I was thinking, lying here, maybe it would be a good thing if I just went. I was wondering if anybody really needed me or wanted me. I was wondering what was the use of my living. I've been getting so stupid and ugly." "Why, you old humbug, fishing for compliments when I ought to be packing your bag. Me, sure. I'm young and handsome and a regular village cut-up, and—" He could not go on. He sobbed again, and in muttered incoherencies they found each other. As he packed, his brain was curiously clear and swift. He'd have no more wild evenings, he realized. He admitted that he would regret them. A little grimly he perceived that this had been his last despairing fling, before the paralyzed contentment of middle age. Well, and he grinned impishly, it was one doggone good party while it lasted. And how much was the operation going to cost? I ought to have fought that out with Dilling, but no, damn it, I don't care how much it cost. The motor ambulance was at the door. Even in his grief, the Babbitt who admired all technical excellences was interested in the kindly skill with which the attendants slid Mrs. Babbitt upon a stretcher and carried her downstairs. The ambulance was a huge, suave, varnished white thing. Mrs. Babbitt moaned, "It frightens me. It's just like a hearse. Just like being put in a hearse. I want you to stay with me."
"I'll be right up front with the driver,"
Babbitt promised. "Oh, I want you to stay inside with me." To the attendants, "Can he be inside?"
"Sure, ma'am, you bet. There's a fine little camp stool in there," the older attendant said with professional pride.
He sat beside her in the traveling cabin with its cot, its stool, its active little electric radiator, and its quite unexplained calendar displaying a girl eating cherries and the name of an enterprising grocer. But as he flung out his hand in hopeless cheerfulness, it touched the radiator, and he squealed, "Oh, Jesus!" "My George Babbitt, I won't have you cursing and swearing and blaspheming."
"I know, awful sorry, but gosh, all fish hooks! Look how I burned my hand! Gee whiz, it hurts like mischief! Why, that damn radiator is it's hotter'n the hinges of Hades! Look, you can see the mark!"
So, as they drove up to St. Mary's Hospital, with the nurses already laying out the instruments for an operation to save her life, it was she who consoled him and kissed the place to make it well. And though he tried to be gruff and mature, he yielded to her and was glad to be babied. The ambulance whirled under the hooded carriage entrance of the hospital, and instantly he was reduced to a zero in the nightmare succession of cork-floored halls, endless doors, open, an old woman sitting up in a bed, an elevator, an anesthetizing room, a young interne contemptuous of husbands. He was permitted to kiss his wife. He saw a thin, dark nurse fit the cone over her mouth and nose. He stiffened at a sweet and treacherous odor. Then he was driven out, and on a high stool in a laboratory he sat dazed, longing to see her once again, to insist that he had always loved her, had never for a second loved anybody else or looked at anybody else. In the laboratory he was conscious only of a decayed object preserved in a bottle of yellowing alcohol. It made him very sick, but he could not take his eyes from it. He was more aware of it than of waiting. His mind floated in abeyance, coming back always to that horrible bottle. To escape it, he opened the door to the right, hoping to find a sane and businesslike office. He realized that he was looking into the operating room. In one glance he took in Dr. Dilling, strange in white gown and bandaged head, bending over the steel table with its screws and wheels, then nurses holding basins and cotton sponges, and the swathed thing, just a lifeless chin and a mound of white in the midst of which was a square of sallow flesh with a gash a little bloody on the edges, protruding from the gash a cluster of forceps like clinging parasites. He shut the door with haste. It may be that his frightened repentance of the night and morning had not eaten in, but this dehumanizing interment of her who had been so pathetically human shook him utterly, and as he crouched again on the high stool in the laboratory he swore faith to his wife, to Zenith, to business efficiency, to the Boosters' Club, to every faith of the clan of good fellows. Then a nurse was soothing, "All over. Perfect success. She'll come out fine. She'll be out from under anesthetic soon, and you can see her." He found her on a curious tilted bed, her face an unwholesome yellow, but her purple lips moving slightly. Then only did he really believe that she was alive. She was muttering. He bent and heard her sighing, "Hard to get real maple syrup for pancakes." He laughed inexhaustibly. He beamed on the nurse and proudly confided, "Think of her talking about maple syrup! By golly, I'm going to go and order 100 gallons of it, right from Vermont." 2. She was out of the hospital in 17 days. He went to see her each afternoon, and in their long talks they drifted back to intimacy. Once he hid in something of his relations to Tanis and the Bunch, and she was inflated by the view that a wicked woman had captivated her poor George. If once he had doubted his neighbors and the supreme charm of the good fellows, he was convinced now.
"You didn't," he noted, "see Seneca Doane coming around with any flowers or dropping in to chat with the missus." But Mrs. Howard Littlefield brought to the hospital her priceless wine jelly, flavored with real wine. Orville Jones spent hours in picking out the kind of novels Mrs. Babbitt liked, nice love stories about New York millionaires and Wyoming cowpunchers. Louetta Swanson knitted a pink bed jacket. Sidney Finkelstein and his merry brown-eyed flapper of a wife selected the prettiest nightgown in all the stock of Parcher and Stein. All his friends ceased whispering about him, suspecting him. At the athletic club they asked after her daily. Club members whose names he did not know stopped him to inquire, "How's your good lady getting on?" Babbitt felt that he was swinging from bleak uplands down into the rich warm air of a valley, pleasant with cottages. One noon Vergil Gunch suggested, "You planning to go to the hospital about 6? The wife and I thought we'd drop in." They did drop in. Gunch was so humorous that Mrs. Babbitt said he must stop making her laugh, because, honestly, it was hurting her incision. As they passed down the hall, Gunch demanded amiably, "George, old scout, you were sore-headed about something here a while back. I don't know why, and it's none of my business, but you seem to be feeling all hunky-dory again, and why don't you come join us in the Good Citizens League, old man? We have some corking times together, and we need your advice." Then did Babbitt, almost tearful with joy at being coaxed instead of bullied, at being permitted to stop fighting, at being able to desert without injuring his opinion of himself, cease utterly to be a domestic revolutionist. He patted Gunch's shoulder, and next day he became a member of the Good Citizens League. Within 2 weeks no one in the league was more violent regarding the wickedness of Seneca Doane, the crimes of labor unions, the perils of immigration, and the delights of golf, morality, and bank accounts than was George F. Babbitt. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Babbitt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis, Chapter 34. 1. The Good Citizens League had spread through the country, but nowhere was it so effective and well esteemed as in the cities of the type of Zenith, commercial cities of a few 100,000 inhabitants, most of which, though not all, lay inland against a background of cornfields and mines, and of small towns which depended upon them for mortgage loans, table manners, art, social philosophy, and millinery. To the League belonged most of the prosperous citizens of Zenith. They were not all of the kind who called themselves regular guys. Besides these hardy fellows, these salesmen of prosperity, there were the aristocrats, that is, the men who were richer or had been rich for more generations, the presidents of banks and of factories, the landowners, the corporation lawyers, the fashionable doctors, and the few young old men who worked not at all, but reluctantly remaining in Zenith, collected lustreware and first editions as though they were back in Paris. All of them agreed that the working classes must be kept in their place, and all of them perceived that American democracy did not imply any equality of wealth, but did demand a wholesome sameness of thought, dress, painting, morals, and vocabulary. In this they were like the ruling class of any other country, particularly of Great Britain, but they differed in being more vigorous and in actually trying to produce the accepted standards which all classes everywhere desire but usually despair in realizing. The longest struggle of the Good Citizens League was against the open shop, which was secretly a struggle against all union labor. Accompanying it was an Americanization movement, with evening classes in English and history and economics, and daily articles in the newspapers, so that newly arrived foreigners might learn that the true blue and 100% American way of settling labor troubles was for workmen to trust and love their employers. The League was more than generous in approving other organizations which agreed with its aims. It helped the YMCA to raise a $200,000 fund for a new building. Babbitt, Virgil Gunch, Sidney Finkelstein, and even Charles McKelvey told the spectators at movie theaters how great an influence for manly Christianity the good old Y had been in their own lives, and the hoar and mighty Colonel Redford Snow, owner of the Advocate-Times, was photographed clasping the hands of Sheldon Smeeth of the YMCA. It is true that afterwards, when Smeeth lisped, "You must come to one of our prayer meetings," the ferocious colonel bellowed, "What the hell would I do that for? Got a bar of my own." But this did not appear in the public prints. The League was of value to the American Legion at a time when certain of the lesser and looser newspapers were criticizing that organization of veterans of the Great War. One evening a number of young men raided the Zenith Socialist headquarters, burned its records, beat the office staff, and agreeably dumped desks out of the window. All the newspapers, save the Advocate-Times and the Evening Advocate, attributed this valuable but perhaps hasty direct action to the American Legion. Then a flying squadron from the Good Citizens League called on the unfair papers and explained that no ex-soldier could possibly do such a thing, and the editors saw the light and retained their advertising. When Zenith's lone conscientious objector came home from prison and was righteously run out of town, the newspapers referred to the perpetrators as an unidentified mob. 2. In all the activities and triumphs of the Good Citizens League Babbitt took part, and completely won back to self-respect, placidity, and the affection of his friends. But he began to protest. "Gosh, I've done my share in cleaning up the city. I want to tend to business. Think I'll just kind of slacken up on this GCL stuff now." He had returned to the church as he had returned to the Boosters' Club. He had even endured the lavish greeting which Sheldon Smeeth gave him. He was worried lest during his late discontent he had imperiled his salvation.
He was not quite sure there was a heaven to be attained, but Dr. John Jennison Drew said there was, and Babbitt was not going to take a chance. One evening, when he was walking past Dr. Drew's parsonage, he impulsively went in and found the pastor in his study. "Just a minute, getting a phone call," said Dr. Drew in businesslike tones, then aggressively to the telephone. "Hello? Hello? This Berkeley and Hannis? Reverend Drew speaking. Where the dickens is the proof for next Sunday's calendar? Huh? You ought to have it here. Well, I can't help it. They're all sick. I've got to have it tonight. Get an ADT, boy, and shoot it up here quick." He turned without slacking his briskness. "Well, Brother Babbitt, what can I do for you?" "I just wanted to tell you how it is. Dominie, there a while ago I guess I got kind of slack. Took a few drinks and so on. What I wanted to ask is, how is it if a fellow cuts that all out and comes back to his senses? Does it sort of, well, you might say, does it score against him in the long run?" The Reverend Drew was suddenly interested. "And, brother, what other things, too? Women?" "No, practically, you might say, practically not at all." "Don't hesitate to tell me, brother. That's what I'm here for. Been going on joy rides, squeezing girls in cars?" The Reverend's eyes glistened. "No, no." "Well, I'll tell you. I've got a deputation from the Don't Make Prohibition a Joke Association coming to see me in a quarter of an hour, and one from the Anti-Birth Control Union at 9:45. He busily glanced at his watch. "But I can take 5 minutes off and pray with you. Kneel right down by your chair, brother. Don't be ashamed to seek the guidance of God." Babbitt's scalp itched, and he longed to flee, but Dr. Drew had already flopped down beside his desk-chair, and his voice had changed from rasping efficiency to an unctuous familiarity with sin and with the Almighty. Babbitt also knelt, while Drew gloated. "O Lord, Thou seest our brother here, who has been led astray by manifold temptations. O Heavenly Father, make his heart to be pure as a little child's. Oh, let him know again the joy of a manly courage to abstain from evil." Sheldon Smeath came flockering into the study. At the sight of the two men he smirked forgivingly, patted Babbitt on the shoulder, and knelt beside him, his arm about him, while he authorized Dr. Drew's imprecations with moans of, "Yes, Lord, help our brother, Lord." Though he was trying to keep his eyes closed, Babbitt squinted between his fingers and saw the pastor glance at his watch, as he concluded with a triumphant, "And let him never be afraid to come to us for counsel and tender care, and let him know that the church can lead him as a little lamb." Dr. Drew sprang up, rolled his eyes in the general direction of heaven, chucked his watch into his pocket, and demanded, "Has the deputation come yet, Sheldy?" "Yep, right outside," Sheldy answered, with equivocal liveliness. Then caressingly to Babbitt, "Brother, if it would help, I'd love to go into the next room and pray with you while Dr. Drew is receiving the brothers from the Don't Make a Prohibition a Joke Association." "No, thanks, I can't take the time," yelped Babbitt, rushing toward the door. Thereafter he was often seen at the Catham Road Presbyterian Church, but it is recorded that he avoided shaking hands with the pastor at the door. 3. If his moral fiber had been so weakened by rebellion that he was not quite dependable in the more rigorous campaigns of the Good Citizens League, nor quite appreciative of the church, yet there was no doubt of the joy with which Babbitt returned to the pleasures of his home and of the athletic club, the Boosters and Elks. Verona and Kenneth Escott were eventually and hesitatingly married. For the wedding Babbitt was dressed as carefully as was Verona. He was crammed into the morning coat he wore to teas thrice a year, and with a certain relief, after Verona and Kenneth had driven away in a limousine, he returned to the house, removed the morning coat, sat with his aching feet up on a davenport, and reflected that his wife and he could have the living-room to themselves now, and not have to listen to Verona and Kenneth worrying in a cultured collegiate manner about minimum wages and the Drama League. But even this sinking into peace was less consoling than his return to being one of the best-loved men in the Boosters Club. 4. President Willis Ijams began the Boosters Club luncheon by standing quiet and staring at them so unhappily that they feared he was about to announce the death of a brother Booster. He spoke slowly then and gravely. "Boys, I have something shocking to reveal to you, something terrible about one of our own members." Several Boosters, including Babbitt, looked a little disconcerted. "A knight of the grip, a trusted friend of mine, recently made a trip upstate, and in a certain town where a certain Booster spent his boyhood, he found out something which can no longer be concealed. In fact, he discovered the inward nature of a man whom we have accepted as a real guy and one of us. Gentlemen, I cannot trust my voice to say it, so I've written it down." He uncovered a large blackboard, and on it in huge capitals was the legend, "George Volunus B. Babbitt. Oh, you folly!" The Boosters cheered, they laughed, they wept, they threw rolls at Babbitt, they cried, "Speech! Speech! Oh, you folly!" President Ijams continued, "That, gentlemen, is the awful thing Georgie Babbitt has been concealing all these years, when we thought he was just plain George F. Now, I want you to tell us, talking in turn, what you've always supposed the F stood for." "Flivver," they suggested, and Frog-face, and Flathead, and Financius, and Freezone, and Flappadoodle, and Foghorn. By joviality of their insults, Babbitt knew that he had been taken back to their hearts, and happily he rose. "Boys, I've got to admit it. I've never worn a wristwatch or parted my name in the middle. But I will confess to Follansbee. My only justification is that my old dad, though otherwise he was perfectly sane and packed an awful wallop when it came to trimming the city fathers at checkers, named me after the family doc, old Doc Ambrose Follansbee. I apologize, boys. In my next what-do-you-call-it, I'll see to it that I get named something really practical, something that sounds swell and yet is good and virile, something, in fact, like that grand old name so familiar to every household, that bold and almost overpowering name, Willis Jimmy Jams Ijams." He knew by the cheer that he was secure again and popular. He knew that he would no more endanger his security and popularity by straying from the clan of good fellows. 5. Henry Thompson dashed into the office, clamoring, "Georgie, big news! Jake Offutt says the Traction bunch are dissatisfied with the way Sanders, Torrey, and Wing handled their last deal, and they're willing to dicker with us." Babbitt was pleased in the realization that the last scar of his rebellion was healed. Yet as he drove home he was annoyed by such background thought as had never weakened him in his days of belligerent conformity. He discovered that he actually did not consider the Traction group quite honest. Well, he'd carry out one more deal for them, but as soon as it was practicable, maybe as soon as old Henry Thompson died, he'd break away from all association from them. He was 48. In 12 years he'd be 60. He wanted to leave a clean business to his grandchildren. Of course, there was a lot of money in negotiating for the Traction people, and a fellow had to look at things in a practical way, only he wiggled uncomfortably. He wanted to tell the Traction group what he thought of them. Oh, he couldn't do it. Not now. If he offended them this second time, they would crush him. But he was conscious that his line of progress seemed confused. He wondered what he would do with his future. He was still young. Was he through with all adventuring? He felt that he had been trapped into the very net from which he had with such fury escaped, and, supremest jest of all, been made to rejoice in the trapping. "They've licked me to a finish," he whimpered. The house was peaceful that evening, and he enjoyed a game of pinochle with his wife. He indignantly told a tempter that he was content to do things in the good old-fashioned way. The day after, he went to see the purchasing agent of the Street Traction Company, and they made plans for the secret purchase of lots along the Evanston Road. But as he drove to his office, he struggled. "I'm going to run things and figure out things to suit myself when I retire." 6. Ted had come down from the university for the weekend. Though he no longer spoke of mechanical engineering, and though he was reticent about his opinion of his instructors, he seemed no more reconciled to college, and his chief interest was his wireless telephone set. On Saturday evening he took Eunice Littlefield to a dance at Devon Woods. Babbitt had a glimpse of her, bouncing in the seat of the car, brilliant in a scarlet cloak over a frock of thinnest creamy silk. They, too, had not returned when the Babbitts went to bed. At 11:30, at a blurred, indefinite time of late night, Babbitt was awakened by the ring of the telephone and gloomily crawled downstairs. Howard Littlefield was speaking.
"George, Emmy isn't back yet. Is Ted?" "No, at least his door is open." "They ought to be home. Eunice said the dance would be over at midnight. What's the name of those people where they're going?" "Well, gosh, tell the truth, I don't know, Howard. It's some classmate of Ted's out in Devon Woods. Don't see what we can do. Wait, I'll skip up and ask Mary if she knows their name."
Babbitt turned on the light in Ted's room. It was a brown, boyish room. Disordered dresser, worn books, a high school pennant, photographs of basketball teams and baseball teams. Ted was decidedly not there. Mrs. Babbitt, awakened irritably, observed that she certainly did not know the name of Ted's host, that it was late, that Howard Littlefield was but little better than a born fool, and that she was sleepy. But she remained awake and worrying, while Babbitt, on the sleeping porch, struggled back into sleep through the incessant, soft rain of her remarks. It was after dawn when he was aroused by her shaking him and calling her, "George! George!" in something like horror.
"Oh, what is it?"
"Come here quick and see. Be quiet." She led him down the hall to the door of Ted's room and pushed it gently open. On the worn brown rug she saw a fourth of rose-colored chiffon lingerie on the sedate Morris chair, a girl's silver slipper, and on the pillows were two sleepy heads, Ted's and Eunice's. Ted woke to grin and mutter with unconvincing defiance, "Good morning. Let me introduce my wife, Mrs. Theodore Roosevelt Eunice Littlefield Babbitt, Esquiress."
"Good God!"
from Babbitt, and from his wife a long wailing, "You've gone in." "We got married last evening. Wife, sit up and say pretty good morning to mother-in-law." But Eunice hid her shoulders and her charming wild hair under the pillow. By 9 o'clock the assembly which was gathered about Ted and Eunice in the living room included Mr. and Mrs. George Babbitt, Dr. and Mrs. Howard Littlefield, Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth Escott, Mr. and Mrs. Henry T. Thompson, and Tinka Babbitt, who was the only pleased member of the Inquisition. A crackling shower of phrases filled the room.
"At their age, ought to be annulled. Never heard of such a thing."
"Fault of both of them."
"Keep it out of the papers." "Ought to be packed off to school."
"Do something about it at once."
"And what I say is, damn good old-fashioned spanking."
Worst of them all was Verona.
"Ted!"
"Some way must be found to make you understand how dreadfully serious this is, instead of standing around with that silly, foolish smile on your face." He began to revolt.
"Willikers, Ron, you got married yourself, didn't you?"
"That's entirely different."
"You bet it is. They didn't have to work on you and me with a chain and tackle to get us to hold hands."
"Now, young man, we'll have no more flippancy," old Henry Thompson ordered. "You listen to me."
"You listen to Grandfather," said Verona.
"You listen to your grandfather," said Mrs. Babbitt.
"Ted, you listen to Mr. Thompson," said Howard Littlefield.
"Oh, for the love of Mike, I am listening!" Ted shouted. "But you look here, all of you. I'm getting sick and tired of being the corpse in this post-mortem. If you want to kill somebody, go kill the preacher that married us. Why, he stung me $5, and all the money I had in the world was $6 and 2 bits. I'm getting just about enough of being hollered at."
A new voice, booming, authoritative, dominated the room. It was Babbitt. "Yep, there's too darn many putting in their oar. Rone, you dry up. Howard and I are still pretty strong and able to do our own cussing. Ted, come into the dining room and we'll talk this over."
In the dining room, the door firmly closed, Babbitt walked to his son, put both hands on his shoulders.
"You're more or less right. They all talk too much. Now what do you plan to do, old man?"
"Gosh, Dad, are you really going to be human?"
"Well, I remember one time you called us the Babbitt men and said we ought to stick together. I want to. I don't pretend to think this isn't serious, the way the cards are stacked against a young fellow today. I can't say I approve of early marriages, but you couldn't have married a better girl than Eunice. And way I figure it, Littlefield is darn lucky to get a Babbitt for a son-in-law. But what do you plan to do? Of course you could go right ahead with the U, and when you've finished—"
"Dad, I can't stand it any more. Maybe it's all right for some fellows. Maybe I'll want to go back some day. But me, I want to get into mechanics. I think I'll get to be a good inventor. There's a fellow that would give me $20 a week in a factory right now."
"Well,"
Babbitt crossed the floor slowly, ponderously, seeming a little old.
"I've always wanted you to have a college degree."
He meditatively stomped across the floor again.
"But I've never— now for heaven's sake, don't repeat this to your mother or she'd remove what little hair I got left— but practically, I've never done a single thing I've wanted to in my whole life. I don't know as I've accomplished anything except just get along. Figure out I've made about a quarter of an inch out of a possible 100 rods. Well, maybe you'll carry things on further. I don't know. But I do get kind of a sneaking pleasure out of the fact that you know what you want to do, and you did it. Well, those folks in there will try to bully you and tame you down. Tell 'em to go to the devil. I'll back you. Take your factory job if you want to. Don't be scared of the family. No, nor all of Zenith, nor of yourself, the way I've been. Go ahead, old man. World is yours."
Arms about each other's shoulders, the Babbitt men marched into the living room and faced the swooping family. End of chapter 34. Recording by Mike Vendetti, Canyon City, Colorado. MikeVendetti.com. End of Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis.